I have an immortal dwelling within me. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 151: The Great Completion of Copper Skin. It's over so quickly. Meng Yao stood up, asking in surprise. The black leather whip in her hand was a top-grade spiritual weapon, extremely powerful. An ordinary cultivator would have been killed long ago after being whipped so many times. Although her eyes were covered by a black cloth, preventing her from seeing the specific situation, she could clearly hear Lin Yi gasping for breath as she whipped him. Despite his efforts to endure it, he couldn't help but groan, his teeth grinding together. It was definitely excruciating pain, as if he were about to die. His entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. Even just thinking about it made her feel terribly sorry for Lin Yi. Several times she hesitated to continue, but Lin Yi kept urging her to hurry up. If she doesn't beat her hard, Lin Yi won't be able to achieve brown skin. Lin Yi might die in the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. In order for Lin Yi to come back alive, she just had to be ruthless and keep beating him. She originally thought that it would take a day or two for Lin Yi to recover from her beatings all over his body. Unexpectedly, it only took an hour to fully recover. I previously tempered my body with a 5-element spiritual energy, making my physical body stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Later, I cultivated a 5th-grade condensation technique, using extremely condensed spiritual energy to temper my body, making it even stronger. This time, you beat me so badly that my skin was torn and bleeding. If I applied a 1st-grade purple jade ointment and took a 1st-grade recovery pill and a 1st-grade blood replenishing pill, it would probably take me about 6 hours to recover, but in reality, I used extremely condensed 5-element spiritual energy to heal my injuries, plus 2nd-grade purple jade ointment, 2nd-grade recovery pills, and 2nd-grade blood replenishing pills to help me heal. With these advantages combined, my recovery speed is many times faster than that of an ordinary person, Lin Yi said with a smile. This is the benefit of cultivation resources. He had invested heavily in every aspect: the 5th-grade 5 elements heart method, the 5th-grade condensation secret technique, the supreme-grade elixir furnace for brewing 2nd-grade purple jade paste, the 2nd-grade rejuvenation pill, and the 2nd-grade blood replenishing pill, spending considerable time and effort to refine them. Now, during his body tempering, all these advantages were fully realized. Ordinary cultivators were far inferior to him in every aspect. In fact, the combined gap in these areas was dozens of times, or even more. While others needed several days to recover, he only needed an hour. It seemed that 2 days was actually enough for him to temper his body many times. Perhaps he could even reach the minor completion stage of the copper skin realm. Again, Lin Yi called out to Meng Yao. Okay, bear with it. Meng Yao continued to whip Lin Yi. Crack. Crack, the black leather whip lashed Lin Yi's body, leaving bloody welts. But compared to the first time, Lin Yi was now somewhat adapted. His muscles were stronger and more resilient than before, and the pain wasn't as intense. Of course. 15 minutes later, Meng Yao whipped him again, leaving his skin torn and bleeding, and it still hurt a lot. Fortunately, the pain seemed to have lessened considerably compared to the first time. Perhaps he had become accustomed to the pain, and his tolerance had increased. Take a break, I'll recover, Lin Yi called out. He immediately applied a grade 2 purple jade ointment, took a grade 2 rejuvenating pill and a grade 2 blood replenishing pill, and quickly recovered from all his injuries. This time, it only took less than an hour. Lin Yi's injuries were completely healed. New skin grew, more resilient, smoother, and more elastic. He could clearly feel that his skin was stronger each time. The improvement was significant. This is the initial benefit. The early training was very painful, but the gains were also great, and the progress was very fast, Lin Yi said with a smile. Again, Lin Yi called to Meng Yao. Crack. Crack. The sound of a black leather whip cracking and Lin Yi's occasional muffled groans rang out again in the courtyard. This third time, Lin Yi recovered even faster, taking only a little over half an hour to fully recover. Your recovery ability has clearly become stronger, Meng Yao praised. That's right, With each whipping and recovery process, the body's recovery ability has also become stronger. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. He was beginning to taste the benefits of body tempering. He saw hope in refining his copper skin. For beginners, the sight of the torn and mangled flesh of the heaven and earth overlord body technique would instill fear. But in actual training, only at the very beginning was the pain unbearable, feeling like losing half one's life. Later, as your endurance, recovery ability, and physical resilience gradually improved, the pain also gradually lessened. It was no longer so unbearable. In fact, after recovering, she felt her body noticeably stronger, and even became somewhat addicted. "Keep whipping me, harder," Lin Yi called out to Meng Yao. Immediately, the black leather whip fell like raindrops, lashing hard at Lin Yi's body. Through this repeated practice, Meng Yao's whip skills also improved rapidly. Now, even blindfolded, she could accurately strike Lin Yi with each blow, without Lin Yi needing to actively meet the blows. He only needed to change the location of the whip to receive them. Both of them were immersed in this body-strengthening training through whipping. Meng Yao's whip skills became increasingly advanced. With each recovery, Lin Yi's physical defenses gradually improved. His recovery ability, in particular, saw a significant and continuous increase. It rose from half an hour to 3/4 of an hour, then to 2/4 of an hour. After 30 rounds of body tempering, it further improved to the point where he could fully recover in just 1/4 of an hour. At this point, Meng Yao could no longer cause Lin Yi any harm by whipping him with her black leather whip. 1/4 of an hour of whipping only left bloody welts on his body. It no longer caused open wounds. "I can't take it anymore. It would probably take whipping you continuously for a whole day to get your skin torn and bleeding." Meng Yao, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, stopped. "It's only evening, and we've only used up a day's time. We need to hurry up and refine ourselves again." "Don't stop," Lin Yi said, unsatisfied. "You're being insatiable. I really can't go on," Meng Yao said, her face flushed. "Your stamina isn't good enough. Your attack power isn't strong enough either." Lin Yi looked at Meng Yao and shook his head with a sigh. He was full of energy. Meng Yao, however, was struggling to keep up. "What level have you reached in your cultivation? Even when I wield this top-grade spiritual weapon level black leather whip, it can't hurt you. If I cause you a small blood stain, with your recovery ability, it will be healed in the blink of an eye," Meng Yao exclaimed. "I've made great progress today. I'm almost at the lesser completion of the copper skin realm now. Ordinary cultivators would have a very hard time injuring me if they used a mid-grade spiritual weapon level flying sword. Even if they did manage to leave a small wound, it wouldn't be very deep. With my regenerative abilities, I'll recover quickly," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Reaching this level should be about right, right?" Meng Yao couldn't help but ask. "No, that's not enough. Even a peak expert at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm like you, using a top-grade spirit sword and perfected sword techniques, can still pierce my barely completed copper skin. I must refine my copper skin to the great perfection realm. Then, beneath the copper skin, a membrane will be forged. This membrane can be infused with spiritual power, making it incredibly tough, just like a suit of armor. Even if you pierce my copper skin, there's an even tougher, more invincible membrane inside. You can't pierce it. That way, you'll never be able to hurt my vital points. You can only inflict superficial wounds," Lin Yi said expectantly. His goal was to refine the copper skin to the highest level, creating a protective membrane. "Is this membrane that important?" Meng Yao exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that the true strength of the copper skin lay in the even more resilient membrane inside. This was equivalent to having double defense. This membrane is crucial. Having it and not having it are like two completely different people. It's not just about improved defense, it has other benefits too, Lin Yi said with a smile. "What other benefits?" Meng Yao asked curiously. "With the development of this protective membrane, my defense is strong enough, so I don't even need armor anymore. Without bulky armor, I can move more freely and fully utilize my agility. This way, whether I'm attacking or dodging, I'm extremely fast, making it hard for others to defend against. Even if I encounter a strong opponent with similar speed, I can still trade blows with them. I don't need to defend against their sword techniques, I'll just go for them. We'll hurt each other. With this membrane, they can't truly hurt me, but I can severely injure them, or even kill them. This has a huge impact on the battle. It has an impact in every aspect, a comprehensive impact, not just as simple as stronger defense," Lin Yi said with a broad smile. He's only reached the minor completion stage of his copper skin cultivation, not yet having formed a membrane. He's only just begun to experience its benefits. The truly wonderful thing is to cultivate the copper skin to the major completion stage and form a membrane. In that case, you really need to push towards the major completion stage of copper skin. Meng Yao nodded in agreement. Then, she frowned. But, my current attack power is simply not enough to injure you. It would take me half a day to break your flesh open. You could only temper your body twice more at most, and tomorrow would be over. That definitely won't allow you to cultivate the copper skin to the major completion stage, right? Meng Yao asked seriously. I can't, Lin Yi nodded decisively. The initial period of high efficiency and body refinement is over. This is true of anything. In the beginning, progress is rapid and everything goes smoothly. But after achieving a certain level of success, further improvement becomes very difficult. This is what people often refer to as reaching the top of a 100-foot pole and finding it hard to take another step. Truly top-tier experts are those who can do what others cannot, constantly breaking through bottlenecks and difficulties to advance their ranks. Now, the problem he faces is not actually with himself, but rather with Meng Yao's insufficient offensive power. It takes too long to injure him. How about this? I don't really need this black whip anyway. Your whip skills are already quite powerful. Why don't you refine this black whip? After you refine it, you can infuse it with spiritual power, maximizing its power. That way, your attack power will be even stronger, and you can quickly injure me, Lin Yi suggested, looking at Meng Yao. You're just giving me this black whip? Meng Yao asked, somewhat surprised. After all, this was a top-grade spiritual weapon, and a rare and precious magic treasure, worth at least tens of thousands of contribution points. She had only earned 1,500 contribution points since joining the sect home. This is a secret between the two of us. From now on, no matter what conflicts or arguments we have, as long as you take out this black whip, I will remember the help you gave me this time, and I can swallow my anger and give in to you, Lin Yi said with a smile. Meng Yao had helped him so much. She helped him break through to the great perfection of the copper skin realm. The only way he could repay Meng Yao was to give her this black whip and to give in to her and accommodate her in the future. That's great. With your words, I'm immediately full of fighting spirit. Meng Yao was overjoyed. She immediately began to refine the black whip. Even with her skill level, she failed 3 times in a row, and only succeeded on the 4th try by sheer luck. Snap! Meng Yao channeled her spiritual power, wielding the black leather whip with an extremely sharp whooshing sound. It was clear that the black leather whip's attack power had become significantly stronger than before. Come on, whip me hard, Lin Yi urged impatiently. Immediately, the two immersed themselves in the whip-based body tempering once more. Meng Yao's attack power became even stronger, quickly leaving Lin Yi with torn flesh. Lin Yi's copper skin tempering entered a phase of rapid improvement, even faster than before. Initially, healing his injuries took considerable time. Now, however, he fully recovered in less than a quarter of an hour. In an hour, he could temper his body approximately 8 times. Let's whip him all night long. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and discussed it with Meng Yao. Okay, Meng Yao smiled and nodded. She also noticed that after refining the black leather whip, her whip skills had improved rapidly again. Snap! Snap! With each lash, Lin Yi continued to recover. His recovery time became shorter and shorter. He could temper his body 10 times in an hour. By dawn, he could temper his body 15 times in an hour. This included the time for whipping and recovery. The whipping time was even longer than the recovery time. His whole body was torn and bleeding, but he could fully recover in just a dozen breaths. He didn't even need to apply the 2nd-grade purple jade ointment anymore. How is it? Have you reached the great perfection of copper skin? Meng Yao asked expectantly. I've succeeded. A membrane has appeared inside my body, Lin Yi said with a beaming smile. Can we stop now? Meng Yao breathed a sigh of relief and asked happily. Lin Yi had finally achieved the great perfection of the copper skin technique. No, I want more, Lin Yi said unsatisfied. Why? Meng Yao asked in surprise. I've only just reached the great perfection of the copper skin technique. The membrane inside my body is as thin as a cicada's wing, not thick enough, not tough enough. It hasn't reached the ultimate of the copper skin technique, Lin Yi said seriously. Ordinary physical cultivation methods can basically reach their limit by cultivating a membrane as thin as a cicada's wing. But the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique can cultivate the membrane to be extremely thick and extremely tough. This is the power of the Heaven and Earth Overlord body. Chapter 152 Berserk Mode. You're so demanding and have no self-control. You've been torturing me for a whole day and night. I'm completely exhausted, Meng Yao said, her face full of fatigue and lingering fear. Lin Yi's body tempering was continuous and relentless, without any rest. At the beginning, Lin Yi's recovery speed was slow, and she still had enough time to rest. But now, Lin Yi's recovery speed was extremely fast, and she simply didn't have time to rest and recover. With such continuous, high-intensity whipping of Lin Yi, he was becoming stronger and more energetic, while she was exhausted and felt like she was about to fall apart. Her whole body ached. She could barely lift her arms. Instead of troubling you to help me refine my body later, why not take a gamble this time and refine my copper skin to its peak? That way, my chances of surviving the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley will be much higher, Lin Yi persuaded earnestly. I'm scared, you've put it that way, how can I refuse? I just hope you'll remember that I'm the one who helped you refine your copper skin. Even if I'm exhausted and bedridden for 3 days, I won't have any regrets. Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi with a smile. At Lin Yi's level, many people wanted to get close to him and befriend him, but Lin Yi no longer accepted them. Yet, Lin Yi still needed her and relied on her. There was a secret between them, a secret only she and Lin Yi could know. This made her genuinely happy. Most importantly, something must have happened to Mo Xiandang. She had been avoiding Lin Yi, refusing to see him. If nothing unexpected happened, Mo Xiandang and Lin Yi would soon separate. This would give her an opportunity. Of course, she wouldn't cross the line now, still treating Lin Yi as a good friend, a cultivation partner, and a fellow cultivator. Even when she whipped Lin Yi with a black leather whip to help him refine his body, she kept her eyes covered and maintained the proper distance. Even after Lin Yi and Mo Xiandang separated, she wouldn't immediately express her feelings. She believed that feelings would grow over time, and time would reveal true character. Time was the most important thing. Of course, this is a secret between us, and I will remember it for a lifetime, Lin Yi said with a smile. Let's begin, I'll accompany you even at the cost of my life, Meng Yao smiled sweetly. Immediately, the sound of whips cracking echoed again in the West Wind courtyard. After tempering it 10 more times, Lin Yi found that his copper skin had become even tougher and stronger. The membrane had also become thicker and tougher, with stronger defense. However, it could still be improved. It had not yet reached its limit. The reason why the Heaven and Earth Overlord body is so incredibly powerful is because its lower limit is very low, but its upper limit is also very high. If the cultivator lacks perseverance and resources, the achievement will be very low. If the cultivator's perseverance, cultivation resources, and all other aspects reach their limits, the Heaven and Earth Overlord body can also be cultivated to its limit. Of course, even if a single element spiritual energy cultivator reaches their peak, the strength of their Heaven and Earth Overlord body is far inferior to that of someone who cultivates all 5 elements simultaneously. One recovers through the tempering and restoration of all 5 elements spiritual energy, while the other recovers through tempering and restoration of a single element spiritual energy. This is the most direct difference. Therefore, the Heaven and Earth Overlord Body Manual explicitly states that those who cultivate all 5 elements are the most suitable for cultivating it. Only those who cultivate all 5 elements have the opportunity to truly reach the pinnacle of the Heaven and Earth Overlord Body. Single element spiritual energy cultivators are destined to never reach its peak. Similarly, the Heaven and Earth Overlord Body, at its peak, is even stronger than some supreme physiques possessing special bloodlines. With such a powerful physique, even if a cultivator of all 5 elements fails to reach higher realms, they will not explode and the risk of shattered meridians is very low. Cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously and mastering the Heavenly Overlord Body are mutually reinforcing and complementary. Combined, their power can be multiplied, even several times, or tens of times. Moreover, cultivating the Heavenly Overlord Body strengthens the physical body, allowing for the perfect execution of the 5th rank Thousand Illusions body technique. The 5th rank Zhengjin sword technique can also be executed at its perfect level. The frustration of having power but being unable to unleash its full potential is gone. Have you reached your peak? Meng Yao asked, panting and drenched in sweat. Not yet, Lin Yi shook his head. His physical recovery speed was already extremely fast. If you were to apply a grade 2 purple jade ointment, take a grade 2 rejuvenating pill and a grade 2 blood replenishing pill, and circulate his 5-element spiritual power to nourish his body, he could recover from his injuries in just 10 breaths. If he did nothing, without applying anything or circulating his 5-element spiritual power, he would still fully recover in about half an hour. This was the powerful regenerative ability of his physical body. When will it reach its peak? Meng Yao couldn't help but ask. If I don't apply the grade 2 purple jade ointment, take the grade 2 rejuvenating pill and the grade 2 blood replenishing pill, and don't use the 5-element spiritual power, it will probably take about half an hour for my physical injuries to heal naturally. If I only use the 5-element spiritual power to nourish them, it will probably only take about 15 minutes to recover. I will eventually run out of the grade 2 purple jade ointment, the grade 2 rejuvenating pill, and the grade 2 blood replenishing pill. Moreover, in battle, things change in an instant, and the enemy won't give me time to slowly apply the grade 2 purple jade ointment or take the grade 2 rejuvenating pill and the grade 2 blood replenishing pill. In actual combat, I can only use the 5-element spiritual power within my body to nourish my injuries. This 15-minute recovery time is still quite long, Lin Yi said solemnly. Based on this calculation, if you were surrounded and attacked by a group of people, suffering numerous wounds that couldn't heal quickly, they would relentlessly attack his wounds, exacerbating his injuries and causing him to bleed continuously until he bled to death. That would be too tragic. What level do you plan to cultivate to? Meng Yao asked with concern. If possible, I naturally want to cultivate to the extreme, the absolute limit, a level that cannot be improved upon. If that's not possible now, then cultivate to the point where you can use the 5 elements of spiritual energy to nourish your body, and recover completely in just 10 or so breaths, Lin Yi said with a smile. I think it's very difficult. Even if I use all my strength now, it's hard to cause you any damage. Your copper skin is already perfected, much stronger than the copper skin of many cultivators who specialize in body tempering. It's just that it hasn't reached the ultimate level of the heaven and earth overlord body. This ultimate level must require the most extreme offensive power. My current offensive power obviously can't reach that level. Moreover, a whip can only strike a wide area, while a flying sword can only stab a single point. In terms of sharpness of attack, a flying sword is much stronger. I'm afraid that whipping you won't help you improve any further, Meng Yao explained in detail, with reason and evidence, analyzing the situation for you. That's true, this kind of whip can hardly help me improve any further, but if you use a flying sword to stab me, it's difficult to pierce my entire body in a short time, so the body tempering effect won't be even. Lin Yi nodded. He looked at Meng Yao, at the black whip in Meng Yao's hand, pondered for a moment, and then thought of a solution. Why don't you use this black whip in its most ferocious state? That would increase the attack power even further, and the effect should be very good, Lin Yi said seriously. You mean, when you activate this black whip to its most ferocious state, many sharp barbs will appear on the whip? That's too cruel. Just thinking about it hurts, Meng Yao gasped. The black whip has a most ferocious form, which is when it is fully activated, barbs will appear all over the whip. These barbs are forged from millennia-old cold iron, making their attack extremely sharp. They are even sharper and more slender than the tip of a flying sword. Most importantly, the entire whip is covered in barbs. A single lash of this whip is 1,000 times more painful than being pierced by a flying sword. This most ferocious form is usually only unleashed when fighting to the death, when one wants to take the enemy's life. Lin Yi is now using it to temper his body. That's right, use this most ferocious state, use all these barbs to pierce my entire body, and continue to improve me, Lin Yi said resolutely. This won't do, this is too cruel, I can't do it, Meng Yao shook her head repeatedly. She truly couldn't bring herself to be so cruel. Before, when she whipped Lin Yi with a black leather whip, she had always felt immense heartache. But later, Lin Yi's endurance and recovery had improved significantly. The whip seemed to strike him without him feeling any pain. Even when his entire body was bruised and bleeding, Lin Yi could completely endure it. His resilience was many times stronger than before. Her guilt lessened considerably. She admired Lin Yi even more. Among his peers, she felt no male disciple could endure such hardship. Lin Yi was a true man, incredibly tough. Compared to Lin Yi, the other male disciples were all weaklings. Meng Yao, you can't think like that, I'm not like ordinary men, I've already cultivated to the great perfection of copper skin. With this black leather whip in its berserk form, one lash could kill other men, but for me, it's just some superficial wounds, the same as before. You'll see once you try, Lin Yi earnestly advised. Now, this was the only way for him to continue improving. At this point, he couldn't possibly gather a group of sword cultivators to gang up on him, stabbing him all over with flying swords. Cultivating copper skin could only be done by Meng Yao alone, and she had to help him to the end. Only Meng Yao knew about this. This was the only way to keep the secret. He didn't want to be rumored to have special fetishes for many years to come. Okay, I'll give it a try, Meng Yao said resolutely. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed the most ferocious form of her black whip. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed. Many black barbs appeared on the black whip. It looked terrifying. Strike me, Lin Yi saw hope and urged excitedly. Crack. Meng Yao tried to whip him. This time, she didn't dare use too much force. How is it? After striking Lin Yi, Meng Yao immediately asked with concern. It only left a shallow bloodstain on my skin. The bloodstain will heal in the time it takes to talk. You need to hit harder, Lin Yi said directly. Okay, Meng Yao felt relieved. Then, she began to swing the black whip with all her might, striking fiercely. Instantly, wounds began to appear all over Lin Yi's body. Soon, his entire body was covered in welts from the whipping. Lin Yi immediately began to recover. To save time, he applied a grade 2 purple jade ointment, took a grade 2 rejuvenating pill and a grade 2 blood replenishing pill, and used the 5-element spiritual power to gently heal his injuries. In less than 10 breaths, these severe injuries had healed. Again, Lin Yi shouted, seeing hope. The sound of whipping echoed incessantly in the west wind courtyard. Lin Yi and Meng Yao were immersed in body tempering. He could even temper his body 20 times in an hour. The main reason for the delay was Meng Yao whipping him. His recovery time was extremely short. Especially after applying the grade 2 purple jade ointment, taking grade 2 rejuvenating pills and grade 2 blood replenishing pills, and using the 5-element spiritual power to gently heal his injuries, he could basically recover instantly. Through this tempering process, Lin Yi's copper skin became increasingly tough, and his membrane became increasingly thick. His recovery ability also became stronger, and his recovery time became shorter. It was almost afternoon. Neither Lin Yi nor Meng Yao could remember how many times he had tempered himself. They only knew that even when Meng Yao used the black leather whip in its most ferocious form, lashing out with all her might, she couldn't cause Lin Yi any harm. Have you reached your limit? Meng Yao, pale-faced, collapsed to the ground. These 2 days and 2 nights of arduous training had almost exhausted her. The consumption of her energy was simply too great. Her whole body felt like it was falling apart, and she couldn't even sit up. You should have reached your limit, but you haven't reached the limit of the heaven and earth overlord body yet. There's still room for improvement, Lin Yi said with a smile. What should I do? Meng Yao was a little confused. She really had no strength left to help Lin Yi. At this moment, she just wanted to sleep well for 10 days or half a month. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm basically quite satisfied with reaching this point. Use your spirit sword again and stab me with all your might. Let me see how long it will take to recover without applying the 2nd grade purple jade ointment, without taking the 2nd grade rejuvenation pill, or the 2nd grade blood replenishing pill, and only using the 5-element spiritual power to nurture the injury. Lin Yi pulled Meng Yao up, looking forward to it. Alright, Meng Yao unleashed her spirit sword, using all her remaining strength and spiritual power to launch a fierce attack on Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't activate his spiritual power or make any defense. Yet, this attack only managed to pierce a half-inch deep wound in Lin Yi's copper skin. It couldn't even penetrate Lin Yi's copper skin. Immediately, Lin Yi activated his 5-element spiritual power to begin healing the injury. The half-inch deep wound healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After about 10 breaths, the scab fell off, and the wound was completely healed. This is too strong. It's even more terrifying than wearing battle armor. Each attack can at least reduce some of the armor's power. After multiple attacks, the armor will lose all its power and become ineffective, but your copper skin can recover from injuries instantly. You can fight indefinitely. Even if you don't retaliate, you can just stand there and let the opponent attack with all their might, and even if they exhaust their spiritual energy, they won't be able to cause you any real damage. Anyone who becomes your opponent will truly have to despair, Meng Yao exclaimed with a smile. She was genuinely happy for Lin Yi. She was also proud of herself. Lin Yi's copper skin was something she had painstakingly cultivated from the very beginning to its current state of mastery. Seeing how strong Lin Yi's copper skin was, she felt a great sense of accomplishment. This was her masterpiece, and she deserved some credit for it. Chapter 153 Good News from the Immortal Abode. With my physical body cultivated to this level, my confidence has truly increased, Lin Yi said with a broad smile. He was now very confident about his trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land. Even if he encountered danger, he had a high chance of surviving. He had now almost reached the limit that a spirit-gathering realm cultivator could achieve. Among the 5 elements cultivators who had entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land in the past, there was probably no one stronger than him. I'll see you off first thing tomorrow morning. I'm going back to rest now, Meng Yao said, looking exhausted. After helping Lin Yi temper his body for 2 days and 2 nights, she was almost collapsing from exhaustion. The consumption was simply too intense. Most people couldn't withstand it. She was also almost exhausted. Lin Yi, however, still looked energetic and even more spirited than before. I'll take you back, Lin Yi quickly said. No need, I can go back by myself. This isn't the time for formalities. You're leaving for Fire Dragon Valley tomorrow, so hurry up and make your final preparations and take some time to rest and recover, Meng Yao earnestly instructed. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Lin Yi had no choice but to give up. After seeing Meng Yao off, Lin Yi returned to the West Wind Courtyard and carefully examined his physical body. Looking at his skin, which emitted a faint glow and had been refined to the point of achieving the great perfection of copper skin, Lin Yi liked it more and more. This effort, although it had been very arduous and cost a lot of contribution points, had yielded great results. Let's see. Now that I've cultivated to the great perfection of the copper skin realm, my physical body has greatly improved. Can I unleash the 5th grade Thousand Illusion Body technique at its perfect state? Lin Yi asked impatiently. Immediately, he unleashed the 5th grade Thousand Illusion Body technique. Whoosh! Instantly, a series of indistinguishable real images, some genuine and some mere shadows, appeared in different locations and directions, making them unpredictable. Each illusion was a real image, appearing incredibly lifelike. The next moment, all the illusions vanished, leaving only Lin Yi's true form standing in place. Excellent, now that my physical body has become stronger, I can fully utilize my body techniques, Lin Yi was overjoyed. With a body technique of this level, even some transcendent realm cultivators would likely be unable to catch him. In battle, these real images would be indistinguishable from the real ones, making it even harder for opponents to defend themselves. Reaching the perfect state of the rank 5000 illusions body technique was of immense significance to him. Let's try again, and see if I can execute the sword moves from the rank 5 Zhengjin sword technique at its perfect state. Lin Yi was filled with anticipation. He immediately summoned his superior grade treasure level spirit sword, the Jinghong sword. Holding the Jinghong sword, he used his physical strength to execute 6 sword moves from the rank 5 Zhengjin sword technique. After a period of adaptation, he was able to skillfully execute the perfected sword moves. His attack power had increased significantly compared to his previous True Truth realm. Both my body technique and sword technique have reached their peak, Lin Yi smiled broadly. Now, his spiritual power cultivation was at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. Having cultivated a rank 5 condensation secret technique, his spiritual power was extremely condensed. His spiritual consciousness cultivation was at the peak of the transcendent realm, exceeding his current cultivation level by a major realm, representing a breakthrough to his limits. Furthermore, he cultivated the 9th rank void refining divine technique, resulting in extremely refined spiritual consciousness. With a supreme grade spiritual artifact, the divine refining cauldron, he continuously refined his spiritual consciousness daily, further strengthening it. In terms of movement techniques, he had mastered the 5th rank Thousand Illusions movement technique. Regarding swordsmanship, he possessed the high-grade treasure-level Soaring Glory sword and had perfected all 6 moves of the 5th rank Zhengjin sword technique. As for his physical body, he cultivated the Heaven and Earth Overlord body, achieving the great perfection of the copper skin realm. In almost every aspect, he had reached the pinnacle. With 5 top-quality transcendent pills, he could attempt to reach the transcendent realm at any time. He only needed to obtain the medicinal herbs for refining transcendent pills after heading to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, and upon his return, he could refine a batch himself. Plus the 5th grade talismans and elixirs given to me by seniors Androvan and Debo, I'll basically have no problems. I'm almost ready, Lin Yi smiled. Then, Lin Yi entered the quiet room and lay down fully clothed. As soon as he lay down, Fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. Lin Yi fell into deep sleep. He slept from the afternoon until the next morning, a full 6 hours. There's still time. Lin Yi opened his eyes, saw the rising sun, and jumped up. After a quick wash and changing into a clean blue robe, he entered his immortal abode to check on its condition. The immortal abode was now 15 times the size of the outside. Some spirit trees and herbs still required his personal attention and tending. The immortal abode was lush and green. His 5 acres of top-grade spirit fields were filled with rare spirit herbs, which appeared to be nearing maturity. In the forget-me-not lake, many spirit fish and shrimp were being raised. The cloud-turning carp, in particular, had grown into large fish over a foot long. "You've done a good job, providing timely rain," Lin Yi praised with a smile, communicating telepathically with the cloud-turning carp in the lake. He had signed spirit pet contracts with these spirit insects and spirit beasts, enabling them to communicate telepathically. Hearing Lin Yi's praise, the cloud-turning carp joyfully took flight. Whoosh! A large flock of cloud-turning carp flew out of Lake of Forgetfulness together. Then, some flew above the spirit fields, others to Mount Forgetfulness, and together they cast the rainfall technique, watering the spirit herbs and trees. It was truly a magnificent sight. "In such a short time, you have grown to this extent," Lin Yi exclaimed in admiration. These cloud-turning carp had all reached the mastery level of their rainfall technique. 2 of the cloud-turning carp possessed exceptional talent, even reaching the true essence realm. Only about 2 months have passed outside. Using a 15-fold time acceleration. You 2 have spent 2 or 3 years in this immortal abode space, and you've grown to this extent, Lin Yi said with a smile. The cloud-turning carp truly lived up to their reputation as spirit fish, born with the ability to perform the rain-drifting technique. They were born knowing how to do it. After 2 or 3 years of growth, coupled with the extremely rich spiritual energy within the immortal abode space, a truly excellent blessed land, the growth of these cloud-turning carp was remarkable. You 2, once you've mastered the rain-drifting technique to the true essence realm, you can irrigate all these spiritual herbs and trees with rain from now on, without needing my help at all. Lin Yi's smile was radiant. Previously, he would occasionally enter the immortal abode to rain on some spiritual herbs and trees. From now on, he won't need to do that at all. This is the benefit of raising the cloud-turning carp. He's gained so much in just 2 months. Moreover, dozens of cloud-turning carp working together to rain on the spiritual fields and Forget Worry Mountain are much faster than him. These cloud-turning carp have much better memories than he does. They are dedicated to raining on the spiritual fields and Forget Worry Mountain, and they do so regularly. While he's outside, a day passes in the immortal abode, but 15 days pass in the immortal abode. He often forgets about it. Fortunately, these cloud-turning carp are carefully tending to these spiritual herbs and trees. Otherwise, they might have already died from his care. "These heavenly intelligence fruits are for you," Lin Yi said, picking dozens of heavenly intelligence fruits from the heavenly intelligence tree and throwing them into the forget-me-not lake. Soon, each cloud-turning carp ate one, instantly devouring them all. "They're all quite ambitious," Lin Yi smiled. These cloud-turning carp loved eating heavenly intelligence fruits. Although a grade 1 heavenly intelligence fruit could only temporarily improve comprehension, it was still very helpful to these cloud-turning carp. The fact that his cloud-turning carp had mastered the rain-drifting technique in such a short time, within 2 or 3 years, with 2 even reaching the true essence realm, was due not only to their talent but also to his regular feeding them heavenly intelligence fruits. "You've all done a great job." Lin Yi arrived at the spirit field and saw that the spirit's oil on Forget Worry Mountain was very soft and of good quality. He couldn't help but smile and praise the earthworms that had been tilling the soil. These earthworms had now grown to over a foot long. After they ingested the spirit's oil and it was nourished by their bodies, the quality of the soil improved. Unfortunately, they were still only first-grade spirit insects, only able to maintain the quality of the soil and unable to upgrade it to second grade. After 2 or 3 years of reproduction, and given the earthworm's strong reproductive ability, there were now many earthworms in the spirit's oil of the 5 acres of spirit field and on Forget Worry Mountain. With them around, the soil will be constantly turned over, keeping the spiritual soil loose and maintaining its top-grade first-class quality, which is highly beneficial to the growth of spiritual herbs and trees. When I return from the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, I will feed you second-grade spiritual herbs and help you advance to second-grade spiritual insects. Lin Yi promised with a smile. Once they reached the second-grade spiritual insect stage, these earthworms turning over the soil could potentially nurture a first-grade spiritual field into a second-grade spiritual field. In this way, even if he doesn't advance his cultivation to the transcendent realm, he can still possess a second-grade spiritual field ahead of time. It's just that the number of spiritual fields will remain the same, 5 mu, approximately 0.33 hectares. Hearing Lin Yi's promise, these earthworms turning over the soil were extremely excited. In the spirit fields and on Forget Worry Mountain, waves of excitement surged, clearly evident in their elation. At the same time, the cloud-turning carp in Forget Worry Lake also flew out of the water, eager for the same treatment. "You'll have them too," Lin Yi said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the cries of cranes echoed above his head. After 2 or 3 years of growth, the flock of white-feathered spirit cranes he had released onto Forget Worry Mountain had grown to over 1 meter tall, capable of carrying people. These were undoubtedly excellent flying mounts. "You'll also have second-grade spirit herbs," Lin Yi reassured the white-feathered spirit cranes with a smile. The immortal abode space was now teeming with life. The spiritual herbs, spiritual trees, spiritual insects, and spiritual beasts were all thriving. At this moment, a 1,000-thread spiritual silkworm, spitting out a silver thread, floated past him, also trying to attract Lin Yi's attention. It even communicated with Lin Yi telepathically, expressing its desires. They also wanted second-grade spiritual herbs and to become second-grade spiritual insects. "You've also contributed, I'll feed you second-grade spiritual herbs later." Lin Yi had no choice but to agree. He hadn't expected that even a spiritual insect like the 1,000-thread spiritual silkworm would come out and negotiate with him. Raising spiritual insects and beasts was truly interesting. There were many unknown pleasures. Moo. At this moment, A-Qing, swishing its tail and wiggling its round, pert buttocks, walked to Lin Yi's side. It nuzzled its neck affectionately against Lin Yi. "A-Qing, you'll get your share too," Lin Yi patted A-Qing's forehead and said with a smile. A-Qing had been in the immortal abode space for the past 2 months. 2 or 3 years had passed in the immortal abode space. A-Qing had grown considerably. Now, A-Qing's cultivation level was at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm, and it could become a transcendent realm spirit beast at any time. Mainly, its size had also increased significantly. It was no longer a delicate little green ox, but had become a more exquisite and graceful green ox, increasingly vibrant and endearing. Especially its pair of large, watery eyes, which seemed to speak volumes. Lin Yi could clearly sense that A-Qing's eyes held many thoughts and meanings. This was a spirit ox, incredibly intelligent and possessing an extremely rare bloodline. "A-Qing, I'm heading to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land tomorrow," Lin Yi greeted it with a smile. Hearing this, A-Qing tilted its head. Then, it kept calling out to Lin Yi. "You're going to?" Lin Yi, seeing A-Qing's intentions, asked in surprise. "Moo," A-Qing nodded. "What are you going in there for?" Lin Yi asked, puzzled. A-Qing called out twice more. This time, Lin Yi wasn't quite sure what A-Qing was thinking. He tried asking, "Do you have some connection to this Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land?" Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. This crimson jade pendant, if the outcome was bad, meant someone was deliberately raising a treasure, intending to return and reclaim it in the future. If the outcome is good, it might be something left by his parents. The peerless prodigy who set up the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley bears a striking resemblance to him. Perhaps he is an elder, a grandfather, or even a father. It could even be his father. Of course, this is just speculation. Following this line of speculation, it's possible that A-Qing's isolation in the immortal abode, his parents, and that peerless prodigy are all connected. Perhaps A-Qing also has some connection to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. However, even he doesn't know these things. He's boldly speculating based on these gradually emerging clues. It might be very close to the truth, or it might be far from it. Logically speaking, A-Qing shouldn't know anything about the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground. Why is she so eager to go there upon hearing about it? Moo, A-Qing nodded vigorously. Seeing A-Qing's affirmative answer, Lin Yi was completely stunned. This was too unexpected for him. He had been searching desperately for clues about himself, the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, and that peerless genius. But he had never found any concrete clues. Unexpectedly, he had made an unexpected discovery with A-Qing. It turned out that what he had been searching for was right beside him. What is your relationship with the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Is your master perhaps that peerless genius? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Moo. A-Qing shook her head. Is your master me? Lin Yi continued to ask. Moo. A-Qing smiled and nodded. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Although he didn't know who had left A-Qing in the immortal abode, A-Qing had grown up with him since childhood and regarded him as her true master. This still made him very happy. Have you seen that peerless prodigy who looks very similar to me? Lin Yi looked at A-Qing and asked expectantly. Chapter 154 Five-Colored Light Curtain. Moo. A-Qing shook her head. Never seen him. Lin Yi looked surprised. A-Qing had never seen that peerless prodigy. Did this mean that the crimson jade pendant wasn't left by that peerless prodigy? But if that were the case, why would A-Qing go to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area? Lin Yi was even more puzzled. A-Qing, what exactly is your connection to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area? Do you have any memories of that place? Lin Yi asked with concern. Moo. A-Qing continued to shake her head. You haven't seen that peerless prodigy? You also have no memory of the Forbidden Fire Dragon Valley, but you nodded and admitted to having a connection with Fire Dragon Valley. Could it be that this so-called connection is that Fire Dragon? Lin Yi immediately thought of this possibility. Moo. A-Qing nodded vigorously. Now, Lin Yi suddenly understood. It seemed that his previous guess was wrong. He still needed to continue searching for clues about his connection with that peerless prodigy, the Crimson Jade Pendant, and A-Qing. A-Qing wanted to go to Fire Dragon Valley because of that fire dragon. This was something he had never expected. Do you know that fire dragon? Lin Yi looked at A-Qing and asked patiently. Unable to speak, A-Qing could only obtain answers through this method of constant questioning. This kind of communication was prone to misunderstandings due to his overactive imagination and numerous assumptions. What was certain at the moment was that A-Qing had never met the peerless prodigy and had no connection to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. He only wanted to go to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area because of the existence of the fire dragon. What connection did A-Qing have with the fire dragon? Could they be close? And that peerless prodigy killed the fire dragon. Were A-Qing and that peerless prodigy enemies? Were his parents also enemies with that peerless prodigy? Of course, these were all vague speculations. The truth remained to be discovered by A-Qing himself. Now, he wanted to figure out the relationship between A-Qing and the fire dragon. Moo. A-Qing shook her head. You don't know the fire dragon? What's the connection between you? Could it be that because you're both rare spirit beasts, you're on the same level as the fire dragon? Lin Yi asked in surprise. He hadn't expected A-Qing's status to be so noble. Her bloodline was actually on the same level as the fire dragons. Moo. A-Qing shook her head. Looks like I was overthinking it. You're a bit weaker than the fire dragon. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Moo. A-Qing shook her head again. Your bloodline is even more noble and rarer than the fire dragons. Lin Yi was utterly shocked. This was completely unexpected. How powerful was the fire dragon? A-Qing's bloodline was even more noble and rarer than that of a fire dragon. Moo. A-Qing nodded with a smile. You're going to Fire Dragon Valley to obtain dragon blood to help you improve? Lin Yi asked seriously. Moo. A-Qing nodded. After a series of wild guesses, Lin Yi finally figured out its true purpose. So you want to enter Fire Dragon Valley to obtain dragon blood and improve yourself? Lin Yi suddenly realized. A-Qing really was ambitious. Fire Dragon Valley is fraught with danger, and demonic beasts roam freely. Even we top-level spirit-gathering realm cultivators are no match for those demonic beasts. If you go in, it will be very dangerous. And you might even lose your life, Lin Yi said solemnly. Moo. A-Qing shook its head, its face full of confidence. It even raised its front hooves, displaying its power to Lin Yi. You've been in the immortal abode space, where the spiritual energy is abundant. Your cultivation speed is indeed quite fast, reaching the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. But ultimately, you lack any offensive or defensive methods. Where does your confidence come from? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Although A-Qing was a rare spirit beast, it was still very weak in its infancy and no match for the powerful demonic beasts. Moo. A-Qing was somewhat displeased and turned its head away, expressing its dissatisfaction with Lin Yi's questioning. Don't be angry, I'm just worried you might be in danger, but with the immortal abode space here, I'll take you in immediately if you encounter any danger. That way, even if I die, you'll survive. Lin Yi patted A-Qing, comforting her with a smile. Hearing this, A-Qing smiled and turned her head. A-Qing, when can you speak? Right now, My conversation with you relies entirely on my inquiries and guesses, which are far from the truth. If you can speak, our conversation will be much easier." Lin Yi looked at A-Qing with anticipation. A-Qing must be hiding many secrets. He couldn't see through her at all. A-Qing had been inside the immortal abode space the whole time. How did she know the fire dragon was so powerful? How do you know the fire dragon is less noble than it? Or perhaps, A-Qing actually lived outside for a while before entering the immortal abode space, and was only placed inside afterward? But when he discovered the immortal abode space, A-Qing was just a little green ox. Its cultivation level was also very low. If A-Qing had lived outside for a long time, its cultivation level wouldn't be so low, and its body wouldn't be so thin. There are too many mysteries here. Only when A-Qing can speak can he have a proper conversation with it and understand all of this. It's said that some powerful demonic beasts and spirit beasts can only transform into human form and speak human language after cultivating to the spirit embryo realm, and some extremely powerful spirit beasts, exceptionally intelligent, might be able to speak even at the golden core realm. A-Qing, can you speak at the golden core realm? Lin Yi looked at A-Qing and asked proactively. Moo. A-Qing shook its head. You have to reach the spirit embryo realm to speak, Lin Yi asked in surprise. That would take too long. Moo. A-Qing continued to shake its head. Not even at the spirit embryo realm? Lin Yi found it hard to accept. A-Qing, being a rare spirit beast, actually faced greater difficulties in advancing its cultivation level than ordinary spirit beasts. This is similar to a simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements. While invincible at the same level, the difficulty of advancement is also far greater. If you were to reach the spirit embryo realm, A-Qing wouldn't be able to speak, making the waiting time incredibly long. Moreover, A-Qing is a rare spirit beast. The difficulty of advancing to the spirit embryo realm is likely no less than his own. How much time and effort would it take? The difficulty of obtaining any clues from A-Qing is astounding. For a moment, Lin Yi felt the road ahead was extremely difficult. He could only explore little by little. Moo. A-Qing shook its head anxiously, seemingly trying to correct Lin Yi on something. You mean I guessed wrong? You could speak at the transcendent realm. Lin Yi looked at A-Qing and boldly guessed. Moo. A-Qing nodded repeatedly. My God, you'll be able to speak once you advance to the transcendent realm. Lin Yi looked at A-Qing, utterly excited. He had thought A-Qing wouldn't be able to speak even at the spirit embryo realm. It turned out he was wrong. A-Qing could speak at the transcendent realm. This truly lived up to its reputation as an extremely rare spirit beast, exceptionally intelligent and remarkably perceptive. Most demonic beasts and spirit beasts could only speak when they transformed into human form at the spirit embryo realm. Some extremely intelligent spirit beasts could only speak at the golden core realm. But A-Qing, once she reached the transcendent realm, could speak. Suddenly, Lin Yi was filled with anticipation for A-Qing. If you could speak, I wouldn't be making such wild guesses. Feeling so anxious and uneasy, Lin Yi patted A-Qing's forehead and smiled happily. This was undoubtedly great news for him. As long as A-Qing could speak, he might get answers from her about his background, A-Qing's background, and the origins of the immortal abode space. A-Qing, if you enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area and obtain dragon blood, you'll have a chance to advance to the transcendent realm. Lin Yi looked at A-Qing and asked seriously. Moo. A-Qing nodded with a smile. Okay, this time when we enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, I'll definitely get you dragon blood, Lin Yi said excitedly. He had previously promised the 2 seniors, Androvan and Dabokao, that he would help them find dragon blood. But in his heart, he had intended to let nature take its course. He would try to find dragon blood, and if he couldn't, he wouldn't insist too much. But now, it concerned whether A-Qing could advance to the transcendent realm and speak. He had to do his best to obtain it. In his heart, A-Qing clearly held more weight. The crimson jade pendant had grown up alongside him, connected to his very destiny. A-Qing had lived in the immortal space within the crimson jade pendant since childhood. He and A-Qing could be said to have grown up together, sharing joys and sorrows. In the darkness, their fates were intertwined. A-Qing was also a rare spirit beast, with a potential to grow into a spirit beast as powerful as a fire dragon, or even stronger. From any perspective, whether emotional or practical, A-Qing was incredibly important to him. He absolutely had to get that dragon blood for A-Qing. Moo. A-Qing wagged its tail happily, overjoyed. I'm off now. Lin Yi greeted A-Qing and his consciousness left the immortal abode space. Time inside the immortal abode space was 15 times faster than outside. The short time he spent inside was equivalent to only a short time passing outside. Facing the rising sun, Lin Yi headed towards the battle peak. Luo Zhan, along with Liu Che and 8 other peak-level disciples of the spirit-gathering realm, and his senior brother Jing Zhuan, were waiting for Lin Yi's arrival. Lin Yi, you've come at the perfect time. I was just about to send Jing Zhuan to find you. Now that all 9 of you peak disciples at the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm who are heading to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area have gathered, let's set off, Luo Zhan said with a smile. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. He immediately went to Liu Che's side. Immediately, Luo Zhan and Jing Zhuan, along with Lin Yi, Liu Che, and the others, left the sect and headed for the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. After leaving the sect, Luo Zhan took out a spirit boat magic treasure, and everyone boarded the spirit boat, quickly heading towards the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. This Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area was located in the central area of the 8 major sects. The distance from each sect was roughly the same. Luo Zhan fully activated the spirit boat, and it still took about an hour to reach the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. At the entrance to the Forbidden Area of Fire Dragon Valley, the other 7 major sects arrived one after another. Lin Yi saw a 5-colored light screen at the entrance. Clearly, this was a 5-element restriction set up by a powerful cultivator who practiced all 5 elements simultaneously. Every year at this time, around noon, the restriction of the Forbidden Area of Fire Dragon Valley is at its weakest. At this time, you can enter one after another. Of course, at its weakest, the restriction can only allow cultivators at the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm to enter. At this time, the powerful restriction, similar to a fishing net, prevents cultivators above the Transcendent Realm from entering. Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi and the others, explaining in detail. Can't we enter now? Lin Yi looked at the 5-colored light screen, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. He even had a vague feeling that the 5-colored restriction wouldn't be able to stop him. No. It shouldn't be able to stop him. He really wanted to try it now. You are a cultivator of the 5 elements, so the 5-colored restriction isn't very effective at stopping you. In theory, you could go in right now, but for disciples who cultivate the 5 elements, entering is certain death. No one comes out alive. To be on the safe side, you should go in with the other 8 senior brothers and sisters. That way, you can look after each other. You are a child raised by Fu Mankiang. Your status is very special. Even if you die inside, we want to know how you died. Of course, if you regret it now, if you're scared, and don't want to go in anymore, it's not too late. Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi and said seriously. Listen to Master, I must go in. Lin Yi's face was resolute. Master, if these 8 senior brothers and sisters keep following me, and I really encounter a life or death crisis, they will only be a burden to them, possibly leading to the annihilation of our entire Piaomio sect. If we can't even bring out such a rare spiritual herb, there won't be any transcendent pills this year. Our Piaomio sect will face a crisis of survival, Lin Yi said solemnly. Luo Zhan was considering his situation and wanted the 8 senior brothers and sisters to protect him. He was very moved. But he didn't want to harm the sect because of himself, potentially causing the sect to lose everything. Besides, he didn't actually have much of a relationship with these 8 senior brothers and sisters. If he really encountered danger, he couldn't rely on them at all. Would these 8 senior brothers and sisters protect him in the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley? According to what Senior Enderwin had said, even fellow disciples might fight each other inside the forbidden area, stealing other spoils. Furthermore, he had publicly challenged these 8 senior brothers and sisters, previously taking on 9 opponents and successfully securing a spot. These 8 senior brothers and sisters likely harbored some resentment towards him. Whether for the sake of the sect's interests or his own, he had no need to act with them. Moreover, he still needed to find dragon blood. This was of even greater importance. Once he found the dragon blood, it would be his. If a group of people finds dragon blood, how should it be divided? It's a rare treasure, extremely limited in quantity. It's best to act alone to maximize the gains. You make a good point, Luo Zhan nodded. In that case, I'll go in first. Once we reach the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, if any of you 8 senior brothers and sisters encounter danger, you can light the sect's distress signal fireworks. I'll come to your aid if I see them. Lin Yi exchanged pleasantries and greeted Luo Zhan and the others. Then, he walked alone towards the multicolored light curtain. Chapter 155 Losing the Initiative. Watching Lin Yi walk towards the multicolored light screen, Luo Zhan shook his head helplessly. Lin Yi was so eager to enter the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley that he didn't even wait for him to finish explaining the rules before heading straight in. Obviously, this wouldn't work. Young man, it's good to encounter setbacks, being too arrogant isn't a good thing either, Luo Zhan sighed inwardly, watching Lin Yi's retreating figure. Lin Yi strode towards the multicolored light screen. Just as he was about to reach it, a sharp shout rang out. Lin Yi abruptly stopped and turned around. He saw a white-haired, imposing old man dressed in black stepping out from the crowd of people from other sects, glaring angrily at him. What advice do you have for me, senior? Lin Yi stopped and looked at the old man in black, asking loudly. You disciples of the Misty Sect ranked 7th in the last 8 sects grand competition, practically at the bottom. This time, when entering the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, you will also be placed at the back. What qualifications do you have to be the first to enter? The old man in black shouted angrily. Senior, isn't it all the same who goes in first? Why make things so difficult? Lin Yi looked at the old man in black, neither humble nor arrogant, and said. He felt it once again. In this world of cultivation, the hierarchy was truly strict. Being ranked low meant being looked down upon and getting beaten. Even the order of entering Fire Dragon Valley was arranged later. Rules are rules. Moreover, this isn't just a matter of the order of entry. This 5-colored light barrier, once entered, is like being mired in quagmire. It takes a great deal of effort to pass through it and enter the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Upon entering, both spiritual energy and physical strength are severely depleted, leaving one in a weakened state. Those who enter first recover first. If the person who enters first has malicious intentions and hunts down those who enter later at the entrance, those who enter will die instantly. You are Lin Yi. We all know you. You cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, invincible among cultivators of the same level in the spirit-gathering realm. Everyone else can enter first, but you are the only one who cannot. If you go in, you'll hunt down other cultivators at the entrance. Who among them can stand against you? Those who go in this time might be wiped out one by you. Do you think we'd take such a risk? The old man in black stared at Lin Yi and asked coldly. Lin Yi was speechless. He truly hadn't considered this. Those who went in first would take advantage of others' weakness to hunt down those who came later. He had never even imagined such a despicable and insidious method. But he had to admit, it was indeed terrifying. It must have happened before. Let's follow the rules. Each sect will send in its weakest disciple first, followed by the second to last ranked disciple, and so on. As the strongest member of the Misty Sect, you'll definitely be the last one to enter. Furthermore, your Misty Sect is ranked 7th, so you'll basically be the second to last among all the spirit-gathering realm cultivators. You, who can only enter last, are already dreaming of being the first? How is that possible? We will never agree, the black-clad elder said resolutely. Upon hearing this, the battle elders from the other sects all nodded in agreement. The pairs at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm were even more in favor. Before entering the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, they had thoroughly researched and studied the top disciples of various sects. Lin Yi, as the only one who cultivated all 5 elements, was their greatest adversary. They all deeply feared Lin Yi and were terrified of encountering him. They certainly wouldn't agree to let Lin Yi enter first. It was my oversight. Since that's the case, then follow the rules. You can go in first. Lin Yi glanced at the old man in black and the sect disciples behind him, and smiled slightly. Seeing Lin Yi's nonchalant attitude, the old man in black felt a chill run down his spine. A barking dog doesn't bite. A biting dog doesn't bark. Could Lin Yi be holding a grudge and planning to attack their 10,000 swords sect disciples after entering the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area? This possibility. The black-clad elder, whose expression had been extremely stern and cold, softened considerably. Lin Yi, please don't take offense. We were only thinking of the sect's disciples. We had no choice. It's just that I'm impulsive and was the first to step forward. Even if I hadn't stepped forward, the other sect's conquest elders would have. The black-clad elder looked at Lin Yi, forcing a smile, and comforted him. Rest assured, senior, I don't even know which sect you come from, and I don't know any of your disciples. I'm not the kind of despicable person who would kill all your sect's disciples over a few words. As long as your sect's disciples don't provoke me or my Misty Sect within the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, I won't harm your disciples. Of course, the same applies to other sects, Lin Yi said, Glancing at the elders and disciples of the other sects, his tone serious. Hearing this, the elders and disciples of the other 7 sects felt a chill. Was Lin Yi openly threatening them? This Lin Yi, so blatantly arrogant, does he really think he's invincible? Many disciples complained indignantly. Anyone who cultivates all 5 elements and enters the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley will surely die. We shouldn't provoke him, he'll die on his own, some rational disciples advised. They were quite open-minded. There was no need to argue with a dead man. Listening to the criticisms of the crowd, Lin Yi remained calm. He had simply said something perfectly normal. As long as these people didn't provoke him or his Misty Sect, he wouldn't attack proactively. But these people, upon hearing this, thought he was arrogant. This was a difference in their paths. There was an intense competitive relationship between the two sides, and his strength far surpassed that of the geniuses from these sects. They saw him as a thorn in their side. Even if he didn't say a word, they would still dislike him and find fault with him in various ways. Lin Yi paid no heed to these sarcastic remarks and disdain. As long as these people didn't provoke him, he wouldn't cause trouble. But if they dared to provoke him, he wouldn't hesitate to strike. Inside the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, there were no rules or morals to speak of. People would fight to the death for a rare spiritual herb. Master, should we join forces with other sect geniuses and, after entering the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, find an opportunity to kill Lin Yi together? Bai Lang, the number 1 genius of the 10,000 Sword sect, looked at Lin Yi, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Just act according to the situation. The black-clad elder, Jiao Rong, nodded slightly, tacitly approving of the plan. We must join forces to eliminate him, otherwise, given his strength, we'll be killed by him just as we're about to emerge from the rare medicinal herbs we've gathered. Rather than passively waiting to be slaughtered one by one, it's better for us to strike first, Bai Lang said righteously, looking at Lin Yi who had retreated back to the group of people from the Misty Sect. The black-clad elder, Jiao Rong, nodded in agreement. The geniuses from the myriad sword sect behind him also nodded in unison, strongly agreeing. No matter how strong Lin Yi is, he's ultimately just stronger individually. The Misty Sect is ranked at the bottom, with only 10 spots. Lin Yi is clearly going to act alone again, not with the Misty Sect disciples, so he has no help. Our myriad sword sect has 18 spots. Even if our own sect's geniuses join forces, they can definitely kill Lin Yi. If he joins forces with geniuses from other sects, no matter how powerful Lin Yi is, he will surely die. Bai Lang's eyes flashed with intense killing intent, his face full of certainty. This time entering the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area would be his last. After this, he would attempt to break through to the transcendent realm. He would never be able to enter the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area again in his life. Taking advantage of this last opportunity, he planned to plunder rare spiritual herbs to pave the way for his future. Originally, with his top-tier strength, he had a great chance of achieving his goal. But unfortunately, Lin Yi's appearance shattered his plans. Lin Yi cultivated all 5 elements simultaneously, and his strength surpassed his own. Only by eliminating Lin Yi could he achieve his wish. Otherwise, many rare spiritual herbs would fall into Lin Yi's hands. Participating in the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden ground ultimately became a matter of survival of the fittest. Whoever was stronger could gather more spiritual herbs. Whoever could also snatch the spiritual herbs from the geniuses of other sects. Meanwhile, at the Misty Sect, Lin Yi returned to Luo Zan's side. Lin Yi, you're still too impatient. I was just about to stop you and tell you about these rules, and you're already going to the 5-colored light curtain alone. Luo Zan shook his head and sighed. Master, I mainly don't want to burden the senior brothers and sisters in the sect. In this Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, anyone who cultivates all 5 elements will surely die if they enter. It's too dangerous for me to be with you. Moreover, the geniuses from other sects all regard me as their greatest enemy and wish they could join forces to kill me. That's why I wanted to act alone. I just didn't expect that there would be so many rules to enter the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, Lin Yi said with regret. The Fire Dragon Valley forbidden ground is the source of spiritual herbs for our 8 major sects, especially the main ingredients needed to refine the transcendent pill, all of which must be obtained from here. This concerns the reserves and future prospects of our 8 major sects, and these rules were established long ago. Everyone agrees on this and follows it together. According to these rules, you'll be the second to last to enter, Luo Zan reassured him. As he spoke, he took out a jade slit and handed it to Lin Yi. This contains information about the other 7 major sects, including hundreds of talented disciples, their individual strengths, preferred fighting styles, as well as their character and temperament. Study it carefully. Inside the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, what's more terrifying than the demonic beasts are actually these talented cultivators, Luo Zhan instructed. No need. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. He had absolutely no interest in understanding these people. His primary goal in entering the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley was to figure out his relationship with that peerless prodigy, obtain dragon blood, and acquire the various rare spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill. As for others, he wouldn't actively provoke them. If he were surrounded by a group of people, he would simply use his perfected 5th rank Thousand Illusions body technique and leave. With his current mastery of the Heaven and Earth Overlord body to the great perfection of Copper Skin, he could unleash the perfected 5th rank Thousand Illusions body technique to its fullest potential. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. And no one could catch him. As for encountering lone cultivators, there was absolutely no need to study them. He cultivates all 5 elements simultaneously, making him invincible within his realm. Anyone who encounters him and dares to oppose him faces certain death. He has the ability to annihilate not only lone cultivators but also groups of 3 to 5. This is the confidence that comes with true strength. He has no need for empty rhetoric. Take a look when you have time, although I think it's not very useful, at least you'll understand. If you encounter a group attack specifically designed to counter it, you can figure out a way to break free. Don't think that you can just run away from a group attack. In fact, they've set up an array beforehand to seal off that area. You can't escape at all. At that time, you'll truly be facing dozens, even hundreds, of talented cultivators attacking you. Each one is very powerful. It's truly a perilous situation, Luo Zhan patiently advised. Master is right. I'll take a look. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Anyway, he had nothing better to do while waiting. Immediately, Lin Yi poured spiritual power into the blue jade slip to examine the Fire Dragon Valley secrets recorded inside. It was indeed. After reading it, he found it quite helpful. Its usefulness against other geniuses wasn't significant. The main benefit was that he carefully noted down the subtle clues that others would leave when setting up a large formation beforehand. As long as he paid attention to these clues and didn't enter any prearranged formations, even if 100 people chased him, they wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his clothes. With his perfected 5th grade Thousand Illusions body technique, he could instantly create over a dozen incredibly realistic images, making it impossible to distinguish his true body. When those images disappeared, his true body would be nowhere to be found. This jade slip mainly contained a general description of the terrain of the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. It was a compilation of the blood and tears of generations of disciples from the Misty Sect who had entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. The guide described the general terrain and topography of the outer perimeter of Fire Dragon Valley, as well as the distribution of demonic beasts and various rare spiritual herbs. It indicated which areas required immediate attention upon entry to compete for resources. Other areas were guarded by extremely powerful demonic beasts, so there was no need to rush at the beginning. Opportunities could be sought later. With this guide, Lin Yi felt his chances of finding all the rare spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendental pill had greatly increased. This was because in some places, if you arrived too late, the mature rare spiritual herbs would have already been harvested. Unfortunately, I was the second to last to enter, which means I missed the biggest opportunity. Lin Yi put down the jade slip, his face full of regret. If he had been the first to enter, he could have visited all these places, picking a few of each type of spiritual herb to obtain seeds. With the seeds of spiritual herbs and his immortal abode space, he could quickly cultivate a large batch of rare spiritual herbs. But now, he was the second to last to enter. By the time he arrived at these places, the rare spiritual herbs would likely have all been harvested. So, when you go in, don't worry about morality. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground is about competition, about snatching from others. Everyone does the same. There's no need to talk about morality or righteousness. If you don't snatch, you won't be able to refine the transcendent pill. You won't be able to advance to the transcendent realm, and our entire Misty Sect will suffer a decline. The sect's future will be uncertain. Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi and solemnly instructed him. Lin Yi was too kind, too rule-abiding. He adhered strictly to the bottom line of morality and righteousness. This is a good thing. He usually has many connections and is well-liked. The elders in his sect trust him enough to nurture him without fear of ingratitude. However, this kind of benevolence and morality has its limits. Once they reach the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, this is the battlefield of the various sects. Countless sect ancestors have died here. Every inch of the land is stained red with blood. To speak of morality and benevolence at this time would be to go against oneself and one's own sect. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Master and Disciple discuss the Dao. Master, I cannot agree with your statement. These elixirs for refining the transcendental pill are indeed extremely rare, obtainable only within the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, but that is not a reason for us to intentionally kill. Intentional killing, no matter how many reasons or excuses are used to justify it, is still intentional killing. It's because evil seeds have been sown in one's heart. This is the most fundamental difference that distinguishes people. Some people have seeds of goodness in their hearts. Some people have seeds of evil in their hearts. Different seeds shape how we conduct ourselves, leading to different choices. A person who harbors the seeds of evil in their heart will not only commit evil deeds this time in the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, whitewashing themselves as a continuation of their sect and finding a good, beautifying excuse, but they will do the same in other places in the future. Because that's the kind of person they are. Over time, the seeds of evil will blossom and bear fruit, growing into a towering tree, and this person will become a ruthless killer. I don't want to be that kind of person. Lin Yi looked at Luo Zhan, his face full of determination. At this moment, various sects began to send disciples into the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area one after another. Lin Yi didn't have the opportunity to go in beforehand and could only discuss the Dao with Luo Zhan here. He also felt it necessary to use this discussion to make Luo Zhan understand more clearly what kind of person he was, and to let the Misty Sect know what kind of person he was. No one should try to use sect interests or sect righteousness to manipulate his morality or encourage him to become a villain who actively commits murder. He firmly opposed this and would never do such a thing. This was his bottom line. Lin Yi, I'm gratified that you have a seed of goodness in your heart, and the sect will be very pleased as well. Because we nurtured you, you will know how to repay kindness and will not do anything ungrateful. But I must tell you that good and evil are not always absolute. This world is not simply black and white. Between black and white, there exists a gray area. The gray area is the norm. Most people live in this area, neither extremely bad nor extremely kind. I'm asking you to actively steal rare spiritual herbs from disciples of other sects. If you don't want to kill, you don't have to. Stealing treasures is indeed a kind of evil, but compared to actively killing, it's not such a great evil. At the same time, you did this for the development of the sect, and for the sake of many fellow disciples so they could successfully advance to the transcendent realm. Think about your friends, Meng Yao, Ji Teng, Ji Zinayu, He Sui, and Wang Qingsu. If the sect didn't have transcendent pills, how could they have advanced to the transcendent realm? You did this for your friends. It's a good deed. In this way, good and evil cancel each other out. You're just mediocre, existing in a gray area. This is the normal situation. Your pursuit of absolute goodness and absolute purity is abnormal and bad. Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi and spoke eloquently. Very few disciples could discuss the Dao with him. Most disciples are preoccupied with acquiring powerful cultivation techniques, elixirs, opportunities, and ways to improve their strength and cultivation level. These are all superficial. With resources or through hard work, advancement is easy. What truly determines how far a person can go is their state of mind, their Dao heart. The gray area. This is their Dao. Demonic cultivators are black. Almost no one chooses white. White is too difficult to achieve. Even a little dust can taint it, and it becomes corrupted, no longer pure. Walking the white path is too exhausting, simply torturing oneself, making things difficult for oneself. He didn't want to see Lin Yi walk such a difficult path. Moreover, once one chooses white, there are many weaknesses and concerns. Bad people have few weaknesses. Good people have too many concerns. People would use this weakness to threaten him and force him to submit. If he didn't submit, they would kill his friends and family, leaving him with lifelong resentment. Master, I understand what you mean. I'm just sticking to my bottom line. I'm not stupid. I'm not absolutely against killing. I just won't kill unprovoked. If someone tries to kill me, I'll kill them immediately. Furthermore, I can obtain these rare medicinal herbs through fair and square means. I can compete for them. They might not be able to beat me. I don't need to wait for them to get their hands on the rare medicinal herbs before actively snatching them from them. Lin Yi smiled slightly. This was his confidence. I see. Your path requires immense strength. Those without strength can only achieve their goals through various means. Only with absolute strength can one be themselves and achieve their goals. You are invincible in your realm, so it's understandable that you choose this path. If I were you, I probably wouldn't want to burden my Dao heart either, and would simply be myself, relying on immense strength to achieve my goals, Luozhan said with a smile. Tailoring instruction to individual needs. Lin Yi's strength, talent, and potential are undeniable. He is far more outstanding and impressive than others. Many cannot walk this path, they lack the strength. But Lin Yi can. Judging by your strength, you have no problem taking this path and doing this, but the problem is, you're the second to last to go in. Everyone else who went in before you has already picked the medicinal herbs. You'll just be coming up empty-handed, gaining nothing. No matter how strong you are, it's useless, Luozhan said helplessly. This is indeed a major disadvantage for me, Lin Yi nodded. Master, are those most precious medicinal herbs easy to obtain? Are they all on the outermost edge? Lin Yi asked directly. That's not it. The outermost spiritual herbs can actually be cultivated within our sect. It's just more time-consuming and labor-intensive. The truly rare spiritual herbs, those with extremely demanding growing conditions, are actually located further inside Fire Dragon Valley. Those herbs are guarded by powerful demonic beasts, requiring us to lure them away before we can steal them, which takes a considerable amount of time, Luozhan stated truthfully. In that case, the outermost spiritual herbs aren't very important. We can cultivate them within our sect, so it doesn't matter, even if they get in a little earlier than me, they'll still have a hard time obtaining the truly rare herbs further inside, Lin Yi said with a smile. On the surface, this was a significant advantage for him. But secretly, he didn't actually need this advantage at all. It was simple. Disciples from the 8 major sects entered the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley to gather spiritual herbs, all of which couldn't be cultivated outside. Therefore, they could only gather the mature herbs. What did that have to do with him? Even if these people gathered all the mature herbs, it wouldn't matter to him. Because he had his immortal abode space. He only needed to transplant the remaining, immature but nearly mature herbs into his immortal abode space, burn some of his cultivation, and he could immediately accelerate their ripening, obtaining herb seeds. He could then cultivate a large quantity of herbs at any time. Did he need to compete? Did he need to actively kill to seize treasures, violating his own Dao heart? Absolutely not. Under such circumstances, for him to actively kill and steal treasures truly shows the seeds of evil in his heart. He is utterly inhuman. What he truly needs to do is enter the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, search for dragon blood, and seek the potential connection with that peerless prodigy. Killing and stealing treasures, plundering spiritual herbs, these are, for him, the easiest things. Of course, anyone who seeks death and comes to kill him will face his merciless sword. He will not let any of those who want to kill him go, he will slaughter them all. That's really true. The disciples of our Misty Sect who went in early also had a chance to pick the spiritual herbs in the outer area. If they couldn't get any, the sect can spend some time and effort to cultivate them themselves, Luozhan said with a smile. So, Master, you don't need to worry about the spiritual herbs at all, Lin Yi reassured him with a smile. As a battle elder, picking the spiritual herbs for refining the transcendent pill was Luozhan's greatest responsibility. It was normal for him to attach great importance to this. Hearing you say that, I'm indeed no longer so worried about the spiritual herbs. What I'm really worried about now is you. None of the 5 elements cultivators who entered the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area before came out. I'm afraid you'll suffer the same fate, Luozhan said with a worried expression. He greatly admired and had high hopes for Lin Yi. If things developed normally, Lin Yi would undoubtedly become a powerful ruler. Unfortunately, entering the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area so early was a certain death sentence for someone cultivating all 5 elements. He couldn't go in to protect Lin Yi and could only wait outside. Master, don't worry about me, I will definitely come out alive, Lin Yi said firmly. I also trust you very much, otherwise I wouldn't have let you in, but I'm just worried. I hope you can be the exception, the only one to come out alive. If you encounter danger, prioritize your survival. The 5-colored restriction will weaken again in 3 days, and that will be the best time to come out, Luozhan instructed. In other words, I only have 3 days inside the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Lin Yi said solemnly. He needs to gather spiritual herbs, search for dragon blood, and reconnect with that peerless prodigy. This requires him to explore the entire Fire Dragon Valley. 3 days might not be enough. Yes, only 3 days. If you don't come out after 3 days, even if you survive, you'll only have the chance to come out next year, but there are so many demonic beasts in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. Can you survive a whole year? It's hard to even survive a month. I suspect that those who cultivated all 5 elements before probably relied on their strength to venture deep into the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, only to encounter powerful demonic beasts and perish. Single elemental cultivators, whose strength is relatively weaker, can survive by wandering around outside and escaping when things get bad. As the saying goes, those who drown are often the ones who can swim. That's the point, Luo Zhan said with a serious face. He was warning Lin Yi, hoping that Lin Yi could adapt to the situation. Don't be so stubborn. When you encounter danger, the first thing to do is run away. I have 2 rank 5 teleportation talismans here, which are my trump cards for survival. Take them and use them. I hope you won't need them. As Luo Zhan spoke, he took out 2 rank 5 teleportation talismans and handed them to Lin Yi. He had complete trust in Lin Yi's strength. In fact, at Lin Yi's level, no matter what benefits he or the sect gave him, it would be difficult to improve Lin Yi's strength. Lin Yi's strength had completely reached the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm cultivator. In fact, in the history of the Misty Sect, in all the years he had lived, he had never seen a disciple with such great strength as Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi's strength was unlikely to improve any further, then he could only try to improve Lin Yi's chances of survival. Giving Lin Yi the 2 rank 5 teleportation talismans he had treasured, talismans he hadn't used even when facing life-threatening situations, was the only thing he could do. Master, I can't accept this. Lin Yi looked at Luo Zhan, his heart warmed, and quickly waved his hand in refusal. The 2 seniors, Anduin and Dabo, gave him the teleportation talismans because they needed his help to obtain dragon blood from the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. They wanted him to risk his life to do this, so their reward was perfectly normal. It was a kind of transaction. But Luo Zhan was different. Luo Zhan didn't want him to take risks, fearing something might happen to him. It was purely out of concern and care that he gave him these 2 extremely precious rank 5 teleportation talismans. This was the love a master had for his disciple. Take these. If you don't need them and manage to come out alive, you can return them to me later. I hope you can return them to me. Luo Zhan patted Lin Yi's shoulder and said with a smile. His implication was that he hoped Lin Yi would come out alive. As long as Lin Yi survived, he would consider these 2 rank 5 teleportation talismans used up without any regret. Master, Lin Yi looked at Luo Zhan, his heart filled with warmth. He had no choice but to accept the 2 rank 5 teleportation talismans. At the same time, he secretly made a decision. Unless faced with a life or death crisis and absolutely necessary, he would try his best not to use these 2 rank 5 teleportation talismans. Besides this, I've thought about it. As someone who cultivates all 5 elements, you're invincible within your realm. Everyone else sees you as a thorn in their side, and they probably all secretly want to join forces to eliminate you. Since you're the last to enter, the 5 colored restrictions will drain your energy, leaving you relatively weak. If they take advantage of your weakness to attack you, you might die on the spot. I've decided to place you first in our Misty Sect, after the other 6 sects, making you the 7th. That way, even if the first 6 attack you, with your strength, you can escape alive. If you were to enter second to last, surrounded by hundreds of people while you're weak, you would undoubtedly die. What dangers lie within the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Grounds? I can't share your burden, but I need to eliminate the dangers from other sects for you beforehand. Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi with a determined expression. Master, is that alright? Lin Yi asked in surprise. This is the gray area I was talking about. I told you, you are the weakest person in our Misty Sect. What can they say if we put you in the first position for our Misty Sect to enter? Are you suggesting we have you compete on the spot? Obviously not. Normally, the order of entry for sect disciples is 1 person from each sect, decided by the sect itself, supposedly according to strength, with the weakest entering first. But in the past, there have often been those who have taken advantage of the situation, letting the stronger disciples enter first. It's no big deal for our Misty Sect to do this once, Luo Zhan said indifferently. Master is wise, Lin Yi praised with a smile. Indeed. Sometimes, it's easier to get things done in the gray areas. Chapter 157 Freedom of Movement. Next, It's the turn of the Misty Sect to send out its first disciple to enter the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, said an elderly man from Blue Mountain who was in charge of the overall situation. Lin Yi, you go. You must be the first one in, and you must secure an advantage for our Misty Sect. Of course, 6 disciples from other sects have already gone in before you. On the surface, they are the weakest in their respective sects, but that's not actually the case. No one will obediently follow this bullshit rule, and no one cares. Everyone knows it. The 6 disciples from the major sects who went in before you should all be very strong. If all 6 of them gang up on you, it would be a considerable threat when you are weak. Fortunately, there are only 6 of them. If you were the second to last one to go in, there might be hundreds of cultivators ganging up on you, then you would definitely die. Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi with a serious expression, placing high hopes on him. Master, you can rest assured, 6 people alone can't stop me. Lin Yi smiled slightly. This wasn't boasting. It was absolute confidence. Even though he had been depleted of spiritual energy by the 5-colored light barrier, he wasn't afraid of these people. Even if he only had 20% of his spiritual energy left, he was confident he could defeat them. Because he had the 5 elements ring to convert spiritual energy, and with the simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements, his spiritual energy foundation was comparable to theirs. With similar spiritual energy foundations, he could easily kill one of them in a few moves. Soon, it went from 1 against 5 to 1 against 4, immediately reducing the difficulty. Then, he could even kill one more. This would directly become 1 against 3, making it even easier. If these 6 dared to attack him, he would make them disappear forever from the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Never to emerge again. That was always his way of life. He would never kill intentionally. But if anyone tried to kill him, he would give them no chance of survival. I don't bully people. But if anyone dares to bully me, I'll repay them 10-fold, 100-fold. This was his principle. He didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. I believe in you, go. Luo Zhan patted Lin Yi's shoulder, encouraging him with a smile. A deep worry flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He was truly worried that Lin Yi might have an accident this time. No. Normally, those who cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously would die upon entering. Coming back alive would be an accident. If that were the case, he truly hoped Lin Yi could create an exception, becoming the sole exception. I'm going. Lin Yi greeted Luo Zhan and the others from the Misty Sect, then turned and walked towards the multicolored light screen. Just then, someone blocked Lin Yi's path. Luo Zhan, how could you be so shameless? Lin Yi's strength is so great, everyone knows that. Why did you let him go in first? Is he perhaps the weakest disciple of your Misty Sect? An old man in black asked angrily. Don't give me that sarcastic talk. When has your Piaohou sect ever followed this rule? Besides, the strength of Lin Yi is determined by our Piaomiao sect. Among the disciples we sent this time, Lin Yi is the weakest. If you don't believe me, I can have Lin Yi fight the other 4 disciples one by one. And you'll be convinced. Luo Zhan stepped forward and said coldly. He directly confronted the old man in black. The other sect elders who originally wanted to step forward and say a few words to stop him all unconsciously retreated when they saw Luo Zhan's tough stance. The old man in black was somewhat bewildered. Indeed. Having Lin Yi fight the 4 disciples of the Piaomiao sect one by one to determine who was stronger was too fake. Lin Yi could just deliberately admit defeat. The other 4 disciples were also from the Misty Sect. They only needed to play along with Lin Yi's act. Lin Yi, go ahead, let's see who dares to stop you. Luo Zhan stepped forward, protecting Lin Yi and gently pushing him to let him pass. The black-clad elder beside him opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Since that's the case, what's the point of having these rules? They're useless. From now on, all the major sects can just take turns sending their disciples, regardless of their strength, the black-clad elder said in a desperate manner. Haven't we already done that? Luo Zhan's words left him speechless. The black-clad elder's face turned ashen, and he retreated unwillingly. Once you enter the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, find an opportunity to unite with the geniuses of other sects and deal with Lin Yi together. Don't let him come out alive, the black-robed elder instructed the disciples of the Floating Fire sect. The disciples all nodded in unison. They didn't feel the same burden as Lin Yi. If the elder ordered them to kill, they would immediately go and kill. They were very obedient and compliant. Soon, the elders of other sects also gave the same instructions to their disciples. You must find a way to kill Lin Yi. The forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley is said to be red, but not from the blood of fire dragons. It's stained with the blood of geniuses who have perished there year after year. Every time the day of departure approaches, the strongest disciples, feeling they don't have enough spiritual herbs, will slaughter disciples from other sects to steal them. If you don't kill Lin Yi, he will kill you one by one as the time for departure approaches. Rather than passively waiting to be killed, it's better to join forces and strike first. The elders of their respective sects advised him in this way. And some of the elders' favorite disciples also received special instructions from the elders. Besides the geniuses from other sects, you must also be wary of the geniuses within your own sect. Whoever brings back the most spiritual herbs and resources will have a higher status within the sect, and will receive greater support in their future development. You are the most talented disciples of the younger generation in your sects, and there is fierce competition among you. If someone dies, the one who survives will basically monopolize the top-tier resources, and their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Don't even mention the transcendent realm. Even the golden core realm won't take long to reach it. Hearing these chilling warnings, these young geniuses were deeply shaken. Looking at their fellow disciples beside them, they felt a profound unease and wariness. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, though called a forbidden ground, is really just a collection of powerful demonic beasts. Unless you actively provoke them, these beasts won't leave their territory. This forbidden ground refers to the forbidden ground of humanity. More than half of the fallen cultivators died by their own hands, not from demonic beasts. This is a severe test for you. If you successfully pass this test, your path will be much longer. Some elders placed high hopes on their sect's disciples. At the same time, Luozan also carefully instructed the Piaomio sect disciples on what to pay attention to after entering the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, offering earnest advice. The disciples listened attentively, nodding frequently. At this moment, Lin Yi arrived before the 5-colored light screen. The disciple ahead of him, from the 6th-ranked sect, had already entered halfway into the screen. However, he seemed stuck, as if trapped in quagmire, inching forward as if trying to pass through a wall, extremely difficult. After a long while, his body finally disappeared completely. Whether he had completely passed through the 5-colored light screen was uncertain. After waiting a while longer, the blue-robed elder, seeing the 5-colored light screen, said to Lin Yi, "You can go in now." Lin Yi nodded slightly, glanced at the screen, and stepped forward. Just then, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. Lin Yi sold a book, and half of his body entered the 5-colored light curtain. He took another step, and his entire body was inside. Everyone was stunned. How could this be? This 5-colored light curtain seems to disappear. The 5 Elements Fellowship disciples who entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area before also faced great difficulty. None of them were like Lin Yi. The elders and disciples of the various sects were all amazed. "Master, what exactly happened to Lin Yi?" Jingzhuan, standing beside him, couldn't help but look at Luozan and ask in surprise. The other disciples of the Misty Sect were also full of confusion. "I can't explain this either. Perhaps the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground is destined for Lin Yi. It's been waiting for a destined person. It's very possible that Lin Yi is that destined person." Luozan laughed heartily. Seeing Lin Yi's performance, his tightly clenched heart relaxed considerably. Indeed, it was just as Lin Yi said. The peerless genius who set up the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, the cold emperor named Lin Han, looked remarkably similar to Lin Yi. There must be a deep connection between Lin Yi and the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground. Even if everyone went in, they would undoubtedly die. He also believed that Lin Yi had a great chance of surviving against all odds. To put it bluntly, the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground might even be a private medicinal garden left for Lin Yi by that cold emperor. These people were the intruders. Of course, this was just his speculation. The truth of the matter was something Lin Yi had to find himself. Just as everyone was marveling, whoosh, the multicolored light screen flashed. Lin Yi's figure emerged from the multicolored light screen again. This time, he faced everyone. He didn't retreat the way he came. Inside the multicolored light screen, which was like a quagmire, Lin Yi was actually able to turn around. Is there something wrong with this multicolored light screen? Many people had deep doubts. Doubts about themselves. Doubts about life. "Master, you saw it, right? Can you rest assured now?" Lin Yi looked at Luozan and said with a smile. He came out again to reassure Luozan. "I'm relieved. You are truly extraordinary, one of a kind. You'll definitely come out alive." Luozan laughed loudly. Lin Yi had really made him proud this time. The one who created this miracle was his disciple. Tell my friends, Meng Yao and the others, not to worry about me. Tell them that I can enter and leave the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area whenever I want, not only now, when the 5-colored light barrier is at its weakest, but even normally, when the 5-colored light barrier is strong and others cannot enter, I can still enter. The 5-colored light barrier poses no obstacle to me. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area has always been open to me, Lin Yi said with a smile. That's absolutely true. You can really go in and come out anytime. Luo Zhan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of the other sects paled. What will we do? From now on, Lin Yi can enter and leave the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area at any time, and only he can do that. With him, the Misty Sect can continuously obtain the spiritual herbs for refining the Transcendent Realm Pill from the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, and then cultivate a bunch of Transcendent Realm experts. These spiritual herbs for refining the Transcendent Realm Pill have been harvested by Lin Yi and obtained by the Misty Sect. Our sects will have no way to survive. We won't be able to cultivate any Transcendent Realm disciples. Soon, the younger generation of geniuses will no longer join our sects, even if it means a long journey. They will join the Misty Sect. If this continues, the Misty Sect is destined to become the leader of the 8 sects. The elders of the other sects gathered together, erecting a protective barrier, and whispered among themselves. This boy must not be allowed to live. We must eliminate him before he grows up. If he doesn't die, none of us will survive. Why don't we, the 7 major sects, join forces and have our disciples kill him together in the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley? That's right. That's what we must do. Hundreds of talented cultivators join forces to kill him. The elders of the 7 major sects made this decision together. This time, it wasn't just empty talk, telling their disciples to find an opportunity to kill him. You must join forces. We must kill Lin Yi. The elders of the 7 major sects issued orders to their respective sects' disciples with extremely resolute attitudes. The disciples nodded vigorously. Their eyes were filled with jealousy and murderous intent as they looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's existence made them all seem incredibly foolish. If Lin Yi didn't die, they were all too mediocre. Most importantly, they all believed that even if over 100 people joined forces to kill Lin Yi, no matter how strong he was, he would still be doomed. Being invincible at the same level only applies to one-on-one combat. In a prolonged one-on-one fight, Lin Yi might win. But what about 1 against 19, 29, or even 99, or over 100? With so many people attacking together, Lin Yi wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Master, I came back this time because I wanted to tell him 2 things. The first thing is to tell you not to worry about me. Lin Yi looked at Luo Zhan and said seriously. And the second thing? Luo Zhan asked with concern. The second thing is that since I can freely enter and leave the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, I might not come out in 3 days. If I don't come out then, you don't need to worry about me. In the end, I will definitely come out alive, Lin Yi said with a determined look on his face. Chapter 158 Joint Siege. You won't be out for 3 days. Luo Zhan walked to Lin Yi's side and asked telepathically. I'll try to come out in 3 days, but master, you know there are secrets within this Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area that I need to explore. 3 days might not be enough. If there are other secrets inside, it might take even longer. Anyway, I can come and go freely within this Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, so you don't need to worry about me, Lin Yi said with a smile. In that case, I'll wait patiently here. Whenever you come out, I'll wait, Luo Zhan said firmly. What if I don't come out for a year? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. If you don't come out in a year, I'll wait for you here for a year. I firmly believe you can come out alive, otherwise, I wouldn't have let you in, Luo Zhan said solemnly. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart. This master truly cared for him. Master, with your words, I won't delay too long. I'll try my best to come out with the others within 3 days, Lin Yi said earnestly. That would be best. 9 disciples from our Misty Sect entered the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area together this time. If you don't come out, our sect's disciples will be bullied. This bullying isn't the usual kind. It means they'll all be killed. For their sake, for the sake of the sect, you must come out as soon as possible, Luo Zhan instructed Lin Yi. He still didn't want Lin Yi to stay there too long. Master, that's not a very tactful thing to say. Don't you know that I'm the one everyone's targeting? If I'm with them, they'll be attacked. If I'm not with them, they might be alright, Lin Yi joked. That's true, but I still hope you come out in 3 days. I really don't want anything to happen to you. Also, some things don't need to be rushed. Since you can freely enter and exit the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, why don't you first obtain the spiritual herbs to refine the Transcendent Pill? After you advance to the Transcendent Realm, your strength will be greater, and you can enter again. Would that be better? By then, your strength will be stronger, and your chances of survival will be higher. Why take the risk now? Luozan earnestly advised. Master is right. Since I can freely enter and exit the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, there's really no need to risk my life this time. Then I promise, I'll be out in 3 days. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said solemnly. There were still too many people outside who were worried about him. Furthermore, he now had room to maneuver. When there was no way out, he could charge forward recklessly, risking his life. But when there was a way out, and he could handle the matter more safely, risking his life again wouldn't be worthwhile. Lin Yi, there's something else I need to make clear to you. Don't go too deep this time. Just get the spiritual herbs needed to refine the Transcendent Pill. Also, don't linger in battle. Even if you're surrounded, don't linger. When you leave, if hundreds of people surround you, wait until they've all come out before you come out. Anyway, in 3 days, this 5-colored light barrier will start to strengthen. They can't afford to delay. They must come out. If they don't, they'll have to wait until next year. They're destined not to live to see next year, Luozan said gently. Master, I understand. Lin Yi nodded. He noticed that Luozan became increasingly nervous and worried about him as he spoke. He was afraid that Luozan would act impulsively and that something might happen to him. Then you've promised me. You'll definitely be out within 3 days, Luozan said solemnly. I promise you, Lin Yi nodded earnestly. Gathering the necessary ingredients to refine the Transcendental Pill within 3 days was naturally no difficulty for him. Go, we'll wait for your good news. A smile finally appeared on Luozan's face. Lin Yi didn't insist on going his own way and still heeded his advice. Master, I have another worry, Lin Yi said, frowning. What's the worry? Luozan asked with concern. As you know, this 5-colored light barrier can only be entered by cultivators at the Spirit Gathering Realm. Those at the Transcendent Realm cannot enter. Although I can enter and exit freely now, will I still be able to after reaching the Transcendent Realm? That's hard to say, isn't it? If I can't achieve my wish this time, how will I enter when I advance to the Transcendent Realm? That would be a lifelong regret for me. Just thinking about it makes me feel so unwilling, Lin Yi said solemnly. He didn't want that to happen. It was such a pity. It shouldn't. You can enter and exit freely now, which means the 5-colored light barrier doesn't affect you. It should be the same when you reach the Transcendent Realm, Luozan reassured him. What if it doesn't work? Lin Yi asked. If that doesn't work, there's still a solution, Luozan smiled slightly. No matter what, he had to appease Lin Yi and get him out alive first. What solution? Lin Yi pressed for details. It's simple. If you reach the Transcendent Realm and find you can't enter again, you can disperse your cultivation and start over. If you let your cultivation drop to the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, you can enter again, right? Then you won't need to go in with so many people. Since you can come and go as you please, you can go in any time. I'll accompany you again then. What do you think of this? Luozan asked, discussing. Dispersing some cultivation, that's indeed a good solution, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. He was fairly satisfied with this method. It allowed him to advance smoothly to the Transcendent Realm without taking this risk. Once he reached the Transcendent Realm, if possible, he could directly enter. If not, he could disperse some of his cultivation to enter. This way, he could attack or defend as needed, maximizing his chances of survival. Furthermore, once you reach the Transcendent Realm, your spiritual consciousness will also greatly improve. Your current cultivation level is at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Once you advance to the Transcendent Realm, your spiritual consciousness cultivation will reach the Golden Core Realm. Think about it, with such a spiritual consciousness level, your ability to activate magic weapons and unleash spells will be extremely powerful in all aspects. Furthermore, your comprehension of swordsmanship, various spiritual consciousness secret techniques, and physical body secret methods will also make great progress. After your strength has increased significantly, you can disperse some of your cultivation to reach the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm and re-enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. At that time, your chances of survival will be much greater than they are now, don't you think so? Luozan explained in detail, smiling as he advised. As long as Lin Yi doesn't act impulsively and survives, he feels everything is fine. Lin Yi will eventually be able to roam freely in the Forbidden Fire Dragon Valley and find the answers he seeks. Haste makes waste. You must be patient. If you rush things, you could even lose your life. Why not take it safe? Luo Zhan advised. Listen to Master, I will take it safe. My biggest goal this time is to obtain the Transcendental Pill. If possible, I'll investigate further. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Luo Zhan's words were indeed reasonable and irrefutable. Ignoring the advice of elders leads to regret. Some detours are unnecessary. Avoiding risks in advance and maximizing benefits is the wisest decision. He greeted Luo Zhan. Lin Yi turned and walked towards the multicolored light screen. Whoosh! A flash of multicolored light. Lin Yi's figure stepped into the multicolored light screen. The next moment, Lin Yi then stepped through the multicolored light screen and arrived inside the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. As soon as he entered, Lin Yi sensed a dangerous aura. He had a premonition of something bad. His first action was to unleash the Thousand Illusions body technique. Whoosh! Instantly, 9 incredibly realistic figures appeared. Each one looked exactly like him. Then, these 9 figures flew off in 9 different directions. It was impossible to distinguish which was the real body and which was just a shadow. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, 6 figures rushed forward, wielding flying swords, and slashed at the spot where Lin Yi had been standing. So it's you. One of the figures was Lin Yi's true form. As Lin Yi revealed himself, the other powerful figures instantly vanished from their spots. You haven't weakened at all. The leading blue-robed disciple looked at Lin Yi's face, which was completely devoid of sweat, and exclaimed in shock. What, have I disappointed you? Lin Yi retorted. How can you be so shameless? As the first disciple to enter your sect, another red-robed disciple questioned. Judging from your sword strike just now, you're clearly not the worst in your sect. Why did you get in first? If we're talking about shamelessness, you're the one who was shameless first. Since you're shameless, why should I talk to you about rules? And you have the nerve to call me shameless? Lin Yi sneered. Even so, you're no match for us. As long as we hold you off, a steady stream of our companions will come to our aid, the blue-robed disciple said defiantly. That's laughable. You think the 6 of you are a match for me? Believe it or not, I can kill all 6 of you before anyone else comes out. Lin Yi grinned from ear to ear. These 6 people came from 6 different sects, with absolutely no coordination whatsoever. How could they possibly kill him? Then let's try, the blue-robed disciple said fiercely. He said this, but in reality, he had no intention of making a move. Clearly, he was stalling for time. Lin Yi saw through his intentions at a glance. Are you planning to keep stalling like this until the other disciples come in and gang up on me to kill me? Lin Yi asked seriously. Since you've guessed it, there's no need for us to hide anything. We do intend to do just that, the red-robed disciple said bluntly. He also wanted to continue stalling for time by talking to Lin Yi. Prepare for the 7 major sects, hundreds of people, to gang up on me. Looks like I really have a lot of influence. Your strength is quite impressive. It's actually worth you going to such lengths. I really can't think of anyone else who could match my charisma, Lin Yi said with a smile. He seemed completely unconcerned. Since he was being delayed, he didn't seem to care much. Our ganging up on you is out of necessity, forced by our sects. A somewhat delicate-looking girl in a green dress frowned, looking quite helpless. You don't need to feel guilty, I understand. Lin Yi waved his hand and laughed. This girl in the green dress had even resorted to self-inflicted injury to delay him. She wanted to gain his trust and sympathy, hoping to soften his heart. The 6 of you are no match for me. If you leave now, I'll spare your lives. If you remain obstinate, today is your death day, Lin Yi coldly shouted. If the 6 of us gang up on you, at least we can buy you some time. You can't kill us. As our numbers increase, the time we can buy you will also increase, and you'll be even less able to kill us. Who are you trying to scare? The blue-robed cultivator asked with a smile. He firmly believed that his 6 companions, as top disciples of their respective sects, could at least put up a fight if they joined forces. Seeing your confidence, I really want to make my move and kill you all. Lin Yi couldn't contain himself. That sounds so good, then why don't you make your move? The red-robed cultivator retorted. Is he just pretending to be weak so we won't notice? Should we make our move now, kill him while he's weak? It'll be troublesome once he recovers. Another cultivator in yellow robes, noticing that Lin Yi seemed to be stalling for time, asked nervously. Do I look weak to you? Lin Yi turned around and asked with a smile. You're just bluffing, still stalling for time. The cultivator in yellow robes thought he had seen through Lin Yi's true nature. You guys really saw through me. Actually, I was very weak just now. I was deliberately stalling to buy time. I've recovered quite a bit now. Even if the 6 of you join forces, you can't stop me. Lin Yi looked at the 6 people and said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly used the 5th grade 1000 illusion movement technique. This time, he directly condensed more than a dozen seemingly realistic figures, which fled in different directions. The 6 genius cultivators stood there, completely dumbfounded. They had no idea which one to chase. You've wasted your best opportunity. Lin Yi's voice came from one of the directions. Unfortunately, the voice was getting farther and farther away, and with their movement technique level, they were destined not to catch up. Whoosh! A figure flashed by. Lin Yi broke free from the encirclement of the 6 men and emerged from a patch of grass 100 feet away. These 6 are really lucky, he sighed, shaking his head. I restrained my killing intent and didn't kill them. Originally, given his temperament, if these 6 wanted to kill him, he would definitely retaliate and make them die. However, after hearing from them that hundreds of other sect disciples, including geniuses of the same age, were going to join forces to kill him, he changed his mind. Since this life or death battle was inevitable, why start it now? Since it was a life or death battle, he wanted to maximize his gains. He could have waited 3 days until these hundreds of geniuses had gathered enough spiritual herbs and made sufficient discoveries and gains in the Forbidden Fire Dragon Valley before making his move. At that time, the fruits of the labor of these hundreds of geniuses will all fall into his hands. There's really no need to act prematurely now. Chapter 159 Bloodline Suppression. Let's gather the spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill first, Lin Yi said decisively. Immediately, he took out the recipe for the transcendent pill, which listed dozens of spiritual herbs. In fact, half of these herbs could be grown outside. Another half were more difficult to grow outside, but could be cultivated if one invested heavily. Finally, there were about 6 herbs that could only be obtained within the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden area. Therefore, gathering these last 6 rare herbs was of paramount importance. For the other herbs, at least the seeds could be obtained outside. It's easier to gather all these herbs directly from within the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden area. I'm too lazy to go find others to get herb seeds, and it would easily expose myself, Lin Yi pondered before making his decision. Besides the pill formula, Lin Yi also took out the map of Fire Dragon Valley given to him by Luozan. The map marked each location with the types of spiritual herbs found there, as well as the types of demonic beasts guarding these herbs, their habits, and how to lure them away to harvest the herbs. This forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley is essentially a herb garden. It's thanks to these demonic beasts guarding it that these spiritual herbs can grow and mature smoothly. Unless absolutely necessary, I'll try not to kill these demonic beasts. I just need to get the herbs, Lin Yi thought to himself. However, with demonic beasts guarding them, if he wanted to outsmart them, he still needed someone to cooperate and lure them away. Currently, the other disciples of the Misty Sect hadn't gotten up yet, and he couldn't be in 2 places at once. I've got it, Lin Yi quickly came up with a solution. With a thought, he brought A-Qing out of his immortal abode. Looking at A-Qing, whose body was even more robust than before, and whose rump was even more shapely and pert, Lin Yi clearly sensed its increased power. A-Qing, you're now a peak spirit beast at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm? Lin Yi looked at A-Qing and smiled in admiration. Moo, A-Qing wagged its tail and nodded. Last time you said you'd come with me into the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land to search for dragon blood and find a chance to advance to the transcendent realm. Now we're inside the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land, Lin Yi greeted A-Qing. Moo, A-Qing looked around, excitedly wagging its tail. We'll go back to find the dragon blood later, Lin Yi instructed A-Qing. Let's gather the medicinal herbs for the transcendental pill as quickly as possible. You're in charge of distracting the demonic beasts, and I'll gather the herbs, A-Qing replied with a smile. Moo, A-Qing nodded in agreement. Then, the 2 of them, one human and one ox, set off. A moment later, they arrived at their first destination. This was a river bend with fertile land. More than a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs grew here. Besides some herbs that could be grown elsewhere, there were also 2 kinds that were difficult to cultivate. This river bend was divided into 3 different areas, from the outermost to the innermost. The demonic beasts on the outermost edge were spirit-gathering realm beasts. A-Qing, lure these demonic beasts away from me, but don't go any further in. Don't stray too far from me, and call me immediately if you encounter any danger. Lin Yi patted A-Qing's neck and called out. Then, the man and the ox walked towards the patch of spiritual herbs ahead. Even before getting close, they could smell the intoxicating fragrance of the herbs. Guarding this area were a pack of black wolves. Their cultivation levels ranged from the 5th to the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, and there were dozens of them. So many, these common spiritual herbs aren't so easy to obtain. Lin Yi frowned slightly. A-Qing, why don't I go myself? Lin Yi didn't want A-Qing to take the risk. Moo. A-Qing shook its head. Then, it walked forward alone. Ow! A pack of black wolves howled at the sound. Instantly, dozens of black wolves rushed towards them. A major battle was about to break out. Lin Yi was prepared to retreat if things got too difficult. Just then, something extremely unexpected happened. When the pack of black wolves reached him and saw A-Qing, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, adopting a submissive posture, howling softly, looking very ingratiating and obsequious. What's going on? Lin Yi was shocked as he looked at the pack of black wolves lying on the ground. Moo. A-Qing glanced at Lin Yi and happily wagged its tail. Lin Yi had found it quite useful. It wasn't a burden, it could provide Lin Yi with a lot of help. A-Qing, you're truly my lucky star. Lin Yi patted A-Qing excitedly. If he wasn't mistaken, it was definitely because A-Qing possessed a rare bloodline, belonging to a powerful and rare spirit beast. There must be a bloodline suppression between demonic beasts and spirit beasts. For example, wolves are naturally afraid of tigers. This is bloodline suppression. A-Qing was currently suppressing this pack of black wolves with its bloodline. In addition, its cultivation level was also at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, higher and more powerful than these black wolves. Its strength was greater, and its bloodline also suppressed them. This was what caused the current situation. Moo. A-Qing gestured to Lin Yi to quickly pick the spirit herbs. Okay, Lin Yi immediately used the 5th grade Thousand Illusions movement technique to go pick the spirit herbs. Soon, he quickly explored the entire area, picking 6 kinds of spiritual herbs, taking 2 or 3 of each. Seeing that Lin Yi had only picked so few, the black wolves were quite confused. They had thought he would pick all the mature herbs. Hurry up and eat these mature herbs, Lin Yi called to the black wolves before leaving. Otherwise, many more people will come in, and you won't be able to defend them. The lead wolf howled in agreement. Then, it led the other wolves to begin devouring the mature herbs. A-Qing, let's go deeper, Lin Yi called to A-Qing, continuing further in. To his excitement, A-Qing's bloodline suppression was very effective. In this river bend area, he was invincible. The demonic beasts, upon seeing A-Qing, all appeared submissive, daring not to resist. Lin Yi easily stepped forward and picked the spiritual herbs. He didn't pick many of each kind, mainly to obtain the seeds. A-Qing, let's hurry and head to the next place. Lin Yi, leading A-Qing, immediately rushed to the next location marked on the map. He wouldn't linger here too long just to pick more herbs. He wanted to be ahead of everyone else and gather all the spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill. Once he had the seeds, he could ripen them himself later. Time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. In no time, Lin Yi and A-Qing had reached the next location. Just like before, there was no resistance or obstruction. These demonic beasts all submitted to A-Qing. Lin Yi effortlessly gathered 8 more spiritual herbs. Most of them were common spiritual herbs, with only 2 being more difficult to cultivate. Let's continue to the next place. Without any hesitation or lingering, Lin Yi led A-Qing deeper into the area. The 2 of them, 1 human and 1 ox, made their way through without any obstacles. They successfully visited several spiritual herb areas. Lin Yi only needed about 15 minutes to gather dozens of common spiritual herbs. He also successfully gathered more than a dozen spiritual herbs that were difficult to cultivate elsewhere. Now, only 6 of the rarest spiritual herbs remain. These can't be obtained outside. Lin Yi greeted A-Qing with a smile. The most crucial element in refining the transcendent pill is these 6 rare spiritual herbs. Other herbs can be obtained outside. These 6 can only be obtained within the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Let's continue deeper. According to this map, the guardians of these 6 herbs are all transcendent realm demonic beasts. Every year, Cultivators who come in have to team up and sacrifice many people to obtain these 6 rare herbs. Let's test whether you still have any intimidation over these transcendent realm demonic beasts. Lin Yi led A-Qing deeper into the valley. Soon, the two arrived at a valley. The spiritual soil here is all red, clearly different from other places. 2 rare spiritual herbs grow here. Woo! A striped tiger suddenly rushed out after Lin Yi and A-Qing approached. Seeing A-Qing, it was slightly taken aback, but then bared its teeth and pounced. A-Qing, you can't control this striped tiger, Lin Yi sighed. The striped tiger is the king of beasts, and its bloodline is considered quite noble. In addition, its cultivation level is a whole realm higher than A-Qing's. It is a transcendent realm demon beast. Not to mention a striped tiger, even a transcendent realm black wolf would probably not back down upon seeing A-Qing, who is at the spirit-gathering realm. Bloodline suppression is only part of the reason. The most crucial factor was the disparity in strength. Moo! A-Qing called out to the striped tiger. The tiger, hearing this, didn't retreat but still tried to advance. A-Qing, I'll find you some helpers, Lin Yi said, immediately bringing out 4 white feathered cranes from his immortal abode. Instantly, the 4 white feathered cranes circled around A-Qing. 1 ox and 4 birds confronted the striped tiger. At this moment, Lin Yi used his 5th grade Thousand Illusions body technique, rushing towards the first rare spiritual herb at top speed. Soon, he had picked a spiritual herb. Brother Tiger, I'll only pick one of each rare medicinal herb, and I'll leave immediately. Let's make money peacefully, no one should fight. Lin Yi looked at the striped tiger, who seemed about to attack, and couldn't help but smile and negotiate. This striped tiger possessed an extremely powerful physical body, far stronger than a transcendent realm cultivator. He was currently only at the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, and a fight would actually be very disadvantageous for him. It would waste too much of his time. Furthermore, if he were injured, it would give other sect geniuses an opportunity. They all wanted to find a chance to join forces and kill him. He absolutely could not afford to get hurt. His main purpose in coming here was to gather the medicinal herbs needed to refine the transcendent realm pill, and he wanted to avoid injury as much as possible. Woo! The striped tiger seemed to understand Lin Yi's words and actually nodded. It didn't seem very willing. It stared intently at Lin Yi, afraid that he might go back on his word. I will only pick one of each kind of spiritual herb. As Lin Yi spoke, he picked another of the second rare spiritual herb. Then, he called to A-Qing and retreated. The striped tiger woofed twice but didn't chase after him. This kind of polite negotiation is still very effective. The so-called ferocious and ruthless demonic beasts don't seem to be all like that. They can be quite reasonable after all. After leaving the area where the striped tiger had been, Lin Yi smiled and praised. Everyone said that the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley was extremely dangerous. A small portion of the disciples died in the air at the hands of demonic beasts. About half died at the hands of geniuses of the same age. And after entering the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, he was indeed besieged by 6 powerful geniuses. But so far, none of these demonic beasts have attacked him. The most terrifying thing is indeed the cultivators themselves. Humans are more terrifying than beasts. Next, let's go to the next place. Lin Yi, leading iron ox and 4 white feathered cranes, continued forward. In the distance, he vaguely heard roars and sounds of fighting coming from behind him, sounding incredibly intense. Clearly, disciples from other sects, who had entered the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area one after another, were also rushing here. These disciples certainly didn't go to the outermost river bend, they came directly here. Soon they would reach the striped tiger. A single genius cultivator couldn't harvest the spiritual herbs from it. However, if a group of genius cultivators charged in together, with some sacrificing their lives to hold off the tiger, the others could still harvest the 2 rare spiritual herbs. It was just a matter of who was more unlucky and got targeted by the tiger. A-Qing, let's hurry, let's gather the spiritual herbs for the transcendent pill before everyone else. Only 4 rare spiritual herbs are needed, Lin Yi urged. As for the 100 or so disciples from the 7 major sects, he wouldn't deal with them now. If they tried to kill him when he left, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. At that time, all the spiritual herbs these people harvested would fall into his hands. Actually, he didn't care too much about these rare spiritual herbs, since once he had the seeds, he could continuously accelerate their growth. But after all, accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs also required burning his cultivation and consuming the spiritual energy in his immortal mansion. Ultimately, It was a drain on both him and his immortal mansion. At that time, he wouldn't mind obtaining spiritual herbs from these people and accelerating the growth of fewer herbs. This time it's actually 2 leopards. Soon, he arrived at the location of the other 2 rare spiritual herbs and was somewhat surprised to see 2 transcendent realm leopards. Now, the difference in strength was even greater. Sure enough, after a brief moment of surprise upon seeing A-Qing, the 2 leopards calmed down and prepared to attack. They didn't even notice the 4 white feathered cranes. Brother leopard, sister-in-law leopard, please do me a favor. I'll only pick one of each of these 2 rare spiritual herbs, and leave as soon as I'm done, otherwise, we'll have to fight. Don't think that just because I'm a 10th level spirit gathering realm cultivator, I'm actually a cultivator of all 5 elements. I'm invincible within my own realm, and I can easily fight you early stage transcendent realm demon beasts, even if we're separated by realms. Not to mention, I also have the superior grade magic weapon, the Soaring Glory Sword, and a 5th grade battle talisman. If I unleash my trump cards, I can completely kill you, but I'll keep my trump cards to save my life and don't want to use them lightly. If you agree, nod your heads. If you disagree, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Yi looked at the 2 leopards, speaking seriously and rationally. Chapter 160 Gathering the Elixir. This time, to Lin Yi's surprise, the 2 leopards were quite disrespectful, shaking their heads and flashing fierce glints in their eyes. Not good, retreat quickly. Lin Yi hurriedly called out to A-Qing and the 4 white feathered spirit cranes. Immediately, he was the first to retreat. The 2 leopards surrounded him. Just then, Lin Yi summoned the remaining 46 white feathered spirit cranes from his immortal mansion space. He had raised a total of 50 white feathered spirit cranes. With a 15-fold time acceleration in the immortal mansion space, these white feathered spirit cranes were all about 4 years old, having grown up eating various spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits, and their cultivation was advancing rapidly. The one with the highest cultivation level was now at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. Even the one with the lowest cultivation level was at the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. Moreover, there were a large number of them, a full 50. Most importantly, Lin Yi possessed even more than that. Next, he summoned 500,000 silk spirit silkworms. These 1,000 silk spirit silkworms, raised on century-old mulberry leaves, were now all around the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm, with a few even reaching the 7th level. Their silkworm silk was extremely strong, capable of binding an opponent. In an instant, Lin Yi, who had just seemed isolated, now had A-Qing standing beside him, along with 50 white feathered spirit cranes and 500,000 silk spirit silkworms, all eyeing the 2 early-stage transcendent realm leopards before him with predatory intent. Ow! The 2 leopards were stunned by the scene. There was clearly only one person in front of them, yet they were being attacked. They had never seen anything like this before. What? Still want to fight? We have an absolute advantage in numbers. If a fight really breaks out, you won't be able to spare any of us. We can easily steal all your spiritual herbs. At most, you can only kill some of my spiritual insects and beasts. In the end, I will still get what I want, and all the spiritual herbs you are guarding will be gone. Let me pick 2 spiritual herbs, just one of each kind, and I'll leave immediately. This is a very good deal. Lin Yi continued to persuade the 2 leopards. He was reluctant to take action unless absolutely necessary. There were several considerations behind this. First, if he attacked, he might suffer losses. These white feather cranes and 1,000 silkworms were the fruits of his labor, and he didn't want to lose a single one. Secondly, if he were injured, it would give other sex geniuses an opportunity to take advantage of his vulnerability, making his situation even more dangerous. He didn't need to do that. Rather than getting injured himself, he preferred to politely negotiate with the 2 leopards, take the spiritual herbs, and leave, leaving the leopards to the other sex geniuses. These hundreds of other sex geniuses wanted to join forces to kill him. This would allow the 2 leopards to thoroughly weaken them, killing quite a few. 3 days later, when they were about to leave the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, the number of talented cultivators besieging him would decrease from the initial 100+ to just a few dozen. His chances of winning would greatly increase. This was also why he hadn't made a move at the beginning. After some consideration, the 2 leopards nodded in agreement, their faces full of helplessness. Lin Yi was telling the truth. With so many spirit beasts and spirit insects attacking together, the 2 of them indeed couldn't hold out. The main problem was that Lin Yi only wanted 2 spirit herbs. The price was too low. It was better to satisfy Lin Yi, making things easier and less troublesome. Lin Yi hadn't even made a move yet. One of the leopards proactively picked 2 rare spiritual herbs, one of each, and placed them in front of Lin Yi before retreating. "Thank you, brother leopard and sister-in-law leopard." Lin Yi accepted the herbs, smiling and clasping his hands in farewell. Then, he stored all the white feathered cranes and 1,000 silkworms into his immortal abode space and continued deeper. Only 2 more spiritual herbs are needed. Lin Yi's face was full of anticipation. Once he obtained these 2 rare herbs, he would have gathered all the seeds needed to refine the transcendent pill. How many transcendent pill herbs he wanted in the future would be entirely up to him. Lin Yi, with A-Qing in tow, quickly arrived at the last swampy area. Spiritual herbs grew everywhere here, many common ones, and some more difficult to cultivate. Most importantly, it also contained the last 2 rare spiritual herbs that Lin Yi was missing. "This is the most dangerous place," Lin Yi said solemnly, looking at the description on the jade slip Luo Zhan had given him. "Some places are hard ground, and many are swamps. If you get stuck, it's hard to get out." This was a red swamp. It contained abundant fire energy, but also a very strong water energy. It was a fusion of fire and water. Many talented cultivators had perished here. "A-Qing, we must be careful here, especially be careful of the group of red fire pythons here. It is said that they have the bloodline of fire dragons flowing through their veins, and if they cultivate to the end, they can transform into fire dragons. Many people have fallen into the swamp and were about to fly up when they were entangled by the fire pythons, and then sank deeper and deeper, completely buried in the swamp's mud, their bodies intact," Lin Yi warned A-Qing. "Moo," A-Qing nodded. "Why don't you not take the risk this time? I'm really afraid something might happen to you. You're so big and a bit clumsy. It'll be a disadvantage in terms of movement. Let the white feather cranes do this task." As Lin Yi spoke, he summoned 50 white feather cranes from his immortal abode. "Fly over there and pick these 2 rare spiritual herbs for me. One of them is a dragon fruit, about 3 feet tall, with small red flowers and bright red fruit. The other is..." Lin Yi described the general appearance of the 2 rare spiritual herbs to the 50 white feather cranes. These white feather cranes had signed a spirit pet contract with him and were of one mind with him, so they immediately understood his meaning. Then, they flew together into the depths of the swamp. A short while later, the flock of white-feathered cranes flew towards Lin Yi, looking utterly panicked. Behind them, a group of red fire pythons, their red tongues flicking, chased after them relentlessly. Some of the mortal-level fire pythons even briefly soared into the air to attack. Fortunately, the white-feathered cranes flew very high and escaped unharmed. "Quick, let's go," Lin Yi called to the blue ox. And the 2 of them retreated first. The flock of white-feathered cranes followed from behind. After running back for about 2 miles, seeing that the red fire pythons had stopped chasing, Lin Yi and A-Qing gradually slowed down, finally stopping in a corner. A flock of white-feathered cranes circled around Lin Yi and A-Qing. "How are you? Are they all back?" Lin Yi looked at the panicked cranes, equally shaken. These crimson fire pythons were incredibly powerful and enormous. If they had caught up with them, they could easily have been swallowed whole. Luckily, not a single one is missing. Lin Yi counted the cranes and found that all 50 had returned safely. This relieved him. "Did you get any spirit herbs?" Lin Yi asked. Hearing this, the cranes handed over the spirit herbs they were carrying in their beaks to Lin Yi. To Lin Yi's amusement and exasperation, these white-feathered cranes, having lived for so long in the tranquil and peaceful immortal abode, had never experienced the baptism of battle and were all quite timid. Most of them were just there to fill a quota. Driven away by the red fire pythons, they only had time to grab a random spiritual herb before hurriedly flying away. Only a few white-feathered cranes managed to pick the spiritual herbs he wanted. Among them, they managed to get 4 blue name grasses. But they didn't get a single dragon fruit. These white-feathered cranes really only managed to pick 2 dragon fruits. "That'll do, there are seeds inside the dragon fruits. As long as we get the seeds, that's enough," Lin Yi nodded with a smile. That swamp, those red fire pythons, were far too powerful. He was already satisfied to have gathered all the seeds of the spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill. But for the others, obtaining only the dragon fruit wasn't enough. The spiritual herbs beneath the dragon fruit were the crucial element. "Now we have everything, refining the transcendent pill is no longer a problem. Our most important goal for this trip to Fire Dragon Valley has been achieved," Lin Yi said with a beaming smile. He had accomplished this in just over an hour since entering Fire Dragon Valley. But leaving now wouldn't be appropriate. The number of spiritual herbs that mature each year is fixed. The number of spiritual herbs I've gathered is pitifully small. If I go out like this, everyone will know that I haven't gathered many spiritual herbs. If I accelerate the ripening of a large number of spiritual herbs and then take them out, people will definitely suspect their origin and even my immortal abode. This is extremely disadvantageous for me, Lin Yi pondered. To be on the safe side, he would wait 3 days until he left with everyone. He would then see if these people would try to kill him. This way, he would have a legitimate excuse to kill them all. In this way, all the rare spiritual herbs would be in his hands, and naturally, no one would reveal this secret. For the next 3 days or so, I'll continue to explore deeper, Lin Yi said eagerly. Let's see if we can find dragon blood. He had been quite frightened when he encountered a swarm of red fire pythons in the swamp. He was still somewhat shaken. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area was not a place for ordinary people. Those who had entered this time were all the most powerful disciples at the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, from their respective sects. But that wasn't enough. In the swamp, countless people would die before a lucky few could harvest the necessary spiritual herbs. And those herbs had to be mature. At that point, everyone would have to use their unique abilities to see who had the strongest strength, the most exquisite movement techniques, and the best luck. A-Qing, let's go deeper. Let's see if we can find dragon blood for you. Lin Yi patted A-Qing and called out. Then, he put the 50 frightened white feathered spirit cranes into his immortal mansion space to let them calm down. Moo. A-Qing wagged its tail, its slender rump perched high, and nodded with a smile. Are you scared? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Moo. A-Qing shook its head. Really good, much better than those white feathered spirit cranes, Lin Yi praised with a smile. A-Qing truly lived up to its reputation as a rare spirit beast, naturally possessing an aura of nobility. Even in these situations, it remained fearless. Let's go. Lin Yi led A-Qing deeper into the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. He knew in his heart that there were undoubtedly even more powerful demonic beasts deeper inside. But he still went without hesitation. If he encountered fatal danger, he would take A-Qing into his immortal abode space. Then he would activate a teleportation talisman and send her to another location. He had 4 5th-grade teleportation talismans, giving him at least 4 chances to escape. Under these circumstances, he definitely wanted to explore further, to investigate and test the waters. The man and the ox ventured deeper and deeper. The further they went, the more precious spiritual herbs they saw. However, they were all 2nd-grade spiritual herbs, rare herbs used by cultivators in the transcendent realm to break through bottlenecks. Once one reached the transcendent realm, advancement in cultivation was no longer so easy. Bottlenecks would frequently arise. To continue advancing one's cultivation level, one must break through the bottleneck. Breaking through a bottleneck is largely a matter of luck. Some break through instantly, while others spend years, even decades, without success. This stagnates their cultivation, causing them to miss the opportunity to advance to the Golden Core realm. This is clearly unacceptable. Therefore, cultivators need elixirs to break through bottlenecks, aiming to achieve this as quickly as possible when they are unable to do so. Almost every cultivator needs these elixirs, making them naturally more valuable, similar to the transcendent pill. Several types of medicinal herbs needed to refine these bottleneck-breaking elixirs grow abundantly within the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. Besides the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, there are other opportunities to obtain them elsewhere, either through sect cultivation or other means. 2nd-grade spiritual herbs take 3 to 5 years, or even 10 years, to mature. This is incredibly time-consuming. Once a batch matures and is used to refine elixirs that help cultivators break through their bottlenecks, these are prioritized for the most promising Transcendent Realm disciples. The remaining disciples must rely on themselves. If they cannot break through, they have wasted their lives. This is the strength of a sect. Solo cultivators find it extremely difficult to survive. They often can't even reach the Transcendent Realm. At the very least, they need a cultivation family with support. Often, these cultivation families don't rely solely on their own strength, they also leverage the power of a sect to some extent. The existence of sects is what gives many cultivators the possibility of advancing to the Transcendent Realm and then the Golden Core Realm. However, there are exceptions. Meng Yurao, the fairy maiden of the Meng family, is even more powerful than the current sect leader of the Misty Sect. She has even developed the Azure Origin Spirit Shield to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. If this ripening secret method were given to the Meng family, it would be enough to allow them to ripen a large batch of spiritual herbs needed to break through their bottlenecks. Unfortunately, Meng Yurao has also gone mad and has not been in a conscious state. Thinking about having to pretend to marry Meng Yurao after leaving the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, Lin Yi is also somewhat worried. What if Meng Yurao finds out the truth, that he has been pretending and deceiving her, and tries to kill him? He would really have a hard time escaping then. Compared to Meng Yurao, the demonic beasts in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area suddenly don't seem so scary. Lin Yi mustered his courage. With A-Qing by his side, they continue deeper into the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Chapter 161. A sky full of poisonous bees. There's a patch of top-grade second-rank spiritual herbs here, 1,000 fragrance grass. Passing by a fragrant patch of herbs, Lin Yi was overjoyed. This 1,000 fragrance grass is a crucial ingredient in the second-rank breakthrough pill, used to refine elixirs that help cultivators break through bottlenecks during the transcendent realm. It takes about 5 years to mature and has relatively complex cultivation requirements, primarily due to its demanding growing environment. If the environment doesn't meet these requirements, it needs to be artificially created, which is time-consuming and laborious. This patch of 1,000 fragrance grass contained over 200 mature plants, enough to refine 200 batches of breakthrough pills. 5 pills per batch, a total of over 1,000 breakthrough pills. There are enough cultivators at the Transcendent Realm to reach the peak of the Transcendent Realm and have the chance to break through to the Golden Core Realm. I cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously. After reaching the Transcendent Realm, the bottlenecks I encounter are far more numerous than those cultivators with a single elemental root. These 1,000 fragrance herbs are crucial to me, Lin Yi said earnestly. He needed to plan ahead and properly prepare the spiritual herbs needed for these mirror-breaking pills. Once he advanced to the Transcendent Realm, he would definitely break through the bottlenecks as quickly as possible and break through to the peak of the Transcendent Realm, or even the Golden Core Realm. In this way, when he entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area with the peak cultivation of the Transcendent Realm, or the Golden Core Realm, he could defeat all the powerful demonic beasts he encountered. He would no longer have any fear. If even he couldn't get in then, he would need to reach the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm to enter. He would then disperse his cultivation and try again. By then, his sword techniques, movement methods, divine sense, and physical body would all be much stronger. Even at the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, his true strength would still be extremely terrifying, far stronger than it is now. Strange, why aren't there any demonic beasts guarding this place? Lin Yi looked at the mature 1,000 fragrance grass before him, his expression showing surprise. To be on the safe side, he decided to proceed cautiously. A-Qing, step back, Lin Yi called to A-Qing. Moo, A-Qing responded softly and obediently stepped back. Then, Lin Yi unleashed his 5th grade 1,000 illusion body technique, leaving a phantom trail as he rushed towards the nearest 1,000 fragrance grass, then plucked it with lightning speed. He hesitated, wondering whether to continue plucking or retreat to observe the situation. Just then, a loud buzzing sound rang out. Immediately following, a large swarm of black poisonous bees swarmed towards Lin Yi. So many, Lin Yi was shocked. There were nearly 1,000 bees. Each bee was almost the size of a palm, with a sharp black stinger at its tail, indicating its potent venom. Most terrifyingly, all of these black poisonous bees were at around the late-stage Transcendent Realm. A few had even reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Although they were small, their attack power was definitely not bad. Their venom was certainly very strong. If stung by just one of them, one would be half dead even if not dead. If stung by these thousands of poisonous bees, death was certain. I thought there were no demonic beasts guarding it, but it's even more ferocious than I expected. Even if all the more than 100 geniuses who entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area this time had entered, none of them would have survived. Lin Yi retreated rapidly, unable to help but curse. Then, he retreated to A-Qing's side. Whoosh! A flash of 5-colored light. Lin Yi set up a 5-colored spiritual energy shield, covering himself and A-Qing within it. Immediately afterwards, thousands of poisonous bees swarmed in, relentlessly attacking Lin Yi's spiritual energy shield. Lin Yi channeled his spiritual energy, desperately trying to maintain it. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. This can't go on, Lin Yi looked at the poisonous bees, unwilling to retreat, and his face showed anxiety. A-Qing, let me take you into my immortal abode, it'll be easier for me to escape, Lin Yi called out to A-Qing, and without further ado, he directly took A-Qing into his immortal abode. As for himself, he suddenly shrunk the 5-colored spiritual energy shield, thus reducing the consumption of spiritual energy. Then, maintaining the 5-colored spiritual energy shield, he fled into the distance. During this process, his spiritual energy continued to deplete. If it were a single elemental spiritual energy cultivator, they would have long since exhausted their spiritual energy and been killed by thousands of poisonous bees. After escaping for about a mile or two, Lin Yi's spiritual energy was also about 80% depleted. Fortunately, this distance was beyond the poisonous bees' territory. All the thousands of poisonous bees retreated. Only a dozen or so were still unwilling to give up. They circled around Lin Yi for a while, but finding that they still couldn't break through Lin Yi's 5-colored spiritual energy shield, they had no choice but to retreat as well. Huff, Lin Yi put away his spiritual energy shield, covered in sweat, and took a deep breath. He had consumed about 90% of his spiritual energy. If these poisonous bees hadn't left, he would have been dead. Too dangerous? It seems even I'm not suited to go any deeper. The further in we go, the stronger the demonic beasts become. I have absolutely no power to protect myself, Lin Yi sighed. Whether it was swarms of red fire pythons or swarms of poisonous bees, he could only flee for his life. Perhaps I should have been greedy. I shouldn't have picked those 1,000 fragrance herbs. Lin Yi realized the root of the problem. His biggest goal in entering the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area this time was to gather all the spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill. Now that he had successfully gathered them, his goal was achieved. Gathering all the spiritual herbs needed for the second-grade breakthrough pill would be extremely difficult for him. Just now, he had even thought of picking all 200,000+ fragrance herbs. That was simply wishful thinking. He almost lost his life picking just one plant and failing to leave in time. I should stick to my initial principle. I only need one of these rare medicinal herbs, just enough to have the seed. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Wanting too much, being too greedy, would only lead to his demise. Let's see if I can gather enough seeds for the second-grade breaking mirror pill. Lin Yi made up his mind. Then, he summoned A-Qing from his immortal abode. A-Qing, protect me. Lin Yi greeted A-Qing and immediately sat cross-legged to recover his spiritual power. Fortunately, this Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area was an excellent blessed land, brimming with spiritual energy, far surpassing the Misty Sect here. He quickly and completely recovered his spiritual power. A-Qing, let's keep going, we need to be even more careful this time. Lin Yi stood up and continued with A-Qing deeper into the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. The journey was quiet. These demonic beasts are guarding their spiritual herbs. They won't easily leave their territory. As long as we don't pick the herbs, they won't attack us randomly. They'll only attack if we happen to be there during their feeding time. After passing through several areas of spiritual herbs, Lin Yi observed this conclusion. Moo. A-Qing nodded in agreement. Let's explore this area first, without provoking these demonic beasts. When we return, we'll steal one of each rare spiritual herb, Lin Yi decisively declared. The deeper they went, the stronger the demonic beasts became. They were truly not to be trifled with. The demonic beasts at the very back were probably all above the golden core realm. No wonder. Those who cultivated the 5 elements together were all doomed to die upon entering. It was truly impossible to survive. One had to be extremely careful to have any chance of survival. Even he had faced immense danger just now. A-Qing, those swarms of poisonous bees just now gave me a lot of inspiration. Number advantage is really important. After this trip, I'm going to raise many powerful spirit beasts in my immortal abode, including poisonous insects like those bees. When I'm in battle, I'll just summon them all, covering the sky and the earth. Even if I encounter a lone peak-level transcendent realm demon beast, it will have to retreat and make way for me, Lin Yi said with a broad smile. Overcoming the odds with numbers. Being outnumbered is no match for overwhelming force. Raising spirit beasts still has these advantages. When he dealt with the 2 leopards, he simply summoned 50 white-feathered cranes and 500,000 silk spirit silkworms, directly persuading them to give him 2 rare spiritual herbs. If he had raised 3,000 poisonous bees, he would have completely dominated the encounter with those 1,000+ bees. Those 200,000+ fragrance herbs would certainly have fallen into his hands. Moo. A-Qing squinted, smiling and nodding. I've already reached the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm, and it's difficult to improve further, but by raising spirit beasts, I have a lot of room for improvement. My strength could easily double, or even increase tenfold. Lin Yi smiled broadly. Soon, he thought of another possibility. Any cultivators entering this Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area must be below the transcendent realm. I have a celestial abode space. If I cultivate you into transcendent realm or even golden core realm spirit beasts, I can enter myself. Once I arrive at the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, I can summon you from my celestial abode space. Wouldn't that give me a group of golden core realm spirit beasts as helpers? Lin Yi smiled brightly. This method was extremely advantageous to him. In fact, it wasn't just spirit beasts. He could also bring in a group of golden core realm cultivators. However, he definitely wouldn't use this method. He wouldn't let anyone know the secret of his celestial abode space. And these spirit beasts had all signed spirit pet contracts with him. They couldn't possibly betray him, and he didn't need to worry about leaking the secret. Spirit beasts below the spirit embryo realm cannot speak. Keeping spirit beasts is a more suitable method for him, even though it requires more effort and time. But the thought of having a group of golden core realm spirit beasts accompany him into the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, surrounding him, fighting for him, and driving away wolves and tigers makes the effort worthwhile. At that time, all the spiritual herbs and precious treasures in the entire Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area will belong to him. Let's take a quick look around and get a feel for the situation. Let's see if we can find any clues about the dragon blood. Let's see if we can find out my hidden connection with Lin Han, the Cold Heaven Emperor. Also, let's see if we can find out the cause of death of those 5 elements cultivators. Why didn't any of them survive? Lin Yi and A-Qing talked as they walked. He really suspected that those 5 elements cultivators might have been killed by disciples from other sects. Because their strength was too great, surpassing others and invincible at the same level, they were eliminated by a joint effort. Just like his current situation. Hundreds of geniuses of the same age wanted to join forces to kill him. Who could survive that? Of course, this was just his speculation. It was also possible. There truly is a being within this forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley that specializes in hunting geniuses who cultivate all 5 elements. If that's the case, his current solo incursion is tantamount to a lamb entering a tiger's den, a voluntary act of suicide. Fortunately, he possesses 4 teleportation talismans, giving him a trump card for escape. He'll explore and assess the situation. If things go wrong, he'll immediately activate the talismans and flee. There's a cave here. After venturing about 9 miles in, Lin Yi discovered a cave. A-Qing quickly followed. The killing intent here is chilling. Be careful, Lin Yi warned A-Qing with a solemn expression. He had a strong sense of danger. Something was very wrong. Sure enough, upon reaching the cave entrance, Lin Yi saw rows of white bones. Countless cultivators have perished here. So many people actually ventured this deep into the area. Lin Yi was utterly shocked. He had arrived here without provoking any demonic beasts, barely managing to survive being stung to death by a swarm of poisonous bees. Did these people know to avoid these demonic beasts as soon as they arrived? It made sense. They were probably like him, searching for real treasures, not in a hurry to gather spiritual herbs. Perhaps they planned to gather them on their way back. Sadly, they never returned. They perished here forever. Should we go in? Standing at the cave entrance, Lin Yi hesitated. He had come here to investigate. Leaving without seeing anything felt like a waste. But if he went in, he feared he would suffer the same fate as the others. I should still go in. I can't have come all this way for nothing. With my strength, plus a 5th grade teleportation talisman, I should be able to escape smoothly. It's unlikely I'll die. Lin Yi comforted himself. Maybe. The cultivators who had died before had all comforted themselves in the same way. Everyone thought they would be the lucky one. But in the end, they were all the same. They couldn't escape death. I'll just take one look and leave. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. A-Qing, you go into the immortal mansion space first. It's too dangerous here. I'm afraid I won't have time to take you in. Lin Yi called out to A-Qing. He was about to take A-Qing into the immortal mansion space. To his surprise, A-Qing shook her head repeatedly this time. Moo. A-Qing glanced at Lin Yi, her expression serious and grave. What's wrong? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Moo. A hint of sadness flashed in A-Qing's eyes, and she immediately walked ahead, heading into the cave. A-Qing, have you found some clue? Lin Yi asked in astonishment. The immortal mansion space. A-Qing, the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, the Cold Heaven Emperor, and him. There must be some intricate connection between them. A-Qing, let's go together. Lin Yi quickly caught up and walked alongside A-Qing. The man and the ox walked into the cave. They had barely taken 10 steps inside when a sudden change occurred. Chapter 162 Five-Colored Lotus. A swarm of red ants suddenly emerged from various cracks. These are bloodthirsty ants. Lin Yi was horrified upon seeing the swarm of blood-red ants. Bloodthirsty ants. He had seen them before in the jade slips recording various spirit insects, spirit beasts, and poisonous insects and beasts. Bloodthirsty ants, individually, were not strong. They were usually only around the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm. They were so small. Even with such cultivation, a 5th level spirit gathering realm cultivator could easily wipe them out. But these swarming bloodthirsty ants were completely different. They were huge, almost the size of a fist. Most of them were at least at the transcendent realm, with only a small portion at the spirit gathering realm. Most terrifyingly, their numbers were enormous. The entire cave was teeming with tens of thousands of creatures. A-Qing, quickly enter the immortal abode space. I'll use my spiritual energy shield to escape, Lin Yi called out to A-Qing. However, A-Qing refused. Moo. A-Qing shook its head decisively. It even walked forward, wanting to continue deeper into the cave, as if there was something drawing it in. A-Qing, are you crazy? Lin Yi shouted. Moo. A-Qing turned to look at Lin Yi. Seeing its yearning eyes, Lin Yi softened. Fine, I'll risk my life to accompany you, Lin Yi sighed. Immediately, he stepped forward and cast a 5-colored spiritual energy shield, enveloping himself and A-Qing within it. Protected by a 5-colored spiritual energy shield, the man and the ox ventured deeper into the cave. Along the way, they saw rows of white bones. These bloodthirsty ants fed exclusively on the flesh and blood of demonic beasts, spirit beasts, and cultivators. The entire cave teemed with tens of thousands of these ants, a testament to the countless talented cultivators they had devoured. The area around the cave was devoid of any life. Clearly, even the demonic beasts feared the ants that infested the cave. They were incredibly persistent. Even demonic beasts far stronger than them, once surrounded and gnawed at by the ants, would quickly bleed to death. This wasn't a matter of strength. Their sheer numbers ensured they were invincible wherever they went. Lin Yi understood this perfectly well. Once his spiritual energy is exhausted and the 5-colored spiritual energy shield breaks, he and the green ox will also be doomed. Of course, before he dies, he will definitely put A-Qing into his immortal abode. He just can't understand what is inside this cave that has such a strong attraction for A-Qing. It makes it risk its life to rush in. A-Qing, I'll ride on your back, Lin Yi called out to A-Qing. If he and A-Qing walk side by side, the 5-colored spiritual energy shield will cover too much area, and there will be too many bloodthirsty ants attacking it at the same time. In this way, his spiritual energy will be consumed very quickly. If he rides on A-Qing, the 5-colored spiritual energy shield will shrink a lot, and the number of bloodthirsty ants attacking it will be reduced by half. He could hold out for a longer time. Moo. A-Qing nodded in agreement. It was of noble birth, possessing extremely high bloodline, and would never allow anyone to ride on its back. Lin Yi was an exception. Anyone else riding on its back would die. Swarms of bloodthirsty ants attacked Lin Yi's 5-colored spiritual energy shield. Lin Yi could barely see the road ahead. A-Qing carried it, its steps firm, moving forward step by step. Lin Yi's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. In just a short time, more than 10% of his spiritual energy had been consumed. At this rate, he would soon be unable to hold on. Even if he could reach where A-Qing wanted to go, he would run out of spiritual energy to return. He would still face certain death. A-Qing, speed up, Lin Yi urged A-Qing loudly. At the same time, he took out the 2nd-grade top-quality spirit-nourishing pills he had prepared beforehand, and consumed the entire bottle, quickly restoring his cultivation level. He was simultaneously consuming and rapidly replenishing his spiritual energy, barely achieving a balance. Although the recovery speed couldn't keep up with the consumption, it wasn't too far off. This way, he could persist in the cave for a long time. Of course, the prerequisite was having enough 2nd-grade top-quality spirit-nourishing pills. Even the best quality wouldn't be enough to keep up with the consumption rate. Gulp, gulp, A-Qing, carrying Lin Yi, raced deeper into the cave. This cave was actually longer than expected. The further they went in, the fewer skeletons they saw. After running for about 100 feet, they couldn't see a single skeleton anymore. Of all those people before, the strongest one only made it this far. We've held out long enough, Lin Yi said with some relief. This was mainly because he had cultivated a 5th grade condensation technique, making his spiritual energy extremely condensed, comparable to a transcendent realm expert. In addition, he had a large number of top-quality 2nd grade spirit essence pills to continuously supply his spiritual energy. This was how he managed to hold out until now. Those genius cultivators before, even those who cultivated all 5 elements, didn't have as much condensed spiritual energy as him, nor did they have as many top-quality 2nd grade spirit essence pills, so naturally they couldn't have held out this long. The number of bloodthirsty ants has also decreased sharply. Their territory seems to be right at the cave entrance, guarding it and preventing anyone from entering. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief as he saw only a few bloodthirsty ants still relentlessly attacking the 5-colored spiritual energy shield. As A-Qing walked about 10 more feet inside, the number of bloodthirsty ants on the 5-colored spiritual energy shield dwindled considerably. Lin Yi's spiritual energy consumption had also greatly decreased. He took a spirit-gathering pill, and his spiritual energy began to recover rapidly. Having reached this point, he had consumed about half of his spiritual energy. Without much further expenditure, and with a consumption of a 2nd grade, top-quality spirit-gathering pill, he quickly restored his spiritual energy to its peak state. After walking about 10 more zang, Lin Yi exclaimed with delight, "Those bloodthirsty ants are completely gone." He looked at the empty 5-colored spiritual energy shield. "A-Qing, we've successfully survived this ordeal," Lin Yi greeted A-Qing. "Moo," A-Qing nodded, still running wildly. Soon, A-Qing suddenly stopped at a bend in a mountain cave. Lin Yi deactivated the 5-colored spiritual energy shield and looked ahead. He was stunned by what he saw. There was a fish pond in front of him, with a 5-colored lotus growing inside. At that moment, the lotus was in full bloom, emitting an extremely rich fragrance. Just smelling it was refreshing. "I wonder if this fragrance is poisonous?" Lin Yi immediately held his breath and re-established a 5-colored spiritual energy shield. He had cultivated the heaven and earth overlord body, reaching the great perfection of the copper skin realm. Now, he was practically immune to all poisons. Lin Yi checked himself and found nothing unusual. He jumped off A-Qing's back, observed A-Qing, and found that A-Qing was also fine. Only then did he feel relieved and put away the 5-colored spiritual energy shield again. This should be the real treasure. This 5-colored lotus is a 5 elements treasure, and judging by its age, it's probably several hundred years old. If someone who cultivates all 5 elements obtains it and consumes it, they might be able to directly advance to the golden core realm. Those people who died outside were likely here for this 5-colored lotus. They should all be geniuses who cultivate all 5 elements, Lin Yi speculated. So, the geniuses who cultivated all 5 elements who came in before all knew this secret. They all wanted to get their hands on this 5-colored lotus. They all died in the mouths of these bloodthirsty ants, turning into a sea of white bones. Not a single one escaped. "Why didn't Master tell me?" Lin Yi asked in surprise. He quickly realized Luo Zhan hadn't told him this secret because he clearly didn't want him to come here, didn't want him to lose his life. Unexpectedly, he stumbled into this place anyway, and saw these 5-colored lotus flowers. Of course, this was mainly due to A-Qing's insistence. Otherwise, upon entering the cave and seeing so many bloodthirsty ants, he would definitely have retreated. This 5-colored lotus has been here for who knows how many years. It hasn't been picked yet. I've never been here before. Now I have the chance to obtain this 5-colored lotus. What an honor, Lin Yi exclaimed. As he spoke, he stepped forward, wanting to pluck the 5-colored lotus. This 5-colored lotus might even be a 5th grade spiritual herb. Even a spirit embryo realm expert only consumes 4th grade spiritual herbs. This is a true treasure. A treasure that even spirit embryo realm experts would frantically fight over. Now that he's seen it, he certainly can't let it go. "Moo," A-Qing called out urgently, stopping Lin Yi. "A-Qing, what's wrong?" Lin Yi turned around, looking at A-Qing with surprise. "Moo," A-Qing led Lin Yi to the edge of the fish pond. Upon seeing the scene in the fish pond, Lin Yi's pupils dilated instantly, his face filled with shock. How could this be? Lin Yi was horrified and took 3 steps back. The fish pond was filled with thick blood. The 5-colored lotus flowers hadn't absorbed this blood to thrive. Above the fish pond, many storage bags floated. Even these special treasures were almost completely corroded. Someone arrived here before, and quite a few. Lin Yi finally realized the reality. He had overestimated himself. Although his spiritual power was incredibly refined, he still had about half of his spiritual power remaining when he arrived here. Other geniuses who cultivated all 5 elements, even if they couldn't compare to him, still had a chance to reach this place. And the facts before him proved it all. The number of those who cultivated all 5 elements here was definitely not small. This entire fish pond was filled with thick blood. How many people must have died here? I understand, actually, those people outside the cave were all people whose spiritual power wasn't deep enough. They couldn't hold on until they got here, so they died outside. Those people, without a doubt, were probably all single-element spiritual power cultivators who couldn't hold on until they got here. Those who were able to reach this place were basically geniuses who cultivated all 5 elements with extremely deep spiritual power. Lin Yi suddenly realized. Perhaps this was the truth. The tens of thousands of bloodthirsty ants outside were used to screen out geniuses who cultivated all 5 elements. Those who cultivated only one elemental spirit power died outside. Only true geniuses who cultivated all 5 elements could reach the fish pond. Unfortunately, despite the many geniuses who reached this place, not one of them managed to harvest a 5-colored lotus. They all died here, turning into blood and becoming nourishment for the lotus. What danger is there about this 5-colored lotus? Why did they die here? Lin Yi asked curiously. His first thought was that the 5-colored lotus was poisonous. But he himself was unharmed. Could it be because I'm immune to all poisons? Did everyone else get hurt? Lin Yi speculated. But if that were the case, how could he explain A-Qing? Did A-Qing also possess a rare bloodline, making her immune to all poisons? That makes sense. But if that's really the case, then weren't all those 5 elements cultivation geniuses who came in before immune to all poisons? Poisoning might only be one aspect. Besides that, there might be even more deadly dangers. Lin Yi's face was full of solemnity. Immediately, he decided to try it. This time, he directly took out an empty white medicine bottle and threw it over. Thump. The small white bottle fell into the blood pool. Whoosh. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Dozens of extremely thick roots flew out of the blood pool and grabbed the small white bottle. The small white bottle instantly shattered. Immediately afterwards, these dozens of long roots immediately retreated back into the blood pool. If it weren't for the ripples still visible in the blood pool, Lin Yi even doubted whether what had just happened was real. It all happened too fast. It came quickly and ended quickly. If he had reached out to pluck the 5-colored lotus, without a doubt, he would have been dragged into the blood pool by its dozens of thick roots and killed, becoming nourishment for the 5-colored lotus. So the real culprit is this 5-colored lotus. I thought it was a spiritual herb. I never imagined it was a demonic herb that had devoured so many lives. Lin Yi was shocked. A single 5-colored lotus had killed many geniuses who cultivated all 5 elements. Who could have imagined this truth? Before he came in, he would never have guessed it. Even now, no one outside knows this secret. No, if that's all, were all those people before just reckless? Did they know to test the waters first like I did? Lin Yi looked puzzled. Having experienced it before, he knew there were too many strong individuals. He no longer considered himself the only lucky one. In reality, everyone was the same. Everyone before had the same fate and the same end. A-Qing, let's try retreating, Lin Yi called to A-Qing. Immediately, the man and the ox walked out. To Lin Yi's surprise, nothing unexpected happened when he and A-Qing left. They left the cave so smoothly. We can get out alive, as long as we're not greedy and retreat in time, we can survive. Lin Yi was somewhat bewildered. This result was far beyond his expectations. He hadn't expected it. The truth was this, those who died before were all because of greed. When they saw this 5th-grade spiritual herb, a treasure that even spirit embryo realm cultivators would frantically fight over, they were completely captivated. Cultivating all 5 elements is already difficult enough to advance to a higher realm, but with this 5-colored lotus, they have a chance to advance to the spirit embryo realm, or even challenge for an even higher realm. Spirit embryo realm cultivators have lifespans of up to 1,000 years. This directly increases lifespan from 100 years in the spirit gathering realm to 1,000 years in the spirit embryo realm. The attraction of this 5-colored lotus to those cultivating all 5 elements is simply too great, Lin Yi exclaimed. All those geniuses who cultivated all 5 elements before had come here. Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how many could resist their inner greed? They couldn't. It was a dead end. This five-colored lotus also wanted to live, not wanting to be picked and become a medicinal herb in other people's mouths. As long as it wasn't picked, it wouldn't attack. In this sense, those talented cultivators who died while practicing the five elements all died by their own hands, killed by greed. So, one can't really blame the five-colored lotus. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Blue Cowhide. A-Qing, let's keep going. Lin Yi glanced at the five-colored lotus and made a solemn decision. He would give up picking it. Such a top-grade spiritual herb was irresistible to any cultivator of the five elements. However, compared to life, it was incomparable. A-Qing looked at Lin Yi and nodded approvingly. To give up picking the five-colored lotus at this crucial moment was something not everyone could do. Before leaving, Lin Yi glanced at the five-colored lotus. In the future, when he cultivated to the peak of the transcendent realm, or even the golden core realm, he would come back again and pick this five-colored lotus. As long as he could enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area at any time, he could come back to pick it when he needed it in the future. Of course, he would wait until he advanced to the transcendent realm before trying to enter again. From what he could see, this Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area was indeed different for him. In the past, other geniuses who cultivated the five elements were also blocked from entering the five-colored light curtain. Only he could enter and exit freely. What was the basis for this? Did the five-colored light curtain understand human nature and know his relationship with that cold heaven emperor? This was too miraculous. Or was there another method of identification? Let's go. Lin Yi and A-Qing passed through the stone chamber and continued forward. A moment later, the man and the ox arrived at another stone chamber. There are so many treasures here. Lin Yi was astonished as he looked at the various cultivation technique jade slips and top-grade magic weapons displayed in the stone chamber. His superior-grade magic weapon, the Jinghong sword, was a gift from Senior Enderwan and Senior Dabo Cow. It was extremely rare. Ordinary golden core cultivators couldn't even possess such a magic weapon. As for top-grade magic weapons, only spirit embryo realm experts probably had a chance to possess them. Of course, even then, it was only a chance. The number of people who actually possessed them was definitely very small. In this stone chamber, there were dozens of top-grade magic weapons and more than a dozen corpses. Lin Yi stepped forward and took a look. These dozen or so people were all still intact, looking almost exactly the same as before they died. They were all cultivators of the five elements, their bodies tempered by the spiritual power of the five elements. The clothes they wore were from the 8 major sects, and among them was even a senior disciple of the Misty Sect, a peak 10th level spirit gathering realm cultivator. Crucially, their deaths were varied. Some showed regret, some terror, some horror, and some even a satisfied expression. How did they all die? Lin Yi stood at the entrance of the stone chamber, his face filled with curiosity. The other side of the stone chamber's exit was the only way for him and A-Qing to proceed. To go further, they had to pass through this stone chamber. The problem was that the central area of this stone chamber, the path they had taken, was where the most people had died. More than a dozen seniors have been here before. Lin Yi was shocked. He always thought that only he could reach such a deep place. Others probably couldn't even get here. Now it seems he underestimated the other geniuses. These people were once the most powerful geniuses in his sect, and the top-tier existences at his age. As long as they didn't get greedy in the stone chamber with the five-colored lotus, they could have reached this stone chamber. There are so many cultivation technique jade slips and top-grade magic treasures here, who could resist taking them? Taking them would probably mean death. If they don't take them, they don't know if they'll be attacked, or if they'll be able to pass through this stone chamber smoothly, Lin Yi speculated. Immediately, he summoned a white feathered crane and commanded it to go forward. The crane circled the deceased geniuses and walked to the exit of the stone chamber. Then, it slowly returned. There was no danger. It seems that as long as we don't touch these magical treasures and cultivation manual jade slips, we'll be safe, Lin Yi understood. This was another test. As long as he restrained his greed, he could continue deeper. How ironic, what exactly is this cold heaven emperor's purpose? He placed so many treasures here, yet he won't let anyone take them. Anyone who does will die? Is his true intention to use the five-colored lotus and these top-tier magical treasures to stop anyone from entering? Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder. But why stop these people? Is it because the real treasure, the one to be protected, is hidden at the end of this cave? Are all these obstacles merely to prevent unrelated people from entering, to filter out the unqualified? Only those who reach the final stone chamber can obtain the true treasure. Or is it that those who reach the final stone chamber see the most valuable treasure, but also face the most deadly danger, and are essentially doomed to die? A-Qing, should we continue deeper? Lin Yi looked at A-Qing and asked seriously. Moo. A-Qing nodded resolutely. It could feel a strong call to it from the end of this cave. Even at the risk of its life, it was determined to go. What is it that attracts you so much, that makes you risk your life? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Moo. A-Qing shook its head. It couldn't say what was inside either. But there was an extremely strong calling that made it feel incredibly close, and it had to go. I'll go with you, since it's in here, as long as we're not greedy and don't take anything recklessly, we'll be safe. This time, let's approach it with the mindset of a visitor and explore this place thoroughly. In the future, when we are strong enough, we'll come back in and take these treasures. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Immediately, he, A-Qing, and the white-feathered crane passed through this stone chamber, walked through a cave, and arrived at the next stone chamber. This stone chamber looked larger and more luxurious than the previous two, magnificent and otherworldly. The stone chamber was quite simple, containing only 5 cultivation techniques and 5 magical treasures. However, what shocked Lin Yi was that these 5 magical treasures were all legendary Dao-grade treasures. Magical treasures are divided into 3 major realms: spiritual artifacts, treasure artifacts, and Dao artifacts. Each realm is further divided into 4 minor realms: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Dao-grade magical treasures are something that none of the 8 major sects possess. Even their sect's most prized possessions are only supreme-grade treasure artifacts, unusable even by the sect leader, merely kept there to guard the sect. Yet this quiet room contained Dao-grade magical treasures. Lin Yi glanced at the 5 cultivation techniques. They were all inscribed with titles like the 9th grade 5 elements cultivation technique, the 9th grade void refining divine technique, and the 9th grade heaven and earth overlord body technique. The cultivation techniques he possessed, which he had obtained from Meng Yurao, were all incomplete. But here, complete versions were available. This 9th rank 5 elements heart sutra, the 9th rank void refining divine technique, and the 9th rank heaven and earth overlord body technique, these are what I need most. Lin Yi's breathing quickened. He could resist the allure of those magical treasures, even though they were all Dao artifacts. But these cultivation techniques were too tempting. The ones he possessed were all incomplete. At most, they could only allow him to cultivate to the golden core realm, after which he would have no more techniques and could not continue. With these complete versions, he could cultivate all the way to the spirit embryo realm, or even higher realms. I really want to take them. Lin Yi stretched out his hand, his face full of longing. But seeing the 5 people who had died in this stone chamber, he restrained himself. These predecessors were his cautionary tales. Don't reach out, if you do, you'll be caught. Lin Yi sighed. He could only watch these treasures helplessly, unable to take them. When I reach the golden core realm in the future, I will definitely come back again. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said resolutely. There were truly treasures here that he had to obtain. This cave indeed contained the most top-tier cultivation techniques and magical treasures for those who cultivate the 5 elements simultaneously. As long as he obtained these resources, not to mention breaking through to the spirit embryo realm, even the chance of breaking through to the immortal realm would greatly increase. It seemed that this place was truly laid out by the Cold Heaven Emperor. Moo. A-Qing reminded Lin Yi, telling him not to make a mistake and not to act impulsively. Let's go. Lin Yi decisively turned around and walked towards the exit of the stone chamber first. He feared that if he lingered here even a moment longer, he would truly succumb to his urges. Every human has desires, ambitions, and greed. Who can truly restrain themselves? Even he couldn't. Just now, he had been desperately trying to control himself. Those 5 geniuses who had died cultivating the 5 elements had endured the previous trials, but they too had succumbed to this one and perished. However, considering that in all these years, only these 5 people had reached this stone chamber, it was clear that they were all exceptionally talented and capable geniuses. Yet, their ultimate fate was exactly the same as those before them. If you want a different destiny, if you want to leave alive, you must restrain all greed. Even if you see the most valuable and rarest cultivation techniques and treasures, you must resist. Walking out of the stone chamber and into the cave, Lin Yi admonished himself. A-Qing nodded in agreement. This time, the white feather crane led the way, with Lin Yi and A-Qing following behind. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. After traversing a winding mountain cave, Lin Yi and A-Qing, following the white feather crane, entered a magnificent hall that appeared extremely luxurious. Upon seeing the scene inside, Lin Yi was completely stunned. In the very center of the hall stood 9 bronze frames, from which hung a crimson fire dragon approximately 10 zang long. Beneath the crimson fire dragon's corpse were many jade bowls, each filled with more than half a bowl of dragon blood. This dragon blood was crimson, appearing crystal clear and radiating a powerful aura. A-Qing, this is the dragon blood you've been looking for, Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. There really was a fire dragon in this forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. There really was dragon blood. He saw it. What the 2 seniors, Anduin and Dabokao, said was true. But unfortunately, in this most luxurious hall, there were also the corpses of 3 other cultivators of the 5 elements. They all died beside the jade bowls. Clearly, they too couldn't resist the urge to obtain the dragon blood and died here. A-Qing looked at the fire dragon and the dragon blood in the hundreds of jade bowls, and solemnly shook her head. Isn't this what you wanted? Lin Yi looked at A-Qing, his face full of surprise. A-Qing nodded earnestly. Then, he gazed towards the end of the main hall, where another sealed stone door stood. This isn't even the deepest part of the cave. Lin Yi stared at the locked stone door, his face filled with shock. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground. Fire Dragon. Dragon blood. He had seen it all. This should be the most precious thing in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground. Yet, at the end of this main hall, there was another stone door. Is this stone door the way out, or is there another secret if I open the stone door? Lin Yi speculated. Just then, A-Qing took the initiative to walk towards the stone door. Judging from A-Qing's eager appearance, the outer door of the stone door is obviously unlikely to be the exit. There must be another secret, Lin Yi guessed. However, what treasure could be more precious than a fire dragon and dragon blood? He couldn't imagine. This time, he truly had to thank A-Qing. If it weren't for A-Qing's insistence, how could he have come all the way here, seen so many extremely precious cultivation techniques and treasures, and even witnessed a fire dragon with his own eyes? That Cold Heaven Emperor was truly incredibly powerful, actually managing to kill an incomparably strong fire dragon. A-Qing arrived at the stone door, gesturing for Lin Yi to help open it. Its expression was very urgent. I'll try. Lin Yi stepped forward and tried to push with all his might. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it open. Even with his 5-element spiritual energy tempering and cultivation of the heaven and earth overlord body, making his physical strength invincible in the spirit gathering realm, the stone door remained completely unmoved. I'll try with a surprising swan sword. Lin Yi took out the surprising swan sword, but it couldn't even leave a mark on the stone door, let alone shatter it. It was impossible to tell what kind of treasure the stone door was made of, given its immense power. A-Qing, I can't open it either. Lin Yi spread his hands towards A-Qing, his face full of helplessness. A-Qing gestured for Lin Yi to look above his head. There are actually 2 handprint patterns here. Lin Yi looked up and was surprised to find 2 seemingly faint handprint patterns. He had been so focused on pushing open the stone door that he hadn't noticed the 2 handprint patterns. This stone door is too sturdy, forcing it open is impossible, Lin Yi said solemnly. In all the other stone chambers and the main hall, outsiders could freely enter and inspect as they pleased. As long as they weren't greedy, they could survive. But behind this stone door, who knew what precious treasures were hidden? They weren't allowed to go in. I'll try. Lin Yi immediately placed his hands on the 2 handprint patterns. To his astonishment, a tremendous suction force suddenly emanated from the 2 handprint patterns, abruptly pulling his hands to the stone door. Then, the stone door shone brightly, flashing with multicolored light. Boom! The stone door loosened and began to shrink to one side. Then, the stone gate completely disappeared. Lin Yi and A-Qing discovered that behind the stone gate was a much larger, more magnificent, and more resplendent hall. However, there were no treasures displayed inside the hall. Only on the bronze rack in the very center hung a blue cowhide. It was a perfectly intact blue cowhide, exactly like A-Qing's. A-Qing, This blue cowhide looks just like you. Lin Yi turned to look at A-Qing, surprised. At that moment, he saw two streams of tears rolling down A-Qing's cheeks. Lin Yi fell silent. He seemed to understand. Chapter 164 Taking the Dragon Blood. Lin Yi stood quietly beside A-Qing, keeping her company. He finally understood why A-Qing had risked her life to venture deep into the cave. There hung a blue cowhide there. Clearly, the deceased was at least a member of A-Qing's clan. Most likely, an ancestor. Even further, it could be A-Qing's mother. Otherwise, A-Qing wouldn't have reacted so strongly, insisting on coming. Watching A-Qing silently weep, Lin Yi felt a pang of sorrow. Having never seen her mother since childhood, she finally sensed it, risking her life to find her, only to find a hide. Only a blue cowhide remained. Even as an observer, he felt deeply saddened by this tragedy. Lin Yi couldn't utter any words of comfort. Words were superfluous at this moment. All he could do was stand quietly beside A-Qing, tears welling in his eyes, keeping her company. After a long while, A-Qing slowly calmed down and stopped crying. Two tear tracks at the corners of her eyes looked heartbreaking. A-Qing, please accept my condolences. Lin Yi patted A-Qing and comforted her. Moo. A-Qing looked up at Lin Yi, her eyes red, filled with intense hatred and anger, her gaze resolute and ruthless. In Lin Yi's memory, A-Qing had always been well-behaved, sensible, and very obedient. She always had a smiling face, even a touch of shyness. At this moment, A-Qing gave him the feeling of a demonic bull that could slaughter a group of people at any moment. A-Qing, don't worry, our fates were intertwined from birth. I bear a striking resemblance to the Cold Heaven Emperor who laid down this forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, and here, I even saw the blue cowhide of your relative. I will definitely investigate the relationship behind this, find the culprit who killed your relative, and avenge them. Lin Yi patted A-Qing and said solemnly. Moo. A-Qing pointed to itself with its hoof. You'll take revenge yourself. Lin Yi immediately understood. He and A-Qing shared the same plight. Both had been orphaned at a young age. Outside, at least he had people to talk to. But A-Qing had always been alone in the immortal mansion space, a lone calf, as if imprisoned, even more miserable than him. Now, A-Qing found his relatives, but not even a complete skeleton remained, only a blue cowhide was left. He had searched desperately for his parents, whom he had never met. What would the outcome be? Would they also end up like A-Qing, finding only a pile of bones? Or perhaps not even bones at all? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a pang of sorrow. The path of cultivation was paved with countless bones. This cave was a true reflection of the path of cultivation. Many had died upon entering the cave. Later, in the 5-colored lotus stone chamber, in the top-grade treasure stone chamber, in the stone chamber containing the 9th-rank heaven and earth overlord body technique and Deo artifacts, and in the great hall containing the fire dragon's corpse and blood, people died along the way. Some of the most brilliant geniuses had even reached this place, but they too perished. It was simply unknown. Has anyone ever obtained the cultivation techniques within and successfully emerged alive? Perhaps. But the chances are incredibly slim. At least, according to Luozan, not a single person who entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area practicing the 5 elements simultaneously came out alive. Those practicing the 5 elements simultaneously have no chance. Single element spiritual energy cultivators, their spiritual energy foundation is not deep enough. Even the first trial in the cave, the bloodthirsty ants, is difficult to overcome. However, if someone did successfully pass the bloodthirsty ant trial, they wouldn't be greedy for any of the subsequent trials. In the end, perhaps someone could actually obtain the dragon blood or other treasures. This possibility is extremely low. This is the true path of cultivation. Everyone is cultivating. But can anyone truly become an immortal? With the spiritual energy of heaven and earth becoming increasingly scarce, no one has become an immortal for a long time. A-Qing, should we take this blue cowhide with us, or? Lin Yi asked A-Qing. Moo. A-Qing shook its head. Are you afraid that seeing it all the time will make you sad? Lin Yi asked. Moo. A-Qing nodded. Then, it shook its head again. Clearly, it admitted that seeing it would make it sad. But this might not be the key reason why it opposed taking it away. Are you worried that we can't take it? Would it be life-threatening to take it away by force? Lin Yi asked, guessing. Moo. A-Qing nodded vigorously. Lin Yi was willing to risk his life to accompany it all the way here, to fulfill one of its wishes and obsessions. It was already very content. It didn't want Lin Yi to lose his life because of it. In that case, let's go out, Lin Yi called to A-Qing. Moo, A-Qing nodded obediently. It took one last deep look at the blue cowhide before reluctantly leaving the most luxurious hall, turning back again and again. Boom. As soon as Lin Yi and A-Qing stepped out, the stone door of the hall closed again. Looking at the handprint pattern on the stone door, Lin Yi pondered. Someone must have seen this handprint pattern before, and must have tried to open it, but no one died in this last hall. It's very likely because they couldn't open this stone door. Perhaps only A-Qing and I can open this stone door and enter, just like the colorful light curtain outside. Only I can come and go freely, Lin Yi boldly speculated. This Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area truly had a deep connection with him. Seeing the blue cowhide, he knew that A-Qing's relatives were buried there. It was definitely a connection between him and A-Qing's ancestors, continuing into their generation. No wonder. When he first entered the immortal abode space, nothing was left, only A-Qing. This was a reminder that A-Qing was the only truly important person to him. Since I have such a deep connection with the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, and so many precious treasures are left here, are they meant for me? Lin Yi seriously speculated. If that were the case, couldn't he take the treasures away? The five-colored lotus, possessing sentience, could actively kill. Picking it would be tantamount to taking its life. The lotus might resist. But what about the other treasures? Like the dragon blood in this jade bowl, the complete 9th rank heaven and earth overlord body technique, the 9th rank void refining god technique, and other top-grade magical artifacts and Deo artifacts. Could he take these? Should I give it a try? Lin Yi gazed at the dragon blood in the jade bowl, his eyes gleaming with desire. He was truly unwilling to simply come in, take a look, and then leave. That cold heaven emperor is said to be the closest being to an immortal. His strength is incomparably powerful. And the restrictions he sets up are incredibly strong. If he doesn't let me take it, even if I cultivate to the golden core realm and then come in, I definitely won't be able to take it. If he lets me take it, I can definitely take it right now, Lin Yi said earnestly. The more he thought about it, the more likely this possibility seemed, and the harder it was for him to control himself. Once the seed of greed takes root and sprouts, it can grow into a towering tree in an instant, blotting out the sky and blinding all reason. Let's try. Lin Yi hesitated again and again, but finally couldn't hold back and decided to give it a try. He was going to take a gamble. Others were truly gambling with their lives. But he had an advantage over them. There was an inexplicable relationship between him and the Cold Heaven Emperor, making this forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley different from others for him. He felt there was a high probability that he wouldn't be attacked. If they want me dead, I'll die no matter when I come. I'll come back sooner or later. I must obtain all the cultivation techniques and treasures inside. I might as well try now. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and made a decisive decision. Immediately, he went to a jade bowl, squatted down, and reached out to take it. Whoosh! The moment he touched the jade bowl, it seemed to trigger some powerful restriction. Instantly, a dazzling five-colored light flashed, enveloping Lin Yi completely. Then, this five-colored light suddenly disappeared. Lin Yi easily picked up the jade bowl. I really can take it. Lin Yi looked at the dragon blood in the jade bowl, overjoyed and extremely excited. He guessed right. The treasures in this forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley were reserved for him and A-Qing. A-Qing, you try. Lin Yi immediately called to A-Qing. Moo, A-Qing nodded. Immediately, A-Qing also lowered her head and picked up a jade bowl with her mouth. After a burst of colorful light, A-Qing also successfully picked up the jade bowl and was able to take the dragon blood away. Just as I expected, we can both do it. Lin Yi's face was full of excitement. To others, this was a forbidden area, a death trap. To him, however, it was a treasure trove specially reserved for him. A-Qing, let's take all the dragon blood here, Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. He had originally planned to come back again after reaching the transcendent realm. Now, it seemed unnecessary. As he spoke, Lin Yi bent down to retrieve the second bowl of dragon blood. Whoosh! A five-colored light flashed. A five-colored light screen appeared, enveloping him. But to Lin Yi's surprise, this time the five-colored light screen didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it gently bounced him away. How could this be? Lin Yi was filled with astonishment. He tried again. The result was exactly the same. The five-colored light screen appeared and bounced him away. He couldn't take the remaining dragon blood at all. Similarly, A-Qing on the other side had the same result. Both he and A-Qing were gently pushed away, no longer allowed to take any more dragon blood. What's going on? Lin Yi pondered. Soon, he figured it out. Could it be that Cold Heaven Emperor left these treasures for his descendants, but he didn't want one descendant to take them all? Each descendant can only take one bowl of dragon blood. That way, more descendants can be cared for, and it can be passed down for many generations. Lin Yi seriously speculated. He felt this was very likely. If it were him, and he left many treasures for his descendants, he would do the same. If one descendant took them all, future generations would be left empty-handed. The lineage would be broken. This was clearly not a wise approach. Inheritance is about continuity. It should be prolonged as long as possible. Moreover, not all descendants who reach this place are exceptionally talented. Obtaining dragon blood guarantees becoming a top-tier powerhouse. If a mediocre descendant takes it all, it would be a waste of this precious dragon blood. It's better to distribute it. These 100 bowls of dragon blood can be obtained by 100 descendants. Among those 100 descendants, there will inevitably be a few with exceptional talent. If even one can reach or approach the level of the Cold Heaven Emperor, then another fire dragon can be slain, continuing this legacy. Of course, the real situation might be more complex than just this. Besides the factor of inheritance, it might also be related to cultivation level. A cultivator at the spirit gathering realm can only take one bowl of dragon blood. If a cultivator at the mortal transformation realm comes in, they might be able to take 2 bowls of dragon blood, and a cultivator at the golden core realm might be able to take 3 bowls. Lin Yi continued to speculate. His thinking had broadened considerably, no longer confined to a single aspect. Was the truth really as he suspected? He would find out once he advanced to the mortal transformation realm and entered again. A-Qing, let's go. Lin Yi carefully sealed the 2 bowls of dragon blood and stored them in his immortal abode space. He was even afraid of accidents if he stored them in his stored ring. He kept his most valuable treasures in his immortal abode. Only ordinary cultivation manuals, magic weapons, and spirit stones could be taken out in public before being stored in his stored ring. The most crucial objectives of this trip have basically been achieved. Lin Yi smiled as he walked out of the magnificent hall where the fire dragon and dragon blood were kept. He had successfully gathered the spiritual herb seeds for refining the transcendent pill. Now he had also obtained the dragon blood. At the same time, he also learned that he did indeed have a close relationship with that Cold Heaven Emperor. He also had a very close relationship with A-Qing. However, the exact identity of that Cold Heaven Emperor was still uncertain. Whether it was his grandfather, great-grandfather, or even his father, it was still hard to say. What he was certain of was one thing: he was likely a descendant of the Cold Heaven Emperor, or at least one of his descendants. After all, so much dragon blood had been left behind, and he could only take a bowl. He was probably just one of many descendants. I finally figured out the truth behind the deaths of all these cultivators of the 5 elements. They all wanted the treasure of the 5 elements cultivation, and they died in this cave. Not a single one of them left alive, Lin Yi said regretfully. However, this Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground was inherently a forbidden area, fortified with powerful restrictions to prevent anyone from entering. The 8 major sects exploited the 3 days each year when the 5-colored light curtain was at its weakest, sending disciples in to steal spiritual herbs. Even worse, some dared to enter the treasure cave, intending to steal the priceless treasure left to their descendants by the Cold Heaven Emperor. They were, in essence, thieves. They failed, and were killed because of their greed. There's nothing to regret. Those who could restrain their greed and refrain from stealing remained unharmed. Even the 5-colored lotus flower wouldn't intentionally kill. Greed, it has truly cost too many lives. Chapter 165 The Jade Slip for Guidance. The so-called Forbidden Area is actually just a treasure trove and medicinal garden left by Emperor Wangxian for his descendants. Any descendant of Emperor Wangxian can enter and leave freely. The 5-colored light barrier will not hinder them at all. All the various treasures in this cave can be taken, but to ensure the long-term continuation of the lineage, not one person can take them all, Lin Yi exclaimed. This trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area had been very fruitful for him. He had uncovered the truth of many things. He was now completely certain that he was a descendant of Emperor Wangxian. However, the specific relationship with Emperor Wangxian still required more clues to verify. Now, he was basically certain that Emperor Wangxian had set up this Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area for descendants like him. He should be able to enter at any time once he reaches the Transcendent Realm, the Golden Core Realm, or even the spirit embryo realm. However, whether he can still take an extra bowl of dragon blood after his realm advances remains to be seen. This time, I'll take as many as I can, Lin Yi said with a smile. Soon, he and A-Qing arrived at the magnificent stone chamber where the 9th rank heaven and earth overlord body technique and Dao grade treasures were kept. I might only be able to choose one treasure from here. Lin Yi looked at the various treasures in the stone chamber, his expression grave. This was a difficult choice. From these numerous treasures, he could only choose one. Wait, I can choose two. A-Qing can also help me take one out, Lin Yi suddenly realized. The Forbidden Fire Dragon Valley offered A-Qing the same preferential treatment as Lin Yi. A-Qing, after this trip, you can finally meet people openly. I'll tell you you're a rare spirit beast from the Forbidden Fire Dragon Valley, tamed by me, and came out with me. That way you'll have a legitimate identity. Lin Yi smiled and turned to A-Qing. Moo. A-Qing smiled, swishing its tail and nodding happily. It had been inside the immortal abode space. Although its cultivation speed was fast, it still preferred being separated from Lin Yi. The spirit beasts in the immortal abode space seemed too childish to it. It couldn't fit in. It longed for the outside world, to adventure with Lin Yi. Just like when they entered the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley this time. From now on, I'll take you with me wherever I go, Lin Yi patted A-Qing and said with a smile. Seeing A-Qing slowly emerging from the grief of losing her loved ones, he was very gratified. Such grief would be difficult for anyone to accept. However, A-Qing chose to bury these feelings deep in her heart and pretend that nothing was wrong. This kind of forbearance is not something that ordinary people can possess, and it is even rarer among spirit beasts. Moo. A-Qing smiled, gentle and obedient. Looking at her now, who would have thought that just a moment ago, she was full of murderous intent, like a demonic bull, wanting revenge? If A-Qing were a human cultivator, she would definitely be the kind of person who could hide her feelings, endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens, and achieve great things. Even for a cow to do this, Lin Yi was full of admiration. A-Qing, the treasure in this stone chamber is the most crucial treasure. It's far more precious than the treasure in the outer stone chamber. I can take one thing with me, and you can help me take one. Let me see which one suits me, Lin Yi greeted A-Qing. Moo. A-Qing nodded slightly. Then, Lin Yi began to choose from among the cultivation techniques. 9th grade 5 Elements Heart Sutra, 9th grade Void Refining Divine Technique, 9th grade Heaven and Earth Overlord Body Technique, and the 9th grade Soaring Sky Sword Manual, and various rare secret techniques, and these Dao artifact level flying swords, long swords, long whips, long spears, scrolls, and other treasures. Only two can be chosen. It's truly difficult to choose. Lin Yi was caught in a difficult decision. After much hesitation, Lin Yi gradually formed an idea. Dao artifact level magic treasures are far beyond my level. Even if I obtained a Dao artifact, with my limited spiritual power, I wouldn't be able to activate it at all, and I wouldn't be able to unleash its true power. I wouldn't even be able to successfully refine it. Lin Yi was well aware of his limitations. He failed several times and expended a great deal of effort to refine the high-grade magic weapon, the Jinghong sword, before finally succeeding. Other cultivators at the spirit gathering realm simply couldn't refine it successfully. As for top-grade magic weapons, with his current spiritual awareness and spiritual power, he couldn't even refine them successfully. Let alone Dao artifacts, which are a whole realm higher than top-grade magic weapons. Some cultivators at the spirit embryo realm might not even be able to refine them successfully. Even if he chose these Dao artifacts, he wouldn't need them now, and they wouldn't be of much help to him. It's like giving a toddler a 1,000-pound iron hammer, incredibly powerful. Could the toddler even lift it? It wouldn't be as lethal as picking up a small stone from the roadside. Right now, the most advantageous and immediately helpful techniques for me are these 9th grade cultivation methods. Among so many techniques, I need to choose the most useful one. Lin Yi narrowed down his choices considerably. He quickly made his decision. 9th grade 5 Elements Heart Method, 9th grade Void Refining Divine Technique, 9th grade Heaven and Earth Overlord Body Technique. These three 9th grade techniques are the most beneficial to me, Lin Yi said earnestly. These represent the three most important aspects of a cultivator: cultivation realm, spiritual consciousness cultivation, and physical body realm. However, he could only choose two. He also had to give up one of these three. No matter which one he gave up, Lin Yi was reluctant and felt regretful. But there was no other way. This was reality. After much deliberation, Lin Yi finally made his final decision. I'll choose the 9th rank Void Refining Divine Technique and the 9th rank Heaven and Earth Overlord Body Technique. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. These two were extremely important to him. The Myriad Power Divine Technique was paramount. Divine consciousness was of utmost importance. The Heaven and Earth Overlord Body Technique was an absolute must-have for those who cultivated all 5 elements simultaneously. It could increase his chances of successfully breaking through to a higher realm, and even if he failed, it would minimize the damage and risks. As for the 9th rank 5 elements cultivation technique, it's certainly important, but there should be 5th rank, even 6th rank, 7th rank, and 9th rank 5 elements cultivation techniques out there. There are still quite a few people who choose to cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, so the 5 elements cultivation technique isn't particularly rare, it's just that it doesn't reach the 9th rank level. 5th rank and 7th rank ones can still be used. Lin Yi smiled, comforting himself. The 5 elements cultivation technique was designed to accelerate his cultivation speed, providing more exquisite techniques for opening his meridians. He already had a good foundation in these areas. Now, he had opened the Great Circulation, with over 81 meridians open, so even if he cultivated a 5th rank technique, his cultivation speed would be fast enough, clearly sufficient. Immediately, Lin Yi reached out and picked up the jade slip containing the 9th rank Void Refining Technique. After a flash of multicolored light, he easily took it. Then, at Lin Yi's signal, A-Qing helped him pick up the blue jade slip containing the 9th rank Heaven and Earth Overlord Body Technique. Let's see if we can take one more. Lin Yi decided to try. Dragon blood was incredibly precious, he could only take one bowl. Perhaps he could take more of these techniques and treasures. But to his dismay, when he placed his hand on another jade slip containing a technique, a multicolored light screen appeared, gently repelling him and preventing him from taking it again. Perhaps, once I cultivate to the transcendent realm, I can come back and take another one. If even with increased cultivation, I can't take any more, then it means each descendant can only take one. If I want to take more treasures from this stone chamber, the only way is to have more children, Lin Yi pondered. Perfect. He also planned to create a powerful cultivation family with Mosiadang. The Cold Heaven Emperor leaving so many treasures for his descendants clearly had this intention. But what happened later? Why didn't any powerful families appear? He still hadn't met any other descendants of the Cold Heaven Emperor. I am the first to take these treasures, and I bear the heavy responsibility of passing down my family's legacy. Since the lineage of Emperor Hanshan doesn't yet have a powerful cultivation family, I will create one. Fulfilling his wish, Lin Yi said solemnly. This would also be very beneficial to him. With descendants, he could take all the treasures in this stone chamber. He would have a high chance of following Emperor Hanshan's path and striving for immortality. Once he reached that level, he would leave behind even more family heirlooms in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area and in the cultivation family he created, ensuring the continuation of Emperor Hanshan's lineage. Huh? Why is there a jade slip here next to all these magical artifacts? Does this jade slip not contain cultivation techniques? Lin Yi turned around and saw a purple jade slip next to the many magical artifacts. It had the words Guidance Jade Slip written on it. Guidance Jade Slip, this is a treasure. Lin Yi looked surprised. Guidance Jade Slip. Could it guide people to other places? To some secret realm, a top-tier blessed land? To the place where those close to immortality reside? Is the Cold Heaven Emperor there? Are his parents there too? Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel excited. This Guidance Jade Slip might be the most important treasure to him. I want to choose this Guiding Jade Slip. Lin Yi immediately put the 9th grade Heaven and Earth Overlord Body Technique Jade Slip and the 9th grade Void Refining God Technique Jade Slip back in their original positions. He wanted to take the purple Guiding Jade Slip. But to his utter dismay, a 5-colored light screen appeared on the purple Guiding Jade Slip, gently bouncing him away. He couldn't take the Guiding Jade Slip. He tried to pick up other cultivation techniques and Deo artifacts, but they were all gently bouncing away by the 5-colored light screen. Only by picking up the 9th grade Heaven and Earth Overlord Body Technique and the 9th grade Void Refining God Technique Jade Slips that he had just chosen could he pick them up directly. You only have one chance to choose. Once you've chosen, there's no going back. Lin Yi's face was full of regret. This was just like life. Some opportunities only come once. There's no going back. If you choose wrong, you have to accept it. Many people only have one chance to choose in their lifetime. Some can strive to earn a second chance, but at a great cost. I might be just a tiny bit away from the truth. If I choose this guiding jade slip, I might very well see the cold heaven emperor, see my parents. Lin Yi stared at the purple guiding jade slip, his face filled with resentment. What he had been desperately seeking was so close. Yet, now he could only watch. I want to cultivate to the transcendent realm as quickly as possible, then I'll come back and try to take this purple guiding jade slip. If my cultivation level increases but I still can't take another treasure, then I'll marry Mo Xiaodong as soon as possible and have a child, Lin Yi said solemnly. He was determined to get this purple guiding jade slip. If he had a chance to choose again, he would be willing to exchange these 2 9th-grade cultivation techniques, plus 2 bowls of dragon blood, for this purple guiding jade slip. Unfortunately, life can't be relived. But fortunately, there is still a chance to salvage the situation. If he were given another 10 days to half a month to break through to the transcendent realm, he should be able to succeed. Then he would come back again. If that didn't work, he would have a child as soon as possible, so that he could come back with his child in about a year. At the latest, it would be a year. He would then obtain the purple jade slip for guidance. After I get out this time, I must find Xiao Tang and ask her clearly what's going on. If she's changed her mind, then we should end it as soon as possible. What does it mean to keep avoiding her like this? Lin Yi's face showed urgency. He couldn't afford to delay. He needed to have a child as soon as possible. At the very least, he needed to see her often and cultivate their relationship. Mo Xiaotang had been avoiding him. Now he felt somewhat estranged from her. It was better to be closer to Meng Yao, He Sui, Ji Zhenyu, and Wang Qingsu. They were more familiar with each other. A-Qing, let's go, Lin Yi called out to A-Qing. Soon, the man and the ox arrived at the outer stone chamber. The cultivation techniques and magical treasures placed inside this stone chamber were actually extremely attractive. The cultivation techniques were mostly 7th grade, and there were many of them. The magic treasures were also mostly top-grade treasures, and there were many of them as well. I wonder how difficult it is to obtain 7th grade 5 elements cultivation techniques outside. Since there's a 7th grade 5 elements cultivation method here, I'll choose this one first. Lin Yi examined it for a moment and decisively picked up the blue jade slip containing the 7th grade 5 elements cultivation method. He glanced at it. This 7th grade 5 elements cultivation method was actually enough for him to cultivate to the integration realm. The stages were Spirit Gathering Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm, Golden Core Realm, Spirit Embryo Realm, Transcendence Realm, Integration Realm. The Integration Realm was basically an extremely powerful realm. It was much stronger than a Spirit Embryo Realm cultivator. Basically, one could crush a Spirit Embryo Realm expert with a single hand, like crushing an ant. This 7th grade 5 elements cultivation method will last me a long time, Lin Yi smiled. Of course, the 9th grade 5 elements cultivation method can also be cultivated to the integration realm. It's just that the cultivation speed will be faster, more meridians will be opened, and the spiritual power cultivated will be more condensed. Although both lead to the integration realm, the advantages of the 9th grade 5 elements cultivation method are much greater. The power and effects of different grades are also significantly different. But for now, he can't choose the 9th grade 5 elements cultivation method. The 7th grade 5 elements cultivation method is also quite good. Next, A-Qing, please help me choose the most suitable one from these many top-grade treasures. Lin Yi looked at A-Qing and greeted her with a smile. A top-grade magic weapon would grant him immense power instantly. He also has a high chance of successfully refining it. Even if he can't do it now, once he advances to the transcendent realm within 10 days to half a month, he will definitely be able to refine it successfully. Chapter 166 Breaking Through the Shackles. Lin Yi carefully examined the numerous magical treasures. Somewhat disappointed, he didn't see any more jade slips for guidance. Clearly, his only hope of obtaining a jade slip lay in the luxurious stone chamber where the Dao artifacts were kept. A single jade slip for guidance was worth as much as a Dao artifact, just for guiding someone to place. He became even more concerned about this jade slip. I must find a way to get a jade slip for guidance, Lin Yi said solemnly. He then began carefully selecting from the pile of top-grade treasures. After examining them for a long time, and after careful consideration, Lin Yi decided to choose the Divine Sense magical treasure. This 1000 refinement divine cauldron is truly remarkable. Lin Yi smiled as he looked at the description written on the paper next to the 1000 Refinement Divine Cauldron. The 1000 Refinement Divine Cauldron is a top-grade treasure, extremely close to a Dao artifact. In daily life, it can repeatedly refine a cultivator's divine sense, improving its quality. When the quality of divine sense reaches a certain level, it even has the opportunity to allow the cultivator to break through the shackles of divine sense, allowing their divine sense cultivation to exceed their spiritual power cultivation by 2 major realms. Divine sense exceeding spiritual power cultivation by 1 major realm is called breaking through the limit, exceeding by 2 major realms is called breaking through the shackles, Lin Yi exclaimed. These shackles are essentially things that are virtually impossible to break through. The difficulty is simply too great. However, with this 1000 Refinement Divine Cauldron, there's still a sliver of a chance to break through the shackles. If I can break through these shackles, I'll be more than just invincible within the same realm, Lin Yi thought expectantly. The myriad power god is paramount. Divine consciousness is crucial, especially for comprehension, as it greatly enhances it. He broke through his limits in the spirit gathering realm, raising his divine consciousness cultivation to the peak of the transcendent realm. His comprehension was greatly boosted. Normally, cultivators who reach the peak of the transcendent realm have the same divine consciousness cultivation as him, but without the extra boost from breaking through the limits, their comprehension is actually far inferior. Even if their initial comprehension and current divine consciousness cultivation are the same, Lin Yi is someone who has broken through the limits of divine consciousness, giving him a significant advantage in comprehension. He has a huge advantage in comprehending cultivation techniques. Even breaking through limits gives him a significant advantage. If he can break through the shackles, won't his comprehension be incredibly strong? Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. In other words, with his current peak spiritual power cultivation at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm, if he breaks through the limits, his divine sense can reach the transcendent realm. After reaching the transcendent realm, he can cultivate to the peak of the transcendent realm. If he can break through the shackles and raise his divine sense to the golden core realm, he can continue cultivating his divine sense to the peak of the golden core realm. Such divine sense cultivation is the same as that of a peak golden core realm cultivator. However, because he has broken through the shackles and broken through 2 major realms, the comprehension of a peak golden core realm cultivator is far inferior to his. Breaking through the shackles of divine consciousness, the improvement in comprehension alone is enough to make anyone drool, offering countless advantages, not to mention the resulting enhancements in techniques and the activation of magical treasures, along with a greater ability to observe and control the details of combat, all come with greater ease. This 1000 Refinement Divine Cauldron will bring about a tremendous change for me. Lin Yi's expression shifted with emotion. Although even with this top-grade treasure level 1000 Refinement Divine Cauldron, the probability of breaking through the limits of divine consciousness was extremely low, he still had this opportunity, this hope. Others could at most break through their limits, but could never break through the shackles. He had a chance to break through the shackles. That was the biggest change. Of course, this 1000 Refinement Divine Cauldron, used to break through shackles, is only suitable for cultivators in the spirit gathering realm. Once they reach the mortal transformation realm, using this top-grade treasure level 1000 Refinement Divine Cauldron will only help them break through their limits, not break through any further shackles. This kind of divine consciousness magic weapon is only most effective now. Once they reach the mortal transformation realm, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. It can only help my divine consciousness break through the shackles of divine consciousness. It will be difficult for it to continue helping me break through shackles of divine consciousness in the future. My state of breaking through the shackles of divine consciousness is also difficult to maintain for very long. Lin Yi sighed. Even so, he remained determined to choose the 1000 Refinement Divine Technique. Breaking through the shackles of divine consciousness is an extremely profound and powerful state. Throughout the entire history of the cultivation world, very few have been able to achieve it. If he could break through the shackles, even just once, he would experience the benefits and rewards. This is the true ultimate. His simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements is aimed at reaching the ultimate. In the spirit gathering realm, refining the top-grade treasure level 1000 Refined Divine Cauldron gives me a chance to break through the shackles. Actually, to maintain this state, once I reach the transcendent realm, if I can obtain a Dao-level magic weapon, I should be able to break through the shackles again. Of course, obtaining a Dao-level weapon in the transcendent realm is extremely difficult, and the difficulty of refining it is beyond imagination. Lin Yi sighed. Let alone a Dao artifact. Even a top-grade magic weapon like the 1000 refined divine cauldron would be difficult for him to successfully refine, given his current peak transcendent realm cultivation. He had failed many times before finally succeeding in refining the high-grade magic weapon, the Soaring Glory Sword. Let's give it a try, otherwise, it would be a real pity. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. He then had A-Qing help him pick up the 1000 refined divine cauldron and make his choice. Incidentally, Lin Yi also took the storage bags of the deceased geniuses on the ground. From the Dragon Blood Hall all the way here, he had probably taken about 20 storage bags in total. These geniuses were once the most talented disciples of their respective sects, and they must have considerable wealth. He would slowly tally up his gains after they left. Although the wealth these geniuses possessed could not compare to that in the treasure cave, even a small amount was still valuable. Especially when accumulated in large quantities, it would amount to a huge sum. Let's go. Lin Yi put the 7th grade 5 Elements Heart Sutra and the Tempering Divine Cauldron into his immortal mansion space, and greeted A-Qing with a smile. The man and the ox walked out. Soon, they arrived at the quiet room where the 5-colored lotus was planted. This 5-colored lotus has gained sentience and is still growing. Let's not provoke it and just leave. Lin Yi shook his head. As before, he picked up the storage bags and fallen magical treasures of the deceased geniuses and stored them in his immortal abode. Huh? Lin Yi looked surprised. This time, he found that the number of storage bags didn't match the number of dead cultivators. There were more dead cultivators, but nearly 10 fewer storage bags. Lin Yi searched carefully but couldn't find any more. Those who enter the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area to pick spiritual herbs wouldn't come in without storage bags, even empty ones. The number of storage bags doesn't match up, so someone must have come in, taken them, and left, or someone entered this treasure cave and came out alive. There might be more than one, Lin Yi guessed. But soon, another question arose. Everyone said that none of those who cultivated all 5 elements left the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area alive. How could this be? Could it be that those who left alive and were not greedy were all single-element spiritual power cultivators? Although this treasure cave was indeed extremely attractive to those who cultivated all 5 elements, possessing a fatal attraction, the various cultivation techniques and treasures inside could also allow single-element spiritual power cultivators to make rapid progress and have a bright future. Someone must have left alive. There must be someone outside who knows about this treasure cave. Master Luozan probably knows, but he didn't tell me a word. He was probably afraid I would die here, so he only let me gather the spiritual herbs for refining the transcendent pill and leave quickly, not letting me go deeper, Lin Yi pondered. From this perspective, Luozan still cared for him a great deal. I have a feeling that it's impossible for all the 5 elements cultivators to have died here, Lin Yi said seriously. He had a feeling that perhaps a few of these 5 elements cultivators had restrained their greed and successfully left the cave alive. But why didn't these very few 5 elements cultivators manage to leave the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area alive? This was another thing that puzzled him. This time, he didn't know if he could find the answer. He had already thoroughly investigated the secret that most of the 5 elements cultivators had died in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. They all died in this treasure cave. He just didn't know where the very few 5 elements cultivators who escaped the treasure cave had died. Or perhaps, they were still alive? Once we leave the treasure cave, I'm going to explore the entire forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, Lin Yi said earnestly. Then, Lin Yi, with A-Qing in tow, continued outwards. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi and A-Qing arrived at the entrance to the cave inhabited by tens of thousands of bloodthirsty ants. This time, Lin Yi no longer felt the panic and helplessness he had when he entered. When he first entered, he was mainly filled with fear and apprehension because he knew nothing about the treasure cave. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Now, having explored the entire treasure cave, he no longer felt any fear when he saw the bloodthirsty ants again. A-Qing, hurry! Lin Yi leaped onto A-Qing's back and immediately deployed a 5-colored spiritual energy shield. Thump! Thump! A-Qing carried Lin Yi, running at full speed. Boom! A swarm of bloodthirsty ants rushed forward. But unfortunately, Lin Yi's spiritual energy had fully recovered. He had also consumed a top-quality 2nd-grade spirit-gathering pill, rapidly restoring his spiritual energy. When A-Qing carried him out of the cave, he still had more than 70% of his spiritual energy remaining. However, many bloodthirsty ants still refused to leave the 5-colored spiritual energy shield. Lin Yi completely ignored them. Only after running a long way did these bloodthirsty ants reluctantly give up and slide off his 5-colored spiritual energy shield. After running for about a mile, Lin Yi discovered that only about a dozen bloodthirsty ants remained on his 5-colored spiritual energy shield. When there are many of you, your destructive power is invincible, extremely terrifying. With only a dozen or so, dealing with you will be a piece of cake. Lin Yi abruptly stopped and deactivated his 5-colored spiritual energy shield. Instantly, the dozen or so bloodthirsty ants, at the mid-stage of the transcendent realm, pounced on him, gnawing at his body. Hiss, that really hurts, Lin Yi gasped. Even though he had cultivated copper skin to a high level, making his skin impervious to blades and spears, the bloodthirsty ants still left red marks on his skin. If they continued to gnaw, blood would flow. These dozen or so bloodthirsty ants wouldn't cause much harm to someone who had cultivated to the copper skin stage. However, if thousands of bloodthirsty ants attacked him together, even with his advanced copper skin cultivation, it would be useless. He would have a very difficult time surviving. I'll subdue you all. Lin Yi's face hardened. He had a celestial abode space where he could raise a large number of spirit insects and beasts, including poisonous insects and beasts, to help him in battle. The earth-turning spirit earthworms, cloud-turning carp, white-feathered spirit cranes, and thousand-thread spirit silkworms he currently raised were mainly for making money. Their combat strength was indeed relatively weak. He should also raise a batch of bloodthirsty ants to help him in battle. I'll subdue all 10 or so of you first, then you can breed and multiply in my immortal abode, Lin Yi said with a smile. Immediately, he formed hand seals, casting the spirit pet contract incantation, attempting to establish a spirit pet contract with these bloodthirsty ants and make them obedient. However, to his surprise, these 10 or so bloodthirsty ants were all poisonous insects around the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. Their cultivation level was even higher than his. It wasn't easy to sign a spirit pet contract with them. They would all resist. Lin Yi tried several times, all to no avail. Then, he became truly enraged. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Lin Yi formed hand seals and directly cast the fire rain technique to deal with these bloodthirsty ants. Sure enough, under the scorching heat of the fire rain, these bloodthirsty ants were still putting up a stubborn resistance. However, after several waves of fire rain spells from Lin Yi, the ants began to weaken. They're really tenacious, Lin Yi exclaimed. He had to fight with all his might just to weaken 10 bloodthirsty ants, and he still couldn't kill them. If there were thousands or tens of thousands of bloodthirsty ants, he would be completely helpless. Taking advantage of the weakness of these 10 or so bloodthirsty ants, Lin Yi quickly cast the spirit pet contract incantation and successfully signed spirit pet contracts with them. Sure enough, the bloodthirsty ants that had signed the spirit pet contracts immediately became docile and obedient in his presence. From now on, you will live and multiply within the immortal abode space. Right here, you must not attack other spirit insects or beasts within the immortal abode space, nor may you devour large quantities of the spirit herbs, medicines, or trees I have planted. You are only permitted to roam within this area. Lin Yi's divine sense entered the immortal abode space, demarcating a small area on Mount Wu Iao for the dozen or so bloodthirsty ants, and earnestly instructed them. The bloodthirsty ants nodded in agreement. They were quite obedient. In the near future, I should also be able to have a batch of bloodthirsty ants working for me. Lin Yi's divine sense left the immortal abode space, his face full of anticipation. Raising spirit beasts was indeed a very good path. In critical moments, when surrounded by enemies, they release thousands upon thousands of bloodthirsty ants. Then we'll see who's attacking whom. Chapter 167 Shocking Impact. However, even the bloodthirsty ants have weaknesses. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants surrounding me and protecting me is no problem, but if I want to chase down fleeing enemies, they can't keep up. It would be best to also raise a batch of poisonous bees, capable of rapid flight, to pursue the enemy. Lin Yi made up his mind. He decided that on his way back, he would pass by Kaianfenkyo and subdue a few more poisonous bees. With a swarm of bloodthirsty ants and a swarm of poisonous bees, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. This trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land has basically been a success. However, there are still two issues that haven't been completely resolved. The first is that most of those who cultivate all 5 elements died in the treasure cave within the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land. A very small number, however, were not greedy and managed to leave the cave, but they didn't come out alive. Where did these people die? Is there another treasure location within the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land? Lin Yi looked puzzled. He desperately wanted to find out the whole truth. The second thing is that I haven't gathered all the spiritual herb seeds for refining the mirror-breaking pill yet. I'll try to gather them all this time. Next time I come in, I'll be able to enter with peak transcendent realm cultivation, giving me a greater chance of success, Lin Yi said solemnly. This time, his main purpose was to explore the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden area and understand its situation. He didn't want to leave with doubts. First, I'll go and collect the spiritual herb seeds for refining the mirror-breaking pill, and while I'm at it, I'll see if I can discover the truth behind the deaths of all those who cultivated the 5 elements simultaneously. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Immediately, he continued deeper into the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden area. Just like before, when he encountered powerful demonic beasts, he simply avoided them, not confronting them head-on. These demonic beasts didn't attack him. It seems the rumors about their extreme ferocity only apply to those who wanted to steal the spiritual herbs they guarded. As long as they weren't being robbed, these ferocious beasts wouldn't attack people. Of course, this only applies when they weren't hungry. If they encountered him while he was foraging, he was simply out of luck. These demonic beasts are getting stronger and stronger. Along the way, Lin Yi watched the demonic beasts around him grow increasingly powerful, especially when he saw a golden core realm demonic beast, and he couldn't help but sigh. Moo, A-Qing softly agreed. Thank goodness, Lin Yi said thankfully. These golden core realm demonic beasts are more intelligent. They were about to attack, but when they saw you, they immediately lowered their heads, turning a blind eye and letting us pass. A-Qing's rare bloodline didn't have a strong effect on low-level spirit beasts, nor did it intimidate them much. However, it had a strong deterrent effect on these golden core realm spirit beasts. Even though they were far stronger than A-Qing, they lacked the courage to attack. The suppression from her bloodline was truly terrifying. It was a fear imprinted in her bloodline. I'm so glad I had you this time. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to venture so deep into this place, Lin Yi patted A-Qing and said with a smile. Along the way, he had seen many rare second-grade spirit herbs. After encountering these golden core realm spirit beasts, they even saw grade 3 spiritual herbs. I wonder if there are any spirit embryo realm demon beasts in the entire Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden area, Lin Yi wondered curiously. He wondered if A-Qing's rare bloodline would still have a suppressive effect when they encountered spirit embryo realm demon beasts. Remembering that he possessed 4 grade 5 teleportation talismans, a life-saving trump card, Lin Yi decided to continue exploring. As he and A-Qing ventured deeper, the number of grade 3 spiritual herbs around them increased. Later, he even saw some peak golden core realm demon beasts guarding grade 4 spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, Lin Yi maintained a live and let live attitude, not wanting to actively provoke these powerful demon beasts, only to cause trouble and even endanger his life. He merely glanced at the 3rd and 4th grade spiritual herbs, not picking a single one. He continued deeper into the forest, taking in the sights at a cursory glance. Lin Yi and A-Qing didn't stop, fearing that a sudden halt would lead to a fierce battle, leaving them only to flee for their lives. After traveling about 10 miles, Lin Yi finally spotted a spirit embryo realm demon beast. Its lower body remained in demon beast form, while its upper body had transformed into human form. This is what a half-human, half-beast is like. The transformation isn't complete, Lin Yi muttered to the green ox, filled with curiosity about this half-human, half-beast leopard demon. Spirit embryo realm demon beasts could transform into human form. This leopard demon, for some unknown reason, had transformed into half-beast human, and thought itself very handsome, dashing, and imposing. It actually looked quite ugly, bizarre, and incongruous. This leopard demon was guarding a large area of top-grade 4th rank spiritual herbs. The fragrance of the herbs was intoxicating and refreshing. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden area is truly too powerful. Even spirit embryo realm demonic beasts have been born here. For spirit gathering realm cultivators, coming here is truly a dead end. No wonder, in this Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden area, geniuses from all the major sects only wander around the outer perimeter, picking first-rank spiritual herbs and a very small number of second-rank spiritual herbs to refine transcendent pills, Lin Yi sighed. More than 100 geniuses from the 8 major sects had all entered. Yet, none of them could defeat this half-human, half-beast spirit embryo realm leopard demon. Reality is just that cruel. A-Qing, let's go around, Lin Yi called out. Immediately, he led A-Qing, using the grass as cover, and bypassed a half-human, half-beast leopard demon, continuing deeper into the area. Along the way, they frequently encountered spirit embryo realm demon beasts. Many of these demon beasts still retain their demon beast forms, while some had transformed into human forms, most of them resembling beautiful female cultivators. Clearly, even the female demon beasts were equally fond of beauty. After walking another 2 miles, Lin Yi and A-Qing suddenly stopped. What is this? Lin Yi was stunned by the scene before him. Dozens of feet ahead of him, a magnificent palace appeared. Above the vermilion gate hung 3 large characters, Demon Locking Palace. The 2 demonic beasts guarding the gate had both transformed into human form, appearing as extremely powerful and robust men. There's something like this in the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Lin Yi was utterly shocked. Luozhan had never told him about this. Perhaps even Luozhan didn't know there was a demon locking palace inside? The gatekeepers are all spirit embryo realm demonic beasts, so could the lord of this demon locking palace possibly be a transcendent realm demonic beast? Lin Yi gasped in astonishment. At this moment, he suddenly felt his own insignificance. Actually, when he saw the dead fire dragon, he hadn't felt this strongly. After all, it was an inanimate object. It posed no threat to him. But this demon-locking palace was completely different. The demonic beasts guarding the gate were all at the spirit embryo realm, far stronger than him, and could easily crush him. Before this demon-locking palace, he felt utterly insignificant. Just as Lin Yi was sighing, the 2 burly men guarding the gate noticed him and A-Qing. "You 2 outsiders, stop!" A thunderous shout exploded in Lin Yi's ears. Immediately, the 2 burly men, now in human form, strode after Lin Yi and A-Qing. "Run!" Lin Yi and A-Qing shouted, immediately fleeing. Considering A-Qing's rare bloodline, which might possess unexpected power at a crucial moment, offering a chance to save their lives, Lin Yi didn't put A-Qing into his immortal abode. Nor did he rush to activate the 5th grade teleportation talisman. However, he immediately took one out and held it in his palm, ready to activate it should the situation turn unfavorable. Lin Yi carried A-Qing, running at breakneck speed. To his surprise, even with his 5th grade Thousand Illusions movement technique, his speed was almost at the limit for a spirit-gathering realm cultivator. Yet, A-Qing was still able to keep up closely, not falling behind at all. "A-Qing, your movement technique is amazing," Lin Yi couldn't help but praise. It seemed he had underestimated A-Qing's strength. A-Qing was much stronger than he had imagined. At least in terms of movement technique, she was no less capable than him, and might even be superior. As expected of a spirit beast possessing a top-tier, rare bloodline, even at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, its speed is exceptionally high. This is only possible because of him. Anyone else, if chased by A-Qing, would have no chance of escaping. It seems A-Qing, like him, may also be following an invincible path, an ultimate path, unrivaled within the same realm. "Don't run, stop!" 2 burly men pursue them relentlessly. Lin Yi and A-Qing didn't look back, flying frantically forward. In a short while, Lin Yi, carrying A-Qing, had flown over 10 miles, arriving at the outermost area of Fire Dragon Valley. To Lin Yi's relief, the 2 burly men, transformed from spirit-formed demonic beasts, didn't give chase, they turned back halfway. That was terrifying. Reaching the outer edge of Fire Dragon Valley, Lin Yi, supporting A-Qing, gasped for breath, still shaken. During their escape, he was terrified of being caught and killed. The situation was imminent, life hanging by a thread. His heart was pounding, his entire being in his throat. "We actually escaped. Those 2 demonic beasts, always in human form, chased us, and they weren't even as fast as us." Lin Yi himself found it unbelievable. "Moo," A-Qing nodded in agreement. "I can't believe it." Lin Yi was utterly astonished. Escaping death should have been a cause for celebration, a cause for joy. But now, a very strange feeling arose. Suddenly, I feel that these 2 spirit embryo realm demonic beasts don't really want to kill us, they simply want to drive us away from the Demon Lock Palace, and prevent us from getting close. "This Demon Lock Palace definitely holds a shocking secret," Lin Yi said with absolute certainty. Soon, another question occurred to him. Why are they only driving us away, preventing us from getting close? Why not kill us? Lin Yi looked puzzled. There were also many suspicious points here. Could it be that these 2 spirit embryo realm demon beasts know our identities, know our relationship with Emperor Hanshan, and this Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground is a treasure trove and medicine garden left by Emperor Hanshan for future generations. They dare not offend us. Lin Yi looked at A-Qing, his face full of serious speculation. A-Qing nodded in agreement. Lin Yi's analysis was clear and reasonable. What secrets are hidden in this Demon Lock Palace? Even with our status, they won't let us get close. Lin Yi was full of confusion. He thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. Then, another question surfaced in his mind. Those 5 elements cultivators who left the treasure cave alive, were they discovered by powerful demonic beasts while searching for treasure deeper inside, and sent to the Demon Locking Palace? Are they still alive? Are they all in the Demon Locking Palace? Lin Yi boldly speculated. He really wanted to go to the Demon Locking Palace and find out what was going on. He really wanted to find out what secrets the Demon Locking Palace held. Who is the master of the Demon Locking Palace, and what level of strength did he possess? All of this made him extremely curious. This Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land is even more unfathomable than I expected, Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. He had thought that the treasure cave was everything in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land. Now it seemed that the treasure cave was nothing more than a dead land. The most bustling and vibrant place in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land is the Demon Locking Palace. There are simply too many powerful beings here. Even the combined number of spirit embryo realm experts from the 8 major sects far surpasses that of the Demon Locking Palace. If the powerful demonic beasts in the Demon Locking Palace were to leave, all 8 major sects would be wiped out. Not a single one would survive, Lin Yi said solemnly. Fortunately, there was a 5-colored light barrier and a powerful restriction separating them. These powerful demonic beasts were unable to leave the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land, thus preventing a massacre. So it seems that the 5-colored light barrier outside the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land isn't actually protecting the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land, but rather protecting the 8 major sects outside. Lin Yi sighed. They won't let us get close. Are we just going to slink away like this? Lin Yi's face was full of resentment. He had only spent almost a day entering the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. There were still 2 days left. He couldn't just wait here on the outer perimeter, could he? Besides, he hadn't gathered all the second-grade spiritual herbs needed to refine the breakthrough pill yet. This was crucial for him. With a breakthrough pill, he could cultivate to the peak of the transcendent realm as quickly as possible. If he could maintain his divine sense beyond the shackles at that time, his divine sense would be 2 major realms higher than his cultivation. 1 major realm higher, and his divine sense cultivation would be at the peak of the golden core realm. 2 realms higher, his spiritual cultivation was at the peak of the spirit embryo realm. At that time, with such a powerful spiritual cultivation, he would be even stronger than these spirit embryo realm demonic beasts in terms of spiritual attack. Let's stay in the outer areas and gather all the second-grade spiritual herbs needed to refine the breaking mirror pill, Lin Yi decisively said. Immediately, he led the green ox and headed deeper into the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley again. I have a feeling that those 2 spirit embryo realm transformed demonic beasts don't dare to chase us, they're just trying to scare us away. Should we try again and force our way into the Demon Locking Palace? Lin Yi looked at A-Qing, a sudden impulse. The Demon Locking Palace held too many mysteries, and its allure was too great for him. He was truly finding it hard to contain himself. Chapter 168 A Demon Beast Warband. A-Qing nodded in agreement. Lin Yi's analysis was spot on. The 2 powerful and robust spirit embryo realm demonic beasts indeed didn't intend to kill it or Lin Yi. Immediately, Lin Yi and A-Qing returned along the same route. Everything went smoothly along the way. Upon reaching the gate of the Demon Lock Palace, the 2 burly men guarding the gate spotted Lin Yi and A-Qing and gave chase again. Just like last time, after transforming into human form, they didn't run very fast. Lin Yi and A-Qing escaped successfully once more. This basically confirms my guess. The demonic beasts in the Demon Lock Palace don't want to be our enemies, but they also won't allow us to get close. Upon reaching the outer perimeter of Fire Dragon Valley, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. A-Qing nodded lightly. With our strength, we're simply not qualified to force our way in. Going further would be futile. We might as well quickly gather the necessary spiritual herb seeds for the breakthrough pill and leave, Lin Yi decisively said. One must act with a strength commensurate with their abilities. His current strength was insufficient to approach the Demon Lock Palace, unworthy of knowing the truth. This was the cruel reality. Let's go gather the spiritual herb seeds for the second-grade breakthrough pill, Lin Yi, with A-Qing in tow, began wandering around the outer perimeter of Fire Dragon Valley, slightly closer to the interior. Unfortunately, in this outer area, these transcendent realm demonic beasts didn't possess high intelligence. A-Qing's bloodline suppression wasn't very effective because her strength was inferior to theirs. If A-Qing didn't provoke them, they would turn a blind eye and let A-Qing and Lin Yi pass smoothly without attacking. However, if A-Qing and Lin Yi tried to pick the spiritual herbs they were guarding, they would retaliate. They tried several times, all ending in failure. Transcendent realm demonic beasts, their strength is truly formidable. With our strength, brute force is simply impossible. It seems we can only outsmart them. Lin Yi and A-Qing retreated to the outer perimeter of Fire Dragon Valley to reconsider their strategy. Soon, Lin Yi had a flash of inspiration and came up with a plan. Our strength isn't enough, but we can ask for help. Originally, I planned to tame about 10 bloodthirsty ants and 10 poisonous bees. After returning, we could slowly breed them, and next time we come in, we'd have swarms of bloodthirsty ants and poisonous bees to help us, greatly increasing our combat power. This time, we just wanted to get the seeds for a grade 2 breakthrough pill, but there's simply not enough time. Why don't I just use what's available and directly tame swarms of bloodthirsty ants and poisonous bees for my own use? Lin Yi said with a broad smile. Moo. A-Qing nodded in approval, her face beaming. This method was indeed brilliant. Let's go. Let's tame a batch of poisonous bees first. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit. There's always a solution. If strength isn't enough, we'll use our brains. As long as a good method is found and one's potential is maximized, one can overcome the strong with the weak. In a short while, Lin Yi and A-Qing arrived at an area with a large patch of 1,000 fragrant grass. There were hundreds of mature 1,000 fragrant grass plants here. Unfortunately, they were guarded by thousands of poisonous bees. Most of them were at the late stage of the transcendent realm, and a few had even reached the peak of the transcendent realm. Fortunately, Lin Yi's divine sense was also powerful enough, reaching the peak of the transcendent realm, and he had cultivated a void refining divine technique, making his divine sense extremely refined. After provoking the swarm of poisonous bees, Lin Yi activated his 5-colored spiritual energy shield and fled with A-Qing, escaping a distance until only a dozen or so poisonous bees remained in pursuit. Lin Yi immediately stopped. He withdrew his 5-colored spiritual energy shield and launched an attack on the dozen or so poisonous bees. After weakening them, Lin Yi used the spirit pet contract incantation to sign a spirit pet contract with the bees. The previously ferocious bees instantly became docile and obedient. Lin Yi stored them in his immortal abode space. Under the 15-fold time acceleration and abundant spiritual energy of the immortal abode space, they quickly recovered their strength and were full of fighting power. Again, this method works. Lin Yi, having tasted the benefits, smiled broadly and, together with A-Qing, went to provoke the poisonous bees again. This time, the poisonous bees seemed enraged, chasing Lin Yi and A-Qing for a considerable distance. Even after running for over a mile, a dozen extremely fierce bees continued their pursuit, determined to kill Lin Yi. That's the kind of elite I wanted. Lin Yi suddenly stopped, a radiant smile on his face. He then withdrew his 5-colored spiritual energy shield and unleashed a perfected 5 elements technique, repeatedly attacking the bees. After weakening them considerably, Lin Yi cast the spirit pet contract incantation, successfully signing a contract with them. Like the previous bees, they became extremely obedient and docile, quickly recovering their strength within the immortal abode space. This is called devouring. We only have about 2 days left. By gradually devouring this swarm, we'll soon possess formidable combat power. Lin Yi smiled broadly. He had found a shortcut to strength. The 8 major sects, with over 100 disciples, were still fighting desperately against these demonic beasts, nearly half of them already dead. He, however, had begun to subdue these beasts and use them for his own purposes. But he was only just beginning. The effects weren't yet immediately apparent. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A towering building needs a solid foundation. He was currently accumulating power. Once he had accumulated enough, he would unleash his full potential. Keep feeding. Lin Yi was getting a little addicted. He and A-Qing went to provoke the swarm of bees again. This was truly poking a beehive. Fortunately, his spiritual power was profound, and he wasn't stung all over. In addition, his divine sense was at the peak of the transcendent realm, so he was able to successfully sign a spirit pet contract with these poisonous bees. And so, Lin Yi went back and forth, in and out. Each time he went in and out, he could subdue a dozen or so poisonous bees. Later on, he simply summoned all 100 or 200 poisonous bees he had subdued. When he was halfway through his escape and was still surrounded by dozens of poisonous bees, he stopped. He weakened his own attack and then had the 100 or 200 poisonous bees he had subdued gang up on him. The dozens of poisonous bees that had been chasing him were no match for him. Lin Yi easily subdued them all. That makes 230, Lin Yi grinned from ear to ear. He had already subdued about 1/5 of the entire swarm of over 1,000 poisonous bees. Let's subdue 500 more, Lin Yi wasn't satisfied. He didn't intend to subdue the entire swarm. After all, this swarm guarding the 1,000 fragrance grass was of great importance. Subduing 500 and leaving 500 behind shouldn't have a significant impact. With the swarm's reproductive capacity, it should soon recover to around 1,000. Lin Yi moved in and out again, gliding back and forth with remarkable fluidity. Each time, the number of poisonous bees he tamed increased. From over 30, to over 40, to over 50. After repeating this several times, Lin Yi had tamed a full 500 poisonous bees. He also casually picked all the hundreds of mature 1,000 fragrance grasses. Second-grade spiritual herbs, if I were to burn my cultivation to ripen them myself, it would take a lot of time and energy. In addition, the spiritual energy in the immortal abode space would be greatly consumed when ripening spiritual herbs. The number of spiritual herbs that can be ripened is limited. Since there are ready-made ones here, I'll just pick them all, Lin Yi smiled. While he was picking, the remaining 500 poisonous bees could only watch helplessly. Because Lin Yi was surrounded by 500 tamed poisonous bees, he had only subdued valiant and extremely powerful poisonous bees. The remaining bees, whether old, weak, sick, or disabled, were far less powerful. However, several small skirmishes still occurred. Lin Yi didn't personally intervene. The 500 poisonous bees surrounding him took care of them. After the battles, the bees were all considerably weaker. Fortunately, within the immortal abode space, with 15 times the time acceleration, only a short time had passed outside, but several hours had passed inside, and the bees had all recovered to their peak condition. Let's go. Let's gather the other second-grade spiritual herbs. Now, let's see if those demonic beasts dare to stop me, Lin Yi said expectantly to A-Qing. Soon, Lin Yi and A-Qing arrived at the calamity grass guarded by a pack of black wolves. These wolves were all around the late stage of the transcendent realm, each one baring its teeth, extremely fierce and not to be trifled with. Lin Yi and A-Qing had previously been chased by them, fleeing in a panic and looking utterly disheveled. You dare chase me again if you dare, Lin Yi challenged, stepping forward. Ow! The pack of black wolves were enraged. This time, Lin Yi didn't run away. He immediately released 500 poisonous bees to attack a dozen or so black wolves before him. He and A-Qing also joined the battle. In a short while, all the dozen or so black wolves were stung so badly their eyes were swollen and red, unable to see clearly. Lin Yi and A-Qing's attacks had further weakened them. Then, Lin Yi directly faced the strongest black wolf and began casting the spirit pet contract law. Ow! This black wolf still refused to submit, struggling fiercely, opening its mouth to pounce on Lin Yi, trying to bite. Bang! Lin Yi leaped into the air and kicked down hard, knocking the black wolf to the ground. If I weren't considering that after subduing you, I'd need you to help in the battle, I would have used the Jinghong sword directly. You would all have bled and needed to recuperate for a while. Lin Yi touched his nose and snorted coldly. Immediately, he cast the spirit pet contract law again, successfully subduing the powerful black wolf that was somewhat dazed from the kick. The first one succeeded, and the rest followed naturally. Lin Yi subdued 6 black wolves at the peak of the transcendent realm. He also harvested all 100+ mature calamity grass plants here. If I only wreak havoc in one area, only harvest one type of spiritual herb, and only subdue one type of demonic beast, it will definitely disrupt the balance. Other demonic beasts will expand their territory and steal spiritual herbs. This area on the outer edge of Fire Dragon Valley will experience turmoil for a period of time, and some demonic beast clans may even be wiped out. The consequence of this is that some second-grade spiritual herbs may become extinct here in the future, and can no longer be harvested. I cannot let this happen, therefore, I must distribute my resources evenly. I must harvest and subdue every type of spiritual herb and every type of demonic beast to maintain the proper balance here. Lin Yi said solemnly and righteously. A-Qing was amused by Lin Yi's appearance. He clearly benefited from the situation, yet he spoke with such righteous indignation, as if he were doing a great deed. A-Qing, let's keep pushing forward, Lin Yi smiled, his fighting spirit surging. Now, he was absolutely confident he could gather enough spiritual herbs to refine the breaking mirror pill. This trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land would essentially achieve its objective. However, two problems still lingered in his mind. The first was the god Jade slip. He definitely wouldn't be able to get it this time. He needed to quickly cultivate to the transcendent realm and try again. If that didn't work, he'd have to quickly have a child and bring his offspring with him. In any case, he had to obtain this god Jade slip as quickly as possible. This was of paramount importance to him. The second problem is the Demon Locking Palace. The Demon Locking Palace is too mysterious, too powerful. It undoubtedly hides many secrets unknown to others. Even the true relationship between him and the Cold Heaven Emperor might be revealed within its walls. But unfortunately, with his current strength, he can't even get close. First, subdue the demonic beasts and gather spiritual herbs. Once we've subdued a sufficient number of demonic beasts, let's see if we can lead our demonic beast army back to the Demon Locking Palace. This time, we'll have a chance to get closer to the truth and find the answer, Lin Yi said expectantly. Immediately, he took A-Qing and began sweeping through the Transcendent Realm demonic beast area. Wherever he went, he charged straight in. Upon seeing him, the opposing demonic beasts bared their fangs and charged forward fiercely. Before they even reached Lin Yi, they were suddenly stunned. Completely bewildered. In an instant, a large horde of demonic beasts appeared around them. Not just one or two, not 3 or 5, not even 100, but thousands. And not just one type of demonic beast. Many different kinds of demonic beasts swarmed forward. Each type of demonic beast possessed its own unique killing move. Faced with this overwhelming number, they were utterly crushed. Powerless to resist. In the end, Lin Yi successfully harvested all the mature grade 2 spiritual herbs. Furthermore, he subdued the most powerful demonic beasts among them. The demon beast battle group is truly invincible. They're sweeping through everything in their path. No demon can stop them. Lin Yi smiled brightly. Most importantly, he and A-Qing went into battle lightly equipped, lulling the demon beasts into a false sense of security. When they charged, Lin Yi summoned all the subdued demon beasts from his immortal abode. These demon beasts were completely bewildered and terrified, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. Subduing the enemy without a fight, that must be the essence of this. With this sweeping advance, Lin Yi quickly gathered all the second-grade spiritual herbs needed to refine the breaking mirror pill. At the same time, he also subdued over 50 kinds of Transcendent Realm demon beasts. They were mostly at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, the strongest of their respective types of demonic beasts. My demonic beast battle group is now incredibly large, Lin Yi counted the number. He was surprised to find that he had now subdued approximately 3,000 demonic beasts. In the entire Fire Dragon Valley, this was an extremely powerful force. The genius disciples of the 8 major sects, combined, only numbered a little over 100, far from enough. When they left, if the disciples of the other 7 major sects still thought of joining forces to kill him, he would show no mercy. He wouldn't leave a single one alive. Chapter 169 Boiling Killing Intent. I've basically achieved all my goals on this trip to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, Lin Yi smiled. He had gathered all the seeds for the Transcendent Pill. However, he had only collected the seeds, and only about 1 plant of each type. This was clearly not enough for pill refining. If he left Fire Dragon Valley now and produced a large quantity of Transcendent Pills, the other sect disciples would expose him. There were still so many mature herbs that had been harvested by other sect disciples. He couldn't possibly have that many herbs. To resolve this problem, he could use the other 7 sect disciples' attempt to join forces to kill him, then retaliate. He would seize the Transcendent Pills from them. He would then hand over the Transcendent Pills he had seized to the sect, exchanging them for the maximum sect contribution and elevating his sect status. He could then use his immortal abode space to rapidly mature large quantities of Transcendent Pills for his own consumption. Even if he failed 100 times in his attempt to reach the Transcendent Realm, consuming 500 top-quality Transcendent Pills, no one would know as long as he kept quiet. He only needed to exchange 5 top-quality Transcendent Pills from the sect's treasury hall. This would be enough to make it appear as if he had succeeded on his first attempt. He had already devised a plan regarding the transcendent pills. This time, he also harvested a large quantity of herbs for refining mirror-breaking pills. After advancing to the transcendent realm, he could also consume mirror-breaking pills to rapidly increase his cultivation level. He could elevate his cultivation level to the peak of the transcendent realm in a very short time. He no longer needed to worry about cultivation. Currently, only the Jade Slip for guidance and the Demon Locking Palace remain as mysteries. Let's try and see if we can subdue Golden Core Realm demon beasts and lead an army of them into the Demon Locking Palace. Lin Yi's face was full of eagerness. He was filled with curiosity about the Demon Locking Palace. He even suspected that some of the 5 elements cultivators who survived, or rather, those who hadn't even gone to the treasure cave, had all been captured and taken to the Demon Locking Palace. The fact that none of the 5 elements cultivators had ever come out alive was mainly due to the treasure cave and the Demon Locking Palace, wasn't it? A-Qing, let's go subdue the Golden Core Realm demonic beasts. Lin Yi led A-Qing deeper into Fire Dragon Valley. Soon, they arrived at a territory guarded by 2 Golden Core Realm leopard demons. These 2 leopard demons, while both at the early Golden Core Realm, possessed immense strength, far surpassing Lin Yi's spirit-gathering realm cultivation. However, when Lin Yi summoned 3,000 demonic beasts at the peak of the mortal transformation realm from his immortal abode, these 2 Golden Core Realm demonic beasts were instantly overwhelmed. Despite their formidable power, they were unable to unleash it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Golden Core Realm demonic beasts were on the verge of death. Of Lin Yi's 3,000 demonic beasts, only the few black wolves that initially charged forward sustained significant injuries. The rest were still full of energy and unharmed. You did a great job, Lin Yi praised the 3,000 demonic beasts with a smile through telepathic communication. He then began casting the Spirit Pet Contract incantation to subdue the Golden Core Realm leopard demon on his left. However, to his surprise, he failed repeatedly. Even though the Golden Core Realm leopard demon offered no resistance, he couldn't successfully sign the Spirit Pet Contract. It seems there are limits to subduing demonic beasts, Lin Yi sighed helplessly. His spiritual cultivation was at the peak of the transcendent realm. Even with extremely refined spiritual consciousness, he could only subdue peak transcendent realm demonic beasts at most. Golden Core Realm demonic beasts offered no resistance, and he couldn't subdue them either. The difference in cultivation level was the most fundamental difference, impossible to bridge. It seems the Demon Locking Palace is beyond my reach, Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. His plan to subdue powerful demonic beast groups and infiltrate the Demon Locking Palace had thus fallen through. The God of 10,000 powers is the leader. Spiritual consciousness is truly crucial, Lin Yi said with deep feeling. Only through personal experience could one understand the importance of spiritual consciousness. If his spiritual cultivation had reached the Golden Core Realm, he could have subdued Golden Core Realm demonic beasts. If his spiritual consciousness cultivation could reach the Spirit Embryo Realm, he could subdue Spirit Embryo Realm demonic beasts. A powerful spiritual consciousness would consequently make his strength extremely formidable. Spiritual consciousness is the foundation of everything. After returning this time, I will diligently cultivate my spiritual consciousness. Ideally, I can use the 1000 refinement cauldron to break through the shackles of my spiritual consciousness. Lin Yi made his decision with a solemn expression. Once he could break through the shackles of his spiritual consciousness, at the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, he could cultivate his spiritual consciousness to the Golden Core Realm and strive to reach its peak. Afterward, he would begin consuming the Transcendent Pill to attempt to reach the Transcendent Realm. Taking advantage of the opportunity of a major realm breakthrough, he would then propel his spiritual consciousness to the Spirit Embryo Realm. At that time, by consuming some elixirs to enhance his spiritual consciousness cultivation, he could elevate it to the peak of the Spirit Embryo Realm. When I come back next time, I'll have peak Transcendent Realm cultivation and peak Spirit Embryo Realm spiritual consciousness. Then, I can subdue a large number of Golden Core Realm and Spirit Embryo Realm demonic beasts, and storm the Demon Lock Palace. At that time, I will definitely uncover the whole truth about the Demon Lock Palace. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit. To achieve all this, he needed to break through the shackles of his spiritual consciousness. There's still more than half a day before I have to leave. I'll gather some grade 3 spiritual herbs first. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Although, due to the limitations of his spiritual consciousness realm, he couldn't subdue Golden Core Realm demonic beasts. However, he possessed a battle group of 3,000 Transcendent Realm demonic beasts, leaving these golden core realm demonic beasts no choice but to be bullied and ravaged by him. Immediately, Lin Yi, accompanied by A-Qing, summoned his demonic beast battle group and swept through the grade 3 spiritual herb region. In half a day, Lin Yi had completely scoured the grade 3 spiritual herb region, harvesting all the mature grade 3 spiritual herbs. These grade 3 spiritual herbs are what golden core realm experts need, transcendent realm cultivators, when attempting to break through to the golden core realm, also need these grade 3 spiritual herbs to condense their golden core. Lin Yi smiled. Grade 3 spiritual herbs typically take decades to mature, making them extremely rare. Some rare grade 3 spiritual herbs are very difficult to cultivate outside. This time, he directly obtained a large quantity of grade 3 spiritual herbs. It's about time to leave. Lin Yi calculated the time. There was still half a day left before it was time to depart. A-Qing, let's go meet the geniuses of the other 7 major sects, Lin Yi called out with a smile. Moo, A-Qing nodded. Now that Lin Yi had a demon beast battle group, it wasn't worried at all about facing the siege of hundreds of geniuses from the 7 major sects. Lin Yi and A-Qing quickly headed towards the exit of the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. In a short while, they arrived at the exit. In the distance, they could see nearly 100 geniuses from various sects gathered near the exit. All of them were stained with blood. Clearly, they had all experienced a life or death struggle in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area. Dozens of them had died as a result. What's going on? Lin Yi frowned upon seeing the situation. Only 6 genius disciples, including Liu Che, remained from the Piaomio sect this time. Besides him, 8 other disciples had entered the Piaomio sect. 2 of them had also perished. However, the remaining 6 disciples of the Piaomio sect were surrounded by approximately 80 genius disciples from the 7 major sects, positioned in the very center. Lin Yi, run, wait until we've all left before you go out. A sealing array has been set up here, don't come any closer. Seeing Lin Yi from afar, Liu Che immediately shouted to warn him. The next moment, someone covered Liu Che's mouth and slapped him hard across the face. Instantly, Liu Che's face was swollen on one side, but he kept shaking his head at Lin Yi, gesturing for him to leave quickly. Stop, Lin Yi shouted coldly. As he spoke, he used the 5th grade Thousand Illusion movement technique, his figure flashing continuously. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the crowd. He remembered Liu Che's warning earlier that a sealing array had been set up here, and he did not step into it. Lin Yi, you can see the situation now, there's no need for us to waste words. Your 6 remaining fellow disciples from the Misty Sect are already under our attack. If you don't come to their rescue, we'll kill them all right here in front of you. Bai Lang, the super genius of the Myriad Swords sect, stepped forward and looked at Lin Yi, speaking decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, all 80 geniuses from the 7 major sects drew their swords, ready to attack Liu Che and the others. Lin Yi, run, if you can't save us, our Misty Sect will be completely destroyed. You must live, leave a glimmer of hope for the Misty Sect. A female disciple of the Misty Sect named Liu Hongxia shouted loudly to Lin Yi. She didn't want to watch Lin Yi come to his death. To be buried with the 6 of them. The other 5 members of the Misty Sect also shook their heads at Lin Yi, signaling him to leave quickly. But soon, all 6 of them were gagged. Beside each of them stood several talented disciples from other sects, swords held to their necks. Liu Hongxia had just struggled to speak when a spirit sword from another sect pierced her snow-white neck, drawing blood. Watching this scene, Lin Yi was filled with emotion, mixed with boundless resentment. Family shouldn't be involved. These people were just his fellow disciples. Yet these geniuses from the 7 major sects were using their lives as leverage to coerce him into submission. They were determined to kill him. They even wanted to wipe out the entire Misty Sect. They were utterly despicable. Lin Yi, these 6 are all your fellow disciples. Are you just going to abandon them like this? Just leave them to their fate. If you really don't care, we'll torture and kill 5 of them, leaving only 1 alive to tell the entire Piaomio sect, so they can see your true character. With your cold-hearted nature, do you think the Piaomio sect will still value and nurture you? Faced with universal condemnation, can you still stay in the Piaomio sect? After leaving the Piaomio sect, without its protection, do you think you can survive in the perilous world of cultivation? Bai Lang spoke slowly and deliberately, his words a stern threat. Every sentence struck a nerve. Don't try to provoke me with those words. I'm not a 3-year-old. If I really wanted to escape, even if you all attacked together, you couldn't catch me. Lin Yi said coldly. Upon hearing this, Bai Lang and the others couldn't help but smile. Since you don't want to escape, then come in. Bai Lang invited Lin Yi into the ceiling formation, adopting a let-me-in posture. I can go in, but you have to release our 6 senior brothers and sisters from the Misty Sect, otherwise, I won't step into it, Lin Yi said resolutely. He actually had a very good chance of defeating these 80 genius cultivators. But unfortunately, his 6 fellow disciples from the Misty Sect were still in their hands. He couldn't directly take action. He couldn't force his way in. He'd use a delaying tactic to rescue them first. Once he rescued Liu Che and Liu Hongxia, it would mean the death of those 80 genius disciples from the 7 major sects. These people had thoroughly enraged him, making him want to kill. He wouldn't leave a single one alive. You're saying that? We don't trust you at all. If we release them, are you all just going to run away together? All the time and effort we spent setting up this ceiling array has been wasted. Bai Lang shook his head and refused outright. If I go in, you must release my 6 senior brothers and sisters. Lin Yi feigned seriousness, negotiating. In reality, his intention was to reunite with his 6 senior brothers and sisters. He had enough strength to protect them. However, he couldn't show it openly, lest it arouse suspicion from the geniuses of the 7 major sects. As long as you come in, we'll release them immediately, Bai Lang assured him. The other geniuses all nodded vigorously. Okay, I trust you this once, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and agreed. In fact, he was secretly delighted. If he really released his 6 senior brothers and sisters, they would be easily captured and threatened again. He might as well go in directly, join his 6 senior brothers and sisters, and then go on a killing spree. As he spoke, Lin Yi walked into the ceiling array. Whoosh! Lin Yi's figure flashed, and he appeared beside Liu Che and Liu Hongxia and the other 6. Can we release them now? Lin Yi said to the geniuses who hid spirit swords at their necks. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 major sects and 80 talented disciples all retreated together, at an extremely fast speed. What enraged Lin Yi to the extreme was that, as these talented disciples left, they also used their spiritual swords to slash the necks of Liu Che, Liu Hongxia, and the others. In an instant, the 6 geniuses from the Misty Sect died before Lin Yi's eyes. Each of them clutched their throats, their eyes filled with a desperate desire to survive, their faces filled with resentment. At this moment, Lin Yi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He hadn't expected that his voluntary entry into the ceiling formation would not result in the release of his fellow disciples, nor would it allow him to regroup. These people had cruelly killed all 6 of his senior brothers and sisters. Immediately afterwards, they all flew out of the ceiling formation at top speed. In an instant, Lin Yi immediately saw through their intentions. They wanted to leave the ceiling array immediately, then activate it to kill him within its confines. To wipe out the Misty Sect. These people's intentions were truly vicious. I'll make you all pay with your lives, Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his hatred burning fiercely. At this moment, Lin Yi's killing intent reached its peak. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Not a single one left behind. Lin Yi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with boundless hatred. His pleas and full cooperation had failed to save the lives of his 6 senior brothers and sisters. At this moment, he only wanted revenge for them. He wanted these 80 genius disciples from the 7 major sects to pay the price. Whoosh! A phantom flashed. Lin Yi's speed reached its peak. He broke through the ceiling array faster than anyone else. Immediately afterward, he summoned 3,000 peak-level Transcendent Realm demonic beasts from his immortal abode. Even a single Transcendent Realm demonic beast was no match for these people, let alone 3,000. Kill them, leave no survivors. Lin Yi's voice was icy as he commanded the 3,000 demonic beasts. Instantly, 3,000 demonic beasts, like a torrent, instantly engulfed the 80 genius disciples of the 7 major sects. How could this be? Where did so many extremely powerful demonic beasts come from? Lin Yi definitely possesses a special treasure, the genius disciples of the 7 major sects cried out in panic. Some immediately guessed Lin Yi's secret, knowing he possessed a treasure like a celestial abode space. But the next moment, they were devoured by the demonic beasts, and the secret, with their deaths, was never known again. In the blink of an eye, All 80 disciples of the 7 major sects were killed by the 3,000 demonic beasts. Not a single survivor was left. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi greeted the 3,000 demonic beasts through telepathy, then immediately stored them in his celestial abode space. At the exit of the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, Lin Yi and A-Qing stood silently, gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground and the blood-stained earth. This trip to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley was more brutal than any before. In the end, only Lin Yi survived. However, this tragedy was due to the excessive cruelty of the disciples of the 7 major sects. They had only themselves to blame. After a long while, Lin Yi slowly calmed down. Thinking of his 8 senior brothers and sisters who had entered the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley together, and how none of them had come out alive, the grief in his heart continued to spread. This sorrow could only be healed by time. Only after a long period of time would it slowly fade away. Lin Yi quickly cleaned up the battlefield, storing everyone's storage bags and magical treasures into his immortal abode space. Then, he found a secluded spot and buried the bodies of Liu Che and the others. To prevent the demonic beasts from eating them, he buried them very deep, reflecting the grief in his heart. As for the 80 deceased genius disciples from the 7 major sects, to avoid revealing his secret, Lin Yi burned their bodies completely. This way, no one would know. All of this was his doing. He didn't want anyone to know the secret of his immortal abode space, nor did he want anyone to know the secret of his demonic beast fighting group, and even more so, he didn't want anyone to know that he had killed these people. He had offended the other 7 major sects, incurring such a deep-seated blood feud. With his current strength, he will have an extremely difficult life. He can forget about leaving the Misty Sect in the future. He doesn't need to create trouble for himself. A-Qing, we should go out too, Lin Yi called out. And then he and A-Qing passed through the 5-colored light barrier and left the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Like Lin Yi, A-Qing could also pass through the 5-colored light barrier freely without any hindrance. Whoosh! A flash of 5-colored light. Lin Yi and A-Qing passed through the 5-colored light barrier almost simultaneously and left the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Someone's come out. It's Lin Yi from the Misty Sect. It's not even the best time to come out, and he's already out. Even with all 7 sects working together, we couldn't kill him, or did he see through a plot and find a chance to escape beforehand? Lin Yi has created an unprecedented miracle. He's the first cultivator of all 5 elements to come out alive, the elders of the various sects whispered among themselves, discussing the matter. Lin Yi, I knew you'd come out alive, Luo Zhan greeted him with a broad smile, giving Lin Yi a tight hug. Before Lin Yi, no cultivator of all 5 elements had ever emerged alive from the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Lin Yi had done it. He firmly believed Lin Yi could come out. And indeed, he hadn't misjudged him. Junior brother Lin Yi, you're amazing. Jing Zhuan and the others rushed forward, surrounding Lin Yi. Master, let's leave quickly, Lin Yi whispered to Luo Zhan. No rush, wait a little longer for your 8 senior brothers and sisters, Luo Zhan waved his hand. No need to wait, they all died inside, right in front of me, let's go, Lin Yi said solemnly. They're all dead. The smile on Luo Zhan's face vanished instantly, replaced by astonishment. Lin Yi had come out alive. He was overjoyed from the bottom of his heart. He hadn't expected that the other 8 disciples had all died inside. What exactly happened? Luo Zhan suppressed his grief and asked in a low voice. Let's leave here first, otherwise, we might be surrounded, Lin Yi whispered. The 8 major sects have rules. All bloodshed and disputes must be resolved between disciples within the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Outside the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, no fighting or looting is allowed, otherwise, you will be disqualified from entering the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area in the future, Luo Zhan said slowly. This time, the situation is different. Let's go back to the sect first. Lin Yi looked at Luo Zhan with extreme solemnity. Let's go. Luo Zhan gave Lin Yi a deep look. He sensed something was amiss. The situation was very strange. Immediately, he led Lin Yi, Jing Zhuan, and the other disciples on a large spirit boat and quickly left the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Why did the people from the Misty Sect just leave like that? Didn't they wait for the remaining 8 disciples, or did the remaining 8 disciples all die inside the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area? If I'm not mistaken, the other 8 disciples of the Misty Sect were all killed by the combined forces of our 7 major sects. Only Lin Yi was lucky enough to escape beforehand. The elders of the 7 major sects watched Luozhan lead Lin Yi and the others away with glee on their faces. They stood at the exit, waiting patiently, each hoping that their sect's talented disciple would return with a full load. However, they waited until nightfall. The multicolored light screen remained motionless. Not a single person came out. At this point, they began to panic. They missed their best chance to come out, and now they can't get out this year. They can only come out next year. How did they survive for a year, facing so many powerful demonic beasts in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area? What exactly happened? Could it be that some powerful being is preventing them from coming out? The elders of the 7 major sects were all as anxious as ants on a hot plate, their hearts burning with worry. They didn't dare to think of the worst-case scenario. They couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. But in the end, someone still made such a guess. Could it be that they all perished in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area? Someone whispered. This guess left everyone astonished. Soon, many people agreed. Some still refused to believe it, insisting it was impossible. The facts are right before our eyes. If they can't get out this time, they won't be able to come out alive next year either. In that sense, even if they all died in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, Jiao Rong, the war elder of the 10,000 Swords sect, said with a face full of grief. At this moment, the elders of the 7 major sects truly accepted this painful reality. This trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Grounds was truly unbelievable, unprecedented. In the end, only Lin Yi came out alive. In the past, those who cultivated all 5 elements were certain to die. This time, Lin Yi created an exception, but everyone else died inside. What exactly happened inside the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Grounds? There must be some unspeakable secret here. Unfortunately, we were all kept in the dark. Only Lin Yi knows the truth. No wonder Lin Yi left directly with Luozhan without stopping. If he hadn't left, we would have surrounded him and skinned him alive to find out everything. The elders of the 7 major sects spoke one after another. At this moment, their focus and attention were all on Lin Yi. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had already left and disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Piaomiao sect, the sect leader, Tao Ran, stood at the very top. His usually gentle and humble face was now as cold as frost. On either side of the main hall stood Luozhan, Gong Ganmei, and other elders. Below the elders stood dozens of true disciples and hundreds of exceptionally talented inner disciples. Lin Yi stood in the very center of the hall, surrounded by his entourage. Lin Yi, could you tell us in detail about your trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area? What exactly happened? Why did all the talented disciples from the 8 major sects, except for you, perish in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area? Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi, suppressing his grief and anger, and asked gently. Sect leader, elders, senior brothers and sisters, it is my limited ability that prevented me from rescuing Liu Che and the other 8 senior brothers and sisters. Lin Yi's face was full of self-reproach and deep remorse. This was a true reflection of his feelings, without the slightest pretense. However, his next words were all excuses he had prepared beforehand. I started out alone and successfully gathered some transcendent elixirs. Then, I discovered a treasure cave, filled with all sorts of rare treasures, the corpse of a fire dragon, and dragon blood. The disciples of the 7 major sects, in order to join forces to kill me, followed me all the way. After seeing me enter, they also entered the treasure cave together. Several senior brothers and sisters, including Liu Che, worried about my safety, also went in with me. Unfortunately, this treasure cave is guarded by powerful demonic beasts, thousands upon thousands of bloodthirsty ants, and various powerful restrictions. I have enough strength to protect myself when I go in alone. They went in, but they didn't have the corresponding strength. At the very first cave entrance, there were hordes of bloodthirsty ants, almost wiping them out. In the subsequent caves, they were gradually devoured. When I finally emerged alive, I saw their corpses along the way. They all died inside the treasure cave. Not one of them came out alive. Those who cultivated the 5 elements together in the past, they all died in this treasure cave. Lin Yi looked at the members of the Misty Sect, filled with grief. He directly blamed everything on the treasure cave. Indeed, those who had entered the treasure cave in the past had never come out alive. Is this all the cause and effect? Tao Ran's face was filled with shock. Everyone had died in a treasure cave. This sounded incredibly mystical. Everything this disciple has said is true. This treasure cave is filled with countless treasures. However, every treasure is protected by powerful restrictions. Taking it means certain death. Lin Yi said solemnly. If we don't take it, won't we survive? A true disciple asked bluntly. That's indeed the case. If you don't take it, don't touch it, you can survive. But the problem is, no one can do it. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. What treasures are actually inside this treasure cave? Luo Zhan asked first. Actually, he wanted Lin Yi to reveal more about the inside story of the treasure cave so that everyone would be more convinced. Otherwise, everyone would definitely be skeptical. For example, in a cave, there's a pool with a centuries-old 5-colored lotus growing inside. Anyone who eats such a spiritual herb has a high chance of impacting their spirit embryo realm. Who could resist that? But this 5-colored lotus has developed sentience and will attack those who try to pick it. Those who try to pick it are entangled by the lotus's dozen or so thick stems, dragged into the blood pool, and quickly turned into blood, dissolving in the pool, Lin Yi explained in detail. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Is this the only 5-colored lotus? Tao Ran asked. There's also a stone chamber containing various 7th-grade cultivation techniques and top-grade magic treasures, but every single cultivation technique jade slip and every single treasure is bound with a deadly restriction. Touching it means certain death, yet many people still tried, and ended up dying, Lin Yi said solemnly. 7th-grade cultivation techniques, top-grade magic treasures. Many elders' expressions changed visibly upon hearing this. You're all reacting so strongly just from hearing this. These treasures were placed right in front of them. Could they have resisted? Lin Yi looked at the crowd and asked. What other treasures are there? Luo Zhan continued to press. There's also a luxurious stone chamber containing many 9th-grade cultivation technique jade slips and many Dao artifact-level magic treasures, Lin Yi said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment filled the entire sect leaders' hall. A 9th-grade cultivation technique. A Dao artifact. Many were speechless with amazement. They had only ever heard of treasures of this caliber. They had never seen one before. If such a peerless treasure were placed before you, could you resist? Lin Yi asked again. This time, everyone fell silent. If it were them, they certainly wouldn't be able to resist either. They would definitely try to get their hands on it. In the last quiet room, there lies the corpse of a fire dragon, beneath which are hundreds of jade bowls, each containing more than half a bowl of dragon blood. Just a single drop of this fire dragon blood is enough to greatly increase the success rate of a golden core cultivator attempting to break through to the spirit embryo realm. Hundreds of bowls of dragon blood are placed before you. How many people could resist? Lin Yi finally asked rhetorically. This time, even the sect leader, Tao Ran, was speechless. They asked themselves honestly. If it were them, they too would have succumbed. The consequence of not being able to resist is death. Lin Yi's voice was cold and sharp, like a piercing sword, striking deep into everyone's hearts. Chapter 171 The Future of the Sect. Isn't there anyone who could resist? I don't believe there isn't a single one who could resist. If it were me, seeing so many people die, I'd rather chop off my hands than take it. A red-robed true disciple who seemed rather reckless and impulsive stepped forward. Hong Lai, you should just give up. If you were allowed into the treasure cave, you'd be the first one to die. With your impulsive nature, even if you chopped off your hands, you still couldn't resist. Luo Zhan glanced at Hong Lai and couldn't help but scold him. But even though he was protecting Lin Yi, everyone else, like Hong Lai, still cast questioning glances at Lin Yi. Even with a deadly place like the treasure cave, surely not all the disciples of the 8 major sects would perish? This was unprecedented in history. Seeing the doubtful looks on everyone's faces, Lin Yi knew he had to present some very important and shocking information. Otherwise, this doubt would persist. There are indeed some people who can endure like me, Lin Yi nodded truthfully. Hearing this, everyone looked enlightened, realizing it was true. That was what they all thought. Hearing Lin Yi's answer further confirmed their suspicions. Why didn't these talented disciples who endured and survived come out? Did you kill them all? Hong Lai asked bluntly. Hong Lai, don't talk nonsense. Lin Yi is definitely not the kind of brutal person who actively kills to steal treasures. I advised him before he went in, but he refused outright. Luo Zhan spoke up for Lin Yi again. I didn't kill them. To be honest, I went all the way to the deepest part of the treasure cave with the intention of exploration, and explored the entire cave. Those talented disciples who could endure all turned back halfway. They turned back even earlier than me. When I came out, I saw them being kidnapped by a group of spirit embryo realm demonic beasts that had transformed into human form. They were powerless against these spirit embryo realm demonic beasts. Lin Yi said seriously. He thought for a moment and directly shifted the blame to these spirit embryo realm demonic beasts. That way, no one would say anything. The treasure cave plus the spirit embryo realm demonic beasts were enough to kill more than 100 peak level 10th stage spirit gathering realm talented disciples from the 8 major sects. This was perfectly normal. Perfectly reasonable. The secret of the treasure cave is actually known to some extent by all the major sects, but they generally haven't told their disciples, precisely to prevent them from being tempted to go there and die. From the sect's perspective, their biggest goal in letting you in is to have you gather the spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill. Once you've gathered the herbs, you've completed your mission, sect leader Tao Ran said calmly. I didn't tell Lin Yi about the treasure cave either. Seeing the suspicious look in sect leader Tao Ran's eyes, Luo Zhan quickly distanced himself. I discovered the treasure cave myself. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area isn't that big. 3 days is enough for me to explore it. Even if you didn't reveal a word, I was destined to find the treasure cave, Lin Yi said solemnly. It's because the genius disciples of the 7 major sects wanted to join forces to kill you, Tao Ran sighed. And since you found the treasure cave, they followed you inside, and most of them perished there. But are there really spirit embryo realm demonic beasts inside the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area? Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi and asked solemnly. This was the question everyone was truly concerned about. Lin Yi didn't do this intentionally. Those people wanted to kill him, followed him in, and couldn't resist, so they all died. Lin Yi wasn't to blame. But why did those genius disciples who could resist die at the hands of spirit embryo realm demonic beasts? This is a secret I wasn't originally planning to tell you. Since we've come this far, I'll tell you everything. Back then, about 10 disciples held back in the treasure cave, refraining from attacking, and managed to escape. When I came out, I saw them being kidnapped by a spirit embryo realm demon beast that had transformed into human form, so I secretly followed them all the way, eventually arriving at the deepest part of the Fire Dragon Valley's forbidden area. Guess what I saw? Lin Yi asked earnestly. What did you see? Everyone asked in unison, their faces full of curiosity. They all held their breath, looking at Lin Yi with anticipation. I saw a magnificent palace. 3 large characters hung on it, the demon locking palace. The guards at the entrance of the demon locking palace are all spirit embryo realm demon beasts, half beast, half human, guarding it, Lin Yi said solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, speechless. The demon locking palace, spirit embryo realm demon beasts guarding the gate. Tao Ran was the first to recover from the shock and couldn't help but ask. He was only at the mid-stage of the spirit embryo realm. As one of the leaders of the 8 major sects, if he went to the demon locking palace, he would be no different from a gatekeeper. Absolutely true, I saw it with my own eyes. Those dozen or so genius disciples were captured and taken to the demon locking palace. As for whether they are alive or dead, I don't know. However, I can basically conclude that none of the 5 elements cultivation geniuses who entered the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area in the past came out alive. It must be the same as this time. With their strength, they would have quickly obtained the transcendent pill and spiritual herbs, and then, like me, they would have explored everywhere, entered the treasure cave, and most of them would have died. The very few who escaped were captured by the spirit embryo realm demonic beasts of the demon locking palace, and their fate is also unknown. Anyway, no one has come out alive so far, Lin Yi said seriously. This conjecture immediately received everyone's agreement. That's really true, Tao Ran said solemnly. The treasure cave and the demon locking palace, one is a suppression of willpower. If you can't control your greed, you'll die. The other is a suppression of strength. You have absolutely no power to resist, he added, let alone these spirit gathering realm disciples. Even a spirit embryo realm expert like myself would find it difficult to escape unscathed. It's easy to perish within. He would find it difficult to overcome either the treasure cave or the demon locking palace. Even Tao Ran shared this thought. Elders like Luo Zhan and Gong Danmei also deeply agreed. As for the true disciples and top inner disciples, they nodded repeatedly. If they went in, the outcome would be the same, they wouldn't escape either. The treasure cave and the demon locking palace, anyone who enters is doomed. Why did you survive? Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi, her face full of confusion. Luo Zhan, Gong Danmei, Jing Xuan, Yin Manhong, and others also looked at Lin Yi. Standing at the entrance of the main hall, Lin Yi's close friends who had been allowed to visit, Ji Teng, Ji Zinayu, Meng Yao, Wang Qingsu, He Sui, and others, also looked at Lin Yi with concern. Regardless, Lin Yi's survival was the greatest news for them. However, like everyone else, they were also filled with curiosity about the miracle of Lin Yi's survival. To Lin Yi's great disappointment, Mo Xiaodang still didn't appear this time. He went to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, where not a single cultivator of the 5 elements emerged alive. Mo Xiaodang refused to see him or bid him farewell. Now, everyone inside was dead, and he was the only one who had escaped death. Mo Xiaodang still refused to come see him. His heart began to grow cold. I can't explain this either. I followed them all the way to the gates of the Demon Lock Palace, where I was discovered, and 2 guards chased after me, but even in human form, they weren't as fast as me using my fully practiced, 5th grade 1000 illusions body technique. They couldn't catch me. Later, I suspected they were deliberately letting me go, so I went back again. This time, I deliberately slowed down, and they still couldn't catch me and let me go. That's when I realized they were doing it on purpose. The powerful demonic beasts of the Demon Lock Palace won't attack me proactively. They won't make things difficult for me. They treat me completely differently than they treat others, Lin Yi said truthfully. What he said was entirely true. There was no falsehood whatsoever. Of course, his entire explanation was only partially true. If it were all false, it would be easy for others to spot the flaws. The sect could then send disciples to investigate and find out the truth. However, if the key information he provided, the treasure cave, the 5-colored lotus, the top-grade magic weapon, the top-grade Dao artifact, the 9th-grade cultivation technique, the demon locking palace, and the spirit embryo realm transformed demon beast, was absolutely true, then no matter if the Misty Sect or any other sect sent their talented disciples to verify it, they would not find any flaws in his story. You are the only exception. Everyone was stunned. This result was indeed unexpected. But upon closer reflection, it was actually quite reasonable. When you entered the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area, the 5-colored light barrier had no effect on you. You could come and go as you pleased. The people from the 8 major sects were all baffled. At that time, I knew that there must be some inevitable connection between you and the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Luo Zun spoke up for Lin Yi again. He had actually mentioned this news publicly when he first returned to the Misty Sect. Now, he was bringing it up again to let everyone know that Lin Yi's identity was extraordinary. Your background and origins are indeed very mysterious. You are the child brought back by the former sect leader, Senior Fu Mankang, and it is said that you look extremely similar to the Cold Heaven Emperor who set up the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Did you discover anything when you entered the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area? Sect leader Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi and asked with concern. The elders, true disciples, top inner disciples, and some of Lin Yi's close friends all looked at Lin Yi. We've discovered something. In the treasure cave and here at the Demon Lock Palace, I can indirectly confirm my suspicions. I am a descendant of the Cold Heaven Emperor. Anyone possessing his bloodline can freely enter and exit the Fire Dragon Valley forbidden area. Lin Yi nodded decisively. This news was basically known to all these powerful figures. In fact, he himself had been kept in the dark from beginning to end. At first, he didn't even know that Uncle Fu was the former head of the Misty Sect. He thought he came from a humble and impoverished background. He thought Uncle Fu was just an ordinary and kind old man. Regarding his lineage as a descendant of the Cold Heaven Emperor, even if he hadn't said it, these powerful figures would likely have already suspected it, perhaps even possessing direct evidence. Since that was the case, it was better to openly admit it. It was an open secret after all. The Cold Heaven Emperor, the Treasure Cave, the Demon Locking Palace, these are all extremely top-tier existences. Speaking of which, the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground was left by the Cold Heaven Emperor to you descendants as a reserve of medicinal herbs. The 8 major sects were merely thieves. Since they sent disciples in to steal, they had to be prepared for none of them to come out. Moreover, there's the colossal demon locking palace inside. Even spirit embryo realm demon beasts can only guard a gate. Tao Ran sighed deeply. Everyone else also sighed. Each person accepted and acknowledged this matter from the bottom of their hearts. They could only accept this outcome. Lin Yi, almost all 8 major sects were wiped out this time, and you were the only one who survived. Did you manage to gather the spiritual herbs needed to refine the transcendent pill? Tao Ran asked Lin Yi with concern. The top inner disciples and true disciples, who had already advanced to the transcendent realm, weren't particularly concerned about this question. However, the elders, concerned about the future of their sects and whether their prized disciples could advance to the transcendent realm. All looked at Lin Yi with eager anticipation. As the 7th person to enter the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, I was immediately besieged by the 6 disciples from other sects who had entered before me. But I didn't linger in the fight. I immediately used my 5th grade 1000 illusion movement technique to leave and quickly gather spiritual herbs. Basically, I was ahead of everyone else in every herb field, gathering most of them. I didn't linger in the battle with the guarding demonic beasts either. After a few maneuvers, I stole enough spiritual herbs and left. Actually, I estimate that I only gathered a few dozen portions of transcendent pill spiritual herbs, Lin Yi recounted, smiling faintly. A few dozen portions, and that's all. You managed to gather dozens of portions of transcendent pill spiritual herbs all by yourself. Tao Rain was utterly astonished. The elders were also stunned. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land only produces about 200 portions of transcendent elixir each year, and not all of them can be brought out. If divided equally among the 8 major sects, each sect would only get about 25 portions. The key is that it's impossible to distribute them equally. The stronger sects send more powerful disciples, thus securing more, while weaker sects struggle to even get 10 portions. You alone have managed to gather dozens of portions. That's truly astonishing, Luo Zhan exclaimed excitedly, praising Lin Yi. Lin Yi had done a great service to the sect this time, bringing them considerable honor. He felt immensely proud. Excellent. This time, the other 7 major sects failed to obtain any transcendent pills or spiritual herbs, but we secured dozens of portions, giving us a significant lead over them. Whether we use them to recruit talented disciples or potential disciples, or to participate in the 8 sects grand competition later, we have a huge advantage, Tao Ran said with a beaming smile. The elders were also full of admiration. Lin Yi alone had upheld the future of the Misty Sect. Chapter 172 Contributing Status. I haven't finished yet. I personally gathered dozens of portions of transcendent elixir herbs. The transcendent elixir herbs gathered by other sect disciples were all in their storage bags. When I came out, I saw their corpses, so I just picked up their storage bags. They also contained a large number of transcendent elixir herbs. In total, I can probably gather about 200 portions of transcendent elixir herbs. Lin Yi looked at everyone and smiled slightly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, completely dumbfounded. Dozens of portions of transcendent elixir herbs had already filled them with immense joy. Lin Yi had actually obtained 200 portions of transcendent elixir herbs directly. This joy was too overwhelming. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. 200 portions of transcendent elixir. Sect leader Tao Rain was the first to react, exclaiming in surprise. Lin Yi, are you going to donate all of these to the sect? Luo Zhan asked with concern. 200 portions of transcendent elixir, this was an extremely large number. In the past, the sects that reaped the most rewards would consider it a great success if they obtained 50 portions of transcendent elixir at once. Lin Yi's 200 portions directly crushed the most powerful sects of the past. Especially now, with none of the other 7 major sects surviving and having gained nothing, the value of these 200 portions of transcendent elixir had been elevated to an unparalleled level. I don't want to sell myself for a higher price. I don't want to betray the sect, using these transcendent pills and spiritual herbs to secretly reap huge profits. It was the Misty Sect that nurtured me, giving me the strength I have today. I consider the Misty Sect my home. As long as I'm in the Misty Sect, I will dedicate myself to it with all my might, striving to repay the sect and live up to its expectations. Lin Yi spoke earnestly and righteously. He knew clearly that in the Misty Sect, one's status and treatment depended on the contributions one made. Although he was a descendant of the Cold Heaven Emperor and could obtain spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, and magical treasures from the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area, this time, the cultivation techniques and magical treasures he could actually acquire were very few. Even after advancing to the transcendent realm, it's uncertain whether he'll be able to produce 1 or 2 more items. Even if he could, it would be far from satisfying his needs. For example, cultivation techniques involve many aspects: mental cultivation, body techniques, spiritual awareness techniques, spiritual energy condensation techniques, sword techniques, spells, cultivation techniques, spirit beast raising techniques, and so on. Hoping to obtain everything he desires from the treasure caves of the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Land is unrealistic. Many treasures and cultivation techniques must be obtained from the Misty Sect outside. Even with spirit stones, It's difficult to buy such top-tier cultivation techniques and treasures. They can only be obtained from the Misty Sect, therefore. He would be better off donating most of the transcendent pills he obtained to the Misty Sect, thus gaining the highest sect status and treatment. This would be more beneficial to his future. Donating only a few dozen transcendent pills would still bring him a respectable contribution and status. But it wouldn't be truly impressive. It wouldn't have a strong impact, and his status wouldn't be very high. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. It's better to donate 200 transcendent pills at once. He can keep enough for himself. The rest would be a waste. Moreover, he genuinely hoped that the Misty Sect could rise to prominence. The stronger the Misty Sect became, the greater his status and treatment would be, and the more benefits he could gain from it. This is a matter of shared prosperity and shared ruin. If all the disciples in the sect had your magnanimity, our Misty Sect would surely achieve great things. Becoming the strongest sect in the 8 sects competition wouldn't be difficult at all. Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi, her face full of emotion. Lin Yi's words were not just empty flattery. Lin Yi had genuinely provided 200 doses of transcendent pills. Sect leader, seeing Lin Yi's enormous contribution and the great advantage he has brought to our Misty Sect, what kind of status and treatment should we give Lin Yi? Luo Zhanshan asked on Lin Yi's behalf. As his prized disciple, he would certainly do his utmost to secure a good position and treatment for Lin Yi. Within the Misty Sect, there were several small factions, constantly vying for power and engaging in minor conflicts. As Lin Yi's status and treatment improved, his faction gained more influence and received more cultivation resources. What kind of status and treatment do you think Lin Yi should receive? Tao Ran countered. The other elders all looked at Luo Zhan. If Lin Yi had truly brought back 50 portions of transcendent pills, that contribution would have been enough to allow him to skip the inner disciple level and become a true disciple, and now, he's brought back 200 portions of transcendent pills, while other sects haven't received a single one. Such a huge contribution should at least make him an elder, right? Luo Zhan said leisurely. Hearing this, Lin Yi himself was stunned. He had imagined surpassing senior brother Yin Manhuang and all the inner disciples, being promoted to true disciple through exceptional advancement. At most, he would be ranked very high among the true disciples, perhaps in the top 10, or even the top 5. That would be the absolute limit. Becoming an elder directly was something he had never even dreamed of. Making him an elder? Isn't that a bit too much to ask? Lin Yi is only at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. Making him an elder like this is hardly convincing, and it won't be well received. In the Misty Sect, there are many disciples who have made great contributions, with higher cultivation levels, strength, and experience than him. They are all inner disciples or true disciples, let alone the spirit gathering realm. Even golden core cultivators need to pass several tests to become elders. Lin Yi is so young, only 16 years old, and his cultivation level is so low. I think making him an elder now is like forcing a seedling to grow too fast. It's very detrimental to his future. Of course, it's also very detrimental to the entire sect. A blue-robed elder, whose appearance wasn't particularly friendly, stepped forward and launched into long, rambling discourse. His arguments garnered considerable agreement from the other elders. Lin Yi is indeed too inexperienced. He's only been in the sect for less than 3 months. He's far too young. Only 16. Becoming an elder at this age is indeed premature. Several elders echoed his sentiments. Hearing this, Luo Zhan was furious, his eyes bulging with anger. Since that's the case, if only one can become a true disciple, then Lin Yi, you just need to provide 50 portions of transcendent elixir. That'll be enough to make you a true disciple. The remaining 150 portions are yours to keep and do with as you please. I want to see how many portions of these 50 transcendent elixir will each elder get, Luo Zhan said angrily, looking at the assembled elders. Upon hearing this, many elders immediately fell silent. When it concerned their own interests, they couldn't possibly stand up and oppose him. They couldn't possibly enjoy the benefits Lin Yi brought while simultaneously opposing him, could they? Lin Yi, you saw what happened. Even if we promote you to elder now, there's still a lot of opposition, let alone becoming an elder. Even if we promote you to the top-ranked disciple, your senior brothers and sisters will be resentful and will make things difficult for you at every turn. Given this situation, how do you think we should resolve it? Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi and asked with a smile. The one who tied the knot must untie it. With Lin Yi's enormous contributions, becoming an elder through an exception is entirely possible. However, it will indeed attract a lot of criticism and bring Lin Yi a lot of unnecessary trouble. He wanted to hear Lin Yi's own opinion on the choice. I understand the elder's thoughts. I don't want to force things and become a target of criticism. How about this? I'll become a true disciple ranked around 10th for now. How about that? Lin Yi said humbly, using a strategy of retreat to advance. How can that be? To become a true disciple ranked 10th, 50 portions of transcendent pills will be enough. Luo Zong quickly pulled Lin Yi back. You really think so? Tao Ran was also full of surprise. The other elders were also very surprised. Lin Yi's appetite was really small. The contribution he made and the reward he received were really too different. This made them feel embarrassed and ashamed. That's indeed what I think, but I have one more condition, Lin Yi said decisively. What are the conditions? Tao Ran asked. The other elders also looked curious. My current cultivation level, qualifications, and strength are indeed not worthy of the position of elder, but I can't be unworthy forever. My condition is that once I cultivate to the peak of the transcendent realm, I will directly become an elder and enjoy the treatment and status of an elder, Lin Yi said bluntly. That's not quite right. Even Golden Core Realm cultivators need to pass several tests. You're only at the transcendent realm, and you haven't taken any tests yet. It's hard to convince everyone that you want to become an elder, the blue-robed elder couldn't help but say. You think you can't convince everyone? When I reach the peak of the transcendent realm, who among them won't be an elder's disciple? Come and challenge me if you dare. If none of these people can defeat me, I'll surely become an elder. Right, Lin Yi said earnestly. Hearing this, all the elders nodded in unison. To be able to suppress all those who hadn't become elders was indeed a formidable strength, making him undoubtedly the number one person below the elders. Becoming an elder was a no-brainer. Then it's settled, Lin Yi said with a smile. Sure enough. At any time, strength speaks volumes. In fact, suppressing all the non-elders' true disciples wasn't a difficult problem for him. He cultivated all 5 elements simultaneously, making him invincible within his realm. He had cultivated to the peak of the transcendent realm, and the other true disciples were also at the peak of the transcendent realm. How could they possibly be his match? Of course. If a true disciple were to advance to the early Golden Core realm but fail to become an elder, that would indeed be somewhat troublesome. Fighting across major realms was by no means easy. But he still wanted to try. Since he was pursuing the most extreme path, the most invincible path, fighting across major realms was something he would have to achieve sooner or later. He had to achieve it. Otherwise, what was the point of talking about invincibility? What was the point of talking about becoming an immortal? It was all empty talk, all nonsense. Only by truly achieving it could one talk about it, think about it, and pursue it. This matter is settled. Sect leader Tao Ran looked at all the elders and made the decision. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Yi took out 200 portions of the transcendental pills he had prepared beforehand. He kept about 50 portions for himself, and any surplus would be given to Meng Yao, Ji Zinayu, and the others. Sect leader, how should these 200 portions of transcendental pills be distributed? The blue-robed elder immediately asked. The other elders were also eager to try. Everyone wanted to secure more transcendental pills for their disciples and cultivate another outstanding disciple to reach the transcendental realm. Of these 200 doses of transcendent elixir, we're taking out 100 to give to the disciples at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm, to help them break through to the transcendent realm. Of those, 60 doses will be distributed to you elders. The remaining 40 doses will be taken to the sect's treasury, where the disciples can exchange them for contribution points. We must give those disciples who diligently contribute to the sect sufficient opportunities for advancement, Tao Ran said calmly. What about the remaining 100 doses? The blue-robed elder asked. We can't just think about the present, we have to think about the future too. This time, we've had a great harvest thanks to Lin Yi, but what about the future? In the future, we might end up empty-handed, which is our Misty Sect. We still need to keep some transcendent pills on hand for unforeseen circumstances. Also, if we encounter some young people with exceptional potential and talent, we can promise them transcendent pills to win them over. These are all extra expenses, so we need to stockpile some transcendent pills, Tao Ran said seriously. This decision truly took into account both the present and future of the Misty Sect, and many elders nodded in agreement. That concludes our trip to the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. Disperse, Tao Ran waved his hand. Soon, the elders, true disciples, and inner disciples all wisely dispersed. Only sect leader Tao Ran, Lin Yi, and Lin Yi's 2 masters, Luo Zhan and Guangdanmei remained in the main hall. Outside, Ji Teng and the others were still peeking in. They were all close friends of Lin Yi, and Tao Ran didn't drive them away. However, he still set up a spiritual energy shield, so those outside couldn't eavesdrop. Lin Yi, you are a descendant of the Cold Heaven Emperor. Others who enter the treasure cave can't take any treasures with them. Will you also be unable to take any treasures with you? Tao Ran asked with concern. Luo Zhan and Gong Danmei also looked at Lin Yi with eager eyes. They both felt that Lin Yi must have concealed some important things from him. For example, the treasure cave. This was the burial ground of others, yet Lin Yi could come and go as he pleased. I have the bloodline of the Cold Heaven Emperor, so I can indeed take some treasures and cultivation techniques from the treasure cave. This time I took out a 7th grade 5 elements heart sutra and a spoonful of dragon blood. If I wanted to get more cultivation techniques and treasures, I would be repelled by the restrictions on the treasures, and they wouldn't allow me to get any closer. Lin Yi looked at sect leader Tao Ran, Master Luo Zhan, and Guangdanmei, and said seriously. Faced with such speculation and doubt, if he completely denied it, they wouldn't believe him. So he could only say something half-truthful. A 7th grade 5 elements cultivation technique, while somewhat attractive, is rare among those who cultivate all 5 elements, so few are interested in vying for it. The real draw is the dragon blood. If he could obtain a 7th grade 5 elements cultivation technique, it would be completely unreasonable to claim he didn't get even a drop of dragon blood. He claimed to have only obtained a spoonful. In reality, he received more than half a bowl. He would certainly distribute that spoonful very carefully. In fact, even if he gave it all away, it wouldn't be a big deal for him. Chapter 173 Extra Rewards. A spoonful of dragon blood, isn't that about 20 drops? Luo Zhan asked, his face full of surprise. Guangdanmei and Tao Ran were also overjoyed. Dragon blood was a very precious treasure. About that, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Seeing Luo Zhan and Guangdanmei's expectant yet hesitant expressions, Lin Yi instantly understood. It's said that this dragon blood can greatly increase a cultivator's chances of successfully breaking through to the spirit embryo realm. I'll give each of you 2 masters a drop to help you break through to the spirit embryo realm. It's my way of showing my filial piety, Lin Yi said with a smile. He was still very grateful to his 2 masters. With his current abilities, he couldn't give them anything in return. He gave each of them a drop of dragon blood as a token of his appreciation. Of course, the sect leader gets one too, Lin Yi added with a smile, noticing the slight disappointment on the sect leader Tao Ran's face. Hearing this, Luo Zhan, Gong Danmei, and Tao Ran all smiled with satisfaction. Lin Yi's presence not only helped the Piaomio sect obtain many transcendent pills and spiritual herbs, bringing benefits to many spirit gathering realm disciples, but also greatly benefited Golden Core realm and spirit embryo realm experts like themselves. Sect leader, what kind of status and treatment will I, as one of the top 10 true disciples, receive? Lin Yi asked curiously. After returning from the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, he deeply realized the gap in his strength. The demon locking palace in the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground was truly too powerful. The gatekeepers were all spirit embryo realm demon beasts. He wanted to uncover the mystery of his origins and to understand his true relationship with the Cold Heaven Emperor. He needed sufficient strength to speak with the demon locking palace as an equal. Otherwise, even if the demon locking palace wouldn't kill him, their repeated expulsions would leave him helpless. Now, he had found a path to become stronger. He was determined to follow the ultimate path, reaching the pinnacle in every realm. Just like cultivating divine consciousness and breaking through its shackles, he needed to break not only the limits but also the constraints. Especially in the spirit gathering realm, the first major realm of cultivation, which was crucial to cultivator's entire life, he had to build an extremely solid foundation. Once the foundation was solid, the towering buildings that follow will rise quickly from the ground. But if the foundation isn't solid, even the tallest buildings can easily collapse. He understood the implications clearly. He couldn't rely on Fire Dragon Valley for the time being to build a truly solid foundation. He could only depend on the Misty Sect. He needed to obtain sufficient support and preferential treatment from the Misty Sect. Your status and treatment are the same as the top 11 true disciples. This was all agreed upon, and it can't be changed. Basically, the sect assignments you receive are all top tier, with the highest pay, and you'll be one of the top 10 in terms of priority. Then every month, the sect will give you a fixed 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, As for your accommodation, you can choose to continue living in your original place, or you can choose a smaller peak and live alone. After all, you have the potential to become an elder. And sooner or later you'll have to establish your own peak and recruit disciples, Tao Ran said with a smile. I see. Lin Yi nodded slightly. He had seen through it all. Even at the level of true disciples, or even elders, the most crucial thing is still the sect's contribution points. As for spirit stones, they're not very useful within the sect. However, outside, it's impossible to get by without them. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones a month, that's a really high level of support and reward. Even opening a shop in Wangxian town would be difficult to achieve that kind of income. At least half the shops couldn't reach that level. Thank you, sect leader. I will work hard to take on more missions, earn more contribution points, and strive to advance to the transcendent realm as soon as possible, becoming an elder legitimately. Lin Yi smiled and thanked him. He was quite satisfied with his status and treatment. After all, before, his ranking among the inner disciples wasn't even high. Good missions and assignments were simply out of his reach. But now, everything was different. You really are a humble child, Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi, his eyes full of admiration. If it were any other disciple, making such a great contribution and only receiving this status and treatment, they might have jumped up and cursed. Arrogant because of their talent. Arrogant because of their achievements. He had seen too many people like that. Few people could achieve such great things as Lin Yi, soaring to the clouds, yet also landing steadily and firmly on the ground. Always knowing exactly what they truly wanted in their hearts. Lin Yi, the sect leader is just teasing you, Luo Zhan couldn't help but laugh. What I just said is actually just the most basic treatment, there are actually additional rewards, Guangdan reminded him with a charming smile. Additional rewards? Lin Yi was completely stunned. Then, he immediately realized, what other rewards are there? Lin Yi asked excitedly. Sure enough, the Misty Sect wasn't stingy. There were extra rewards. Judging from the expressions of Masters Luo Zhan and Guangdan, these extra rewards were clearly much more generous than usual. Does our Misty Sect need to give you any other rewards? In the sect's treasury, there are so many cultivation techniques, magic weapons, and various secret arts and methods. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can just go in exchange for whatever you want, Tao Ran smiled. So the extra reward is sect contribution points. How much will I get as a reward? Lin Yi asked happily. You can do the math yourself. An ordinary quality transformation pill is worth 100,000 contribution points. A superior quality transformation pill is worth 200,000 contribution points. An excellent quality transformation pill is worth 400,000 contribution points. A top quality transformation pill is worth 800,000 contribution points. Under normal circumstances, one batch can produce 5 transformation pills. Assuming an average of excellent quality, 5 pills per batch would be worth 1 million contribution points. Of course, this is without considering the success rate, assuming every batch is successfully refined. Actually, the extra high-quality transformation pills, even the top-quality ones, that we refine can make up for the loss due to the low success rate, far outweighing the initial gains, Guangdan recounted, smiling sweetly. You can calculate how much profit you've brought to the sect this time. One transformation pill is worth 1 million contribution points. I brought back 200, worth 200 million contribution points. Lin Yi himself was stunned. This was indeed an extremely large sum. Now you understand why we could directly promote you to elder in the transcendent realm without any further testing, right? Luo Zhan exclaimed. The key is that the contribution points you made to the sect this time were simply too great. Actually, if you include the profits from the excellent and top-quality transcendent pills, the actual value of these 200 portions of transcendent pills could potentially reach 300 million contribution points, Guangdan added with a charming smile. That's indeed a huge contribution, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. He had always felt that his contribution was substantial, but he had never had a concrete, extremely clear understanding of it. When Guangdan mentioned the figure of 200 million contribution points, he finally realized just how enormous his achievement was. How many contribution points will I get for this contribution? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. This was what he cared about most. According to past practice, up to 5 portions of transcendent pills brought back will be distributed to disciples according to 1/10 of their actual value, Guangdan said softly. One transcendent pill is worth 1 million contribution points. 5 portions would be 5 million contribution points. Getting 1/10 means you'll receive 500,000 contribution points. That's quite a good return. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. After exchanging one ordinary quality transcendent pill for the one he needed, he would still have 400,000 contribution points left. This is the profit for less than 5 portions. If you can reach 5 to 10 portions, you'll get about 1/7 of the reward. If you can reach between 10 and 20 portions, you'll get 1/5 of the reward. As for someone bringing back more than 20 portions, no one in the history of the Misty Sect has ever done that, Wangxian City continued. The more transcendent pills you bring back, the higher your share will be. Reaching 20 portions will get you 1/5 of the reward. So, how much profit will I get from bringing back 200 portions? Lin Yi asked expectantly. He suddenly became excited. If that was the case, he could indeed get a very large share of the profits. The specific percentage will be decided by the sect leader, Wangxian City chuckled, covering her mouth. At this moment, Lin Yi, Luo Zhan, and Wangxian City all looked at Tao Ran. This puts me in a difficult position. After all, the highest reward given in the past was only 1/5. This is basically the unspoken rule. That's the maximum. But if I only give you this much, I feel bad. If I give too much, the other elders and disciples will complain. Being in this position, I have to maintain this balance, Tao Ran said with a troubled expression. Sect leader, you can decide as you see fit. I'm fine with whatever you say, Lin Yi said with a smile. The extra reward was truly an unexpected surprise for him. Even if he only received 1/5 of the reward, he would be content. 1/5 of 200 million contribution points. That's a full 40 million contribution points. This is a number that no one else dares to even dream of. Even becoming a true disciple would likely require completing many difficult and dangerous tasks, spending a great deal of time, and still struggling to accumulate that much. Judging from the sect leader's intentions, no matter how much he gives, it will be more than 40 million contribution points. How about I give you 30% of the reward? Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi and pondered. 30%, 60 million contribution points as a reward? Lin Yi was full of surprise. Immediately, he nodded repeatedly. Okay, this was even higher than he had expected. 60 million contribution points. That's truly too much? He hadn't even dared to dream of it. With these 60 million contribution points, what cultivation technique, what treasure couldn't he exchange for? He wouldn't need to do any dangerous or time-consuming tasks. He could directly use these 60 million contribution points to exchange for everything he wanted. He would soon be able to establish an extremely solid foundation in the spirit-gathering realm. This was truly an extra reward, an unexpected surprise. Then it's settled, an extra reward of 60 million contribution points. Tao Ran breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. He was really afraid that Lin Yi would start crying and arguing again, trying his best to get more benefits. He was really in a difficult position. This huge sect wasn't something he could decide alone. If he offended too many people, these elders could publicly vote at any time to remove him from his position as sect leader and replace him with someone else. He would have no choice but to step down and become a grand elder. However, he was still young and wanted to lead the Misty Sect to regain its glory, so he could retire with honor and dignity, and didn't want to be united against and ousted. He could only try his best to balance every aspect and every elder. He couldn't achieve perfection, but he could at least get it to about 80%. Lin Yi's understanding and contentment saved him a lot of trouble. Rest assured, all your contributions to the sect will be recorded on the sect's contribution monument, and future disciples, elders, and sect leaders will all be able to see them. With these achievements, you won't need any tests to become an elder. And once you become an elder, I will give you the utmost preferential treatment and support when you compete for the position of sect leader. Even if you want to compete for the sect leader position in the future, you will be the first choice in my eyes. Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi and solemnly promised. In his heart, Lin Yi was the perfect candidate for sect leader. His talent, potential, and character were all excellent, the best choice. Absolutely flawless. Furthermore, Lin Yi's background was impeccable. A descendant of the Cold Heaven Emperor. He was personally raised by the former sect leader, Fu Manqiang. This could be considered the most loyal of all the direct descendants within the entire Misty Sect. Lin Yi, hurry up and thank the sect leader. The sect leader's promise is more precious than 60 million contribution points. Luo Zhan patted Lin Yi's shoulder, urging him with a smile. Thank you, sect leader. Lin Yi quickly bowed in thanks. He valued the position of elder highly. It truly brought him many conveniences and benefits, greatly assisting him. However, he didn't have high expectations for the position of sect leader of the Misty Sect because Tao Ran himself was still very young. It would probably be 100 years before Tao Ran stepped down. He was pursuing the most extreme path, the most powerful path, the most invincible path. 100 years later, his cultivation level would definitely far surpass the spirit embryo realm. At that time, for him, the position of sect leader of the Misty Sect was not an honor, but rather a shackle. He was determined to venture into a wider world. For example, the jade slip of guidance inside the treasure cave in the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley. He had a strong premonition that the jade slip of guidance would lead him to the place he was truly meant to go. That was his final destination. Chapter 174 The Great Competition of the Eight Sects. Lin Yi, cultivate diligently and advance to the transcendent realm as soon as possible. The Eight Sects Grand Competition in a few months will be a contest among Transcendent Realm disciples. With you leading the team, our Misty Sect has a chance to be among the top 3 in the competition. We'll be able to turn our fortunes around from the bottom. In another year, when other sects run out of Transcendent Realm pills, the influx of Transcendent Realm disciples will be a fresh blood source, giving our Misty Sect a chance to challenge for the top spot. The status, resources, prestige, and attraction to talented disciples that the top sect can obtain are beyond imagination. Tao Ran envisioned the future, placing high hopes on Lin Yi. Those who cultivate all 5 elements are invincible at the same realm. However, many sects are unwilling to invest such a great deal in nurturing such individuals. After all, the cultivation resources consumed are indeed too great. Often, even after expending a large amount of resources, it's still difficult to help someone advance to the transcendent realm, and all efforts are wasted. This is the most heartbreaking. But if one is lucky enough to cultivate all 5 elements and successfully reach the transcendent realm, and even the peak of the transcendent realm, then one is basically ridiculously strong. Invincible among those of the same realm is not just a joke. Sect leader, rest assured, I will definitely cultivate diligently and strive to lead our Misty Sect to become the #1 sect this year. Lin Yi was filled with lofty ambition. The top geniuses of his age from the other 7 major sects had all been wiped out by him. Once he cultivates to the transcendent realm, he will naturally have absolute confidence in defeating the transcendent realm disciples of other sects. Indeed, worthy of suppressing the top geniuses of his era, his ambition is so high. Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi and exclaimed in admiration. As the sect leader of the Misty Sect, even dreaming of being in the top 3 was considered impulsive. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi directly wants to lead the Misty Sect to become the #1 sect. This ambition crushes far too many people. Sect leader, don't set a trap for Lin Yi. Lin Yi has no idea about the 8 sects competition, nor does he understand the current state of our Misty Sect. Having ambition alone isn't enough. If he fails, it will be a heavy blow to his morale, easily causing him to become despondent and lose his fighting spirit. Luo Zhan quickly defended Lin Yi. Master, what exactly is this 8 sects competition? Lin Yi asked with concern. Since the 8 sects competition concerns the cultivation resources, wealth, prestige, status, and attractiveness to talented disciples that the Misty Sect can obtain, it plays a crucial role for the sect. If you were to have another amazing performance in the 8 sects competition, wouldn't he earn a large sum of sect contribution points? He cultivates all 5 elements simultaneously, consuming resources 10, 100, even hundreds of times more than others. He must exert every effort to earn more cultivation resources. Normally, the tasks and assignments issued by the sect are not very rewarding, and are troublesome, time-consuming, and laborious. The Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground and the 8 sects Grand Competition are lucrative opportunities that require very little time but offer ridiculously high rewards. Having tasted the benefits of the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Ground, he is even more eager for the 8 sects Grand Competition. With several months to go before the competition, he wants to learn more in advance and prepare. Opportunities are always for those who are prepared. The 8 sects Grand Competition involves each sect sending 20 disciples at the Transcendent Realm to compete. The general rule is 1-on-1. No matter how strong you are, you can only secure 1 victory for our Misty Sect. They might even send their weakest disciple to face you directly, voluntarily conceding, allowing you to win that match, but the remaining 19 matches could all be lost. 19-1, that's a crushing defeat for us, Luo Zhan said solemnly. I see. Lin Yi's expression hardened. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. No matter how strong one's individual strength, it seemed to have little effect. It left him feeling powerless. The 8 sects grand competition tests the overall strength of a sect, its comprehensive training of disciples, and its ability to rank, arrange, and fight in sequence. Under these circumstances, our sect's cultivation resources are basically limited. If we expend a lot of resources to cultivate 1 or 2 disciples who can cultivate all 5 elements, even if we manage to win 2 matches, we're likely to lose the remaining 18. Therefore, most sects no longer expend resources cultivating disciples who can cultivate all 5 elements. Firstly, it consumes too many resources. Secondly, even if resources are consumed, these disciples might not be able to smoothly advance to the transcendent realm. And once they reach the transcendent realm, they face more bottlenecks than ordinary disciples, making it difficult to reach the peak of the transcendent realm. From the perspective of the sect as a whole, it would be better to use these resources to cultivate geniuses with a single element of spiritual power, Luo Zhan proactively explained to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's rise to prominence seemed promising. However, he still wanted to remind Lin Yi that those who cultivate all 5 elements should remain humble and low-key until their cultivation level truly advances to the transcendent realm and the golden core realm. Realm is the biggest limitation. No matter how talented you are, if you can't break through to a higher realm, you're only invincible at the lowest level, the spirit-gathering realm. What's the use of that? I understand Master's meaning. I will strive to break through to the transcendent realm. I understand the sect's difficulties and will not have any complaints. This time, the sect has given me such a generous position and treatment, as well as extra rewards. I can directly exchange various resources from the sect's treasury without needing the sect to pay me any additional expenses, Lin Yi said proactively. In fact, the sect gave him 60 million contribution points, and his exchange of cultivation resources from the sect's treasury actually consumed the Misty Sect's resources. Of course, this was something he earned through his own strength. After all, the benefits and value he created for the sect exceeded 200 million contribution points. So, it seems, not only did he not drain the sect's resources, but he also helped it earn a lot. In short, while relying on the Misty Sect and striving to improve himself, he didn't hold the sect back. For every 60 million contribution points he spent, he would bring the sect 200 million in return. This is true now, and it will be true in the future. He wasn't the kind of disciple who required the sect to expend vast resources to cultivate him, with no guarantee of future benefits. In this comparison, he felt he had a clear conscience, honest to himself and honest to the sect. The Misty Sect is truly fortunate to have a disciple like you. You only bring benefits to the Misty Sect, and the resources you consume are only about 30% of the profits you earn. If every disciple could be like you, first earning profits for the sect, and then deducting 30% of those profits, the sect would net 70%. Accumulating like this, our Misty Sect would quickly become wealthy and develop. Tao Ran sighed. Lin Yi was truly worry-free. Without my large consumption, the sect could save a lot of cultivation resources to cultivate other transcendent realm disciples. Besides, with a powerful senior brother like Jing Zhuan in charge, our Misty Sect still has a great chance of winning, Lin Yi said optimistically. It's not what you think. You don't know, the 8 sects grand competition has rules. A transcendent realm disciple can only participate in the 8 sects grand competition twice at most. After 2 times, they are not allowed to participate anymore. Your senior brother Jingxun has made great contributions to our Misty Sect, but he is no longer qualified to participate. The 8 sects grand competition is about the overall strength of the sect and the strength of the fresh blood cultivated over a long period of time, Luo Zhan said seriously. I see, Lin Yi suddenly understood. This 8 sects grand competition is indeed very good. Such rules prevent some powerful transcendent realm disciples from being stuck in the transcendent realm, failing to advance to the golden core realm, serving the sect indefinitely, and participating in the 8 sects grand competition indefinitely. Participating only twice at most leaves many opportunities for junior disciples to earn merit. With opportunities to earn merit, there are naturally opportunities to rise in status. In this way, the sect can continuously produce powerful transcendent realm disciples who can obtain sufficient cultivation resources to strive for the golden core realm. This is a very stable and long-term path to advancement. Fresh blood is the most crucial element, therefore, every year, Venturing into the Forbidden Fire Dragon Valley to obtain Transcendent Realm pills and spiritual herbs is a top priority for every sect. Some sects that have consistently ranked at the bottom, after several years of being at the bottom, can't even muster 20 fresh Transcendent Realm disciples, having to rely on their peak Spirit Gathering Realm level 10 disciples to fill the gaps. This inevitably leads to another loss. Our Misty Sect was also on this trend, having slipped to 7th place, practically at the bottom. You've directly obtained 200 portions of Transcendent Realm pills and spiritual herbs this time, giving our Misty Sect the capital to take off. Other sects, unable to obtain Transcendent Realm pills and spiritual herbs, even the top-ranked sect, will have no successors after 2 years. Our Misty Sect has tremendous potential and is incredibly resilient, Tao Ran said with a broad smile, relieved. With Lin Yi, the Misty Sect had hope for a resurgence. Therefore, in the 8 sects grand competition a few months from now, since other sects still have powerful disciples at the Transcendent Realm who have one more chance to participate, their rankings won't be too bad. Only by next year's 8 sects grand competition can we truly solidify our advantage and challenge for first place. In the 8 sects grand competition a few months from now, even the top 3 will be extremely difficult. The chances are only about 10% or 20%, Luo Zhan said calmly. This competition is entirely about the overall strength of the sect. The role of an individual disciple is greatly diminished. No matter how strong I am, it won't make much of a difference. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. He was willing but powerless. This was his biggest feeling at the moment. One person's contribution was infinitely diminished. Even if they achieved merit, it was the collective achievement of 20 people. Then it was divided equally among the 20. He would only receive 1/20th. And that was assuming they could win. If the others weren't strong enough, they wouldn't win at all. You can't say that. Normally, the competition rules are like this. 20 disciples take turns, and the winner is determined by the number of wins in those 20 matches. But there's actually another, less common rule, Tao Ran said with a smile. Sect leader, you mean, a wheel battle? Luo Zhan immediately understood. A wheel battle? Lin Yi looked surprised. The so-called wheel battle means you can be the first person from our Misty Sect to step onto the stage. As long as you're strong enough, you can defeat all 20 disciples from the other sects, and our sect will win, Luo Zhan explained. If you're strong enough, you can lead your sect to victory? Really? I feel like I can do it again, Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. The competition would proceed in turn, with 20 matches, the winner determined by the number of wins. His individual strength wouldn't matter much, it would be a contest of the sect's overall strength. But with the wheel battle rules, he was really excited. These rules were practically tailor-made for him. Let's use the wheel battle rules. I can take on at least 5 people by myself, let the other disciples from our sect go up and wear them down first. No matter how many are left, I'll be the last one to go up, and I'll try my best to hold on until the very end, Lin Yi said excitedly. With the wheel battle rules, he was sure he could make a great contribution, leading the Misty Sect to the top 3, or even first place, making a huge contribution. He could also earn a lot of contribution points himself. The problem is, whether or not to use the wheel battle rules isn't up to us, Luo Zhan shook his head. Who decides these rules? Lin Yi quickly asked. The 8 sects grand competition is, by default, 20 matches. That's the rule. If you want to use the chariot battle rule, you need to bring it up before the match begins and see if the opposing sect agrees. If they agree, everything is fine, Luo Zhan explained. What if they don't agree? Lin Yi asked with concern. Why would their sect, with its overall stronger strength, agree? Disagreement is the normal situation. If they disagree, and both sides have different opinions on the rules, each side will send their strongest disciple to determine the winner. The winner decides which rule to use, Luo Zhan stated decisively. That's great. When I go up and defeat their strongest disciple, I can use the chariot battle rule, Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. As long as one's strength is greater, one can choose the rule. He wanted to use the wheel battle rules, and no one could stop him. If he used the wheel battle rules, he would have a great chance to lead the Misty Sect to the top 3, or even first place. That's very difficult. The strongest disciples of every sect are extremely powerful. The battle you're using to determine the rules isn't considered part of the official battle. In that battle, even if you win, they'll fight you to the death, trading blows. If you lose your fighting ability, using the wheel battle rules, the remaining disciples of our Misty Sect won't be a match for them, Luo Zhan sighed. If I can defeat their strongest disciple without suffering serious injuries, wouldn't that be perfect? Lin Yi said with a smile. I'll win the battle, choose the rules for the wheel battle, and then let our 19 Transcendent Realm disciples from the Misty Sect go first, giving me time to heal. I'll go last, deliver the decisive blow, and reap the victory. The more he thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. Chapter 175 Foundation Advancement. I believe you can definitely achieve that in next year's 8 Sects Grand Competition. By then, you'll have reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm, invincible among those of the same level. Defeating the strongest disciple from another sect with only minor injuries is highly probable. However, this year, there are only 3 months left until the 100 Sects Grand Competition, and you're currently only at the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. You cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously. Whether you can successfully advance to the Transcendent Realm in these 3 months is highly uncertain. Even if you do advance, you'll only be at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. Against top disciples at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, your chances of victory are slim. Even if you win, you'll definitely be severely injured and unable to continue fighting. Our Misty Sect will still be doomed. Tao Ran looked at Lin Yi and explained slowly. He believed in Lin Yi's talent and potential, and greatly admired Lin Yi's ambition. However, 3 months was simply not enough. No matter how talented Lin Yi was, he still needed time to grow. This is indeed a problem. 3 months. I will try my best to see if I can quickly break through to the Transcendent Realm and cultivate to around the mid-stage of the Transcendent Realm, Lin Yi pondered. According to his previous plan, he would take the Transcendent Pill upon his return and immediately break through to the Transcendent Realm. After that, he would take the mirror-breaking pill to break through the bottleneck of the Transcendent Realm and strive for the peak of the Transcendent Realm. However, in the treasure cave of the forbidden area of Fire Dragon Valley, he obtained the top-grade magic weapon, the 1000 Refining Divine Cauldron, which could condense his divine consciousness, giving him a chance to break through the shackles of his divine consciousness. He would then break through his divine consciousness cultivation to the Golden Core Realm while still in the Spirit Gathering Realm. After reaching the Golden Core Realm, he would definitely need to find a way to cultivate from the early Golden Core Realm to its peak. Only then could he consume the Transcendent Pill to attempt to reach the Transcendent Realm. In this way, while advancing to the Transcendent Realm, he could also bring his peak Golden Core Realm divine consciousness to the Spirit Embryo Realm. This way, he could continue to break through the shackles of his divine consciousness. Otherwise, each subsequent breakthrough of the divine consciousness barrier would be significantly more difficult and require far more cultivation resources. Laying a solid foundation at the Spirit Gathering Realm would make everything else proceed smoothly and naturally. He could reap excellent rewards without much effort. However, to break through the divine consciousness barrier, and then continue cultivating it to the peak of the Golden Core Realm, would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. He had no idea exactly how long. Perhaps even after 3 months, he still wouldn't have broken through. After all, those who could break through limits were exceptionally brilliant and outstanding. Breaking through the barrier was practically impossible. Only those who transcended an entire era had a sliver of opportunity. That's the only way. You should try to break through to the Transcendent Realm as soon as possible. If you can successfully cultivate to the mid-Transcendent Realm, this method is indeed feasible. Tao Ran nodded in agreement. It's not that easy, actually. For those who cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, the more solid their foundation, the higher the difficulty of breaking through to a higher realm. Luo Zhan shook his head. The higher the difficulty, should it be that the deeper the foundation, the closer one is to the Transcendent Realm, and the lower the difficulty then? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. This statement surprised him greatly. That's not how it works. If you're an ordinary single-element spiritual energy cultivator, with a transcendent pill, you could easily advance to the Transcendent Realm, but if you're a cultivator of all 5 elements, you would need all 5 elements of spiritual energy to advance to the Transcendent Realm, condensing all 5 elements into liquid, transforming your internal spiritual energy into liquid spiritual energy. Isn't that many times more difficult? Luo Zhan asked seriously. That's true, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This is why it's much harder for cultivators of all 5 elements to advance to a higher realm. While others only need to break through one element of spiritual energy, he needs to break through all 5 elements simultaneously, making it 10 times, or even dozens of times, more difficult. What I just mentioned were ordinary cultivators of the 5 element spiritual power. If this cultivator of the 5 elements also condenses their spiritual power, making it extremely refined, wouldn't their spiritual power be even more refined than other cultivators in the transcendent realm? Luo Zhan looked at Lin Yi and continued to ask. That's for sure, Lin Yi nodded again. In that case, wouldn't becoming even more refined spiritual power be a higher threshold? Is reaching that level of spiritual power refinement in the transcendent realm easy? Has the difficulty increased again? Luo Zhan asked. Indeed, Lin Yi immediately understood. Besides the quality of spiritual energy, if you've also condensed your divine sense, and broken through its limits, cultivating it to the peak of the transcendent realm, then when you take the transcendent pill to break through to the transcendent realm, besides the thresholds I just mentioned, won't your divine sense also have to cross a major threshold, advancing from the peak of the transcendent realm to the golden core realm? The difficulty of that is astonishing, Luo Zhan said with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded solemnly. It's not just that, Luo Zhan continued, if you also cultivate your physical body, when you advance to the transcendent realm, your physical body will also break through to a higher level, and you'll face a very high threshold. That's right, Lin Yi completely agreed. Do you understand now? If your foundation in all aspects is incredibly solid and profound, if you want to break through to the transcendent realm, you'll have to overcome a huge threshold in all of these areas, and these thresholds have to be overcome simultaneously. How enormous is that difficulty combined? It might be hundreds, even thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary single-element spiritual energy cultivator. You could even say it's almost impossible to advance, Luo Zhan sighed. In fact, he wasn't just reminding Lin Yi and telling him the truth. He was also very worried about Lin Yi. Because Lin Yi's foundation was too stable and too deep. He would need to break through very high barriers in many aspects, making the difficulty of advancing to the transcendent realm much higher than that of ordinary cultivators of the 5 elements. So, advancing to the transcendent realm really won't be easy for me. Lin Yi's face was solemn. Things were much more serious than he had anticipated. He had originally thought that with his deep foundation, the difficulty of breaking through to the transcendent realm would be lower. He hadn't expected it to be higher, much higher. The key was that he also wanted to break through the shackles of his divine sense. Therefore, while attempting to break through to the transcendent realm, he also needed to further break through the shackles of his golden core realm peak divine consciousness to advance to the spirit embryo realm. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty by tens, even hundreds of times compared to his current level. Originally, his advancement to the transcendent realm was already hundreds of times more difficult than others. Therefore, if he were to truly break through the shackles of his divine consciousness as well, the difficulty of his advancement to the transcendent realm would be thousands, even tens of thousands of times greater than others. It was truly terrifying. The hope was slim. No wonder many people didn't choose the path of cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously. This was simply a path that ordinary people couldn't take. Breaking through to the transcendent realm was only the first major breakthrough. The difficulty would only increase with each subsequent major breakthrough. Even reaching the transcendent realm is impossible. How can one possibly reach the golden core realm or the spirit embryo realm later? In order to reach higher realms and live longer, many people choose to cultivate a single type of spiritual power. This is why those who cultivate all 5 elements are becoming increasingly rare. Even those with the talent of 5 elemental roots will only choose to cultivate a single type of spiritual power. Master, if that's the case, who would bother to properly hone their foundation? Wouldn't it be better to directly cultivate to the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm and attempt to reach the transcendent realm? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Refining one's foundation is something only geniuses do. Ordinary cultivators have to exert all their strength and painstaking efforts to successfully cultivate to the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm and obtain the transcendent pill. Where would they find the energy to refine their foundation? For geniuses, being able to refine their foundation, coupled with cultivating a single type of spiritual power, and consuming a high-quality transcendent pill, still gives them a great chance to advance to the transcendent realm. In this way, once they reach the transcendent realm, they are still stronger than other transcendent realm cultivators. That's how they maintain this balance. They have a very good foundation. The difficulty of advancement isn't outrageously high, and once they reach the transcendent realm, they still possess considerable strength, Luo Zhan said seriously. Therefore, the deeper one's foundation, the more invincible one becomes within the same realm. When one advances to a higher realm, one's strength will be extremely formidable. Of course, the price is that the difficulty of advancement will be extremely high, perhaps even impossible. Lin Yi understood this more and more clearly. That's right, exactly, you must strike a balance, striving for the most reasonable equilibrium between strengthening your foundation and the difficulty of advancement. If you blindly focus on strengthening your foundation, pursuing invincibility in the spirit-gathering realm, the difficulty of advancement will become unimaginably high. You won't be able to advance to the transcendent realm, and you'll only be left with nothing but regret. 100 years later, your lifespan will be exhausted, and you'll turn into a handful of dust, Luo Zhan warned Lin Yi. Thank you, Master, Lin Yi thanked him solemnly. Luo Zhan's words had a significant impact on him. He really needed to reconsider. He was currently somewhat unbalanced. If he continued to break through the shackles of his divine consciousness, the imbalance would only worsen. But giving up like this was something he was unwilling to do. After much deliberation, Lin Yi made his decision. He still wanted to break through the shackles of his divine consciousness. He didn't want to be mediocre, nor did he want to be just average. He was a descendant of the Cold Heaven Emperor. His goal was to become a powerful figure like the Cold Heaven Emperor, dominating an era. He wanted to take the most extreme path, the most invincible path. No matter how difficult it was, he would strive to reach the strongest path. I will try my best. If it doesn't work, we'll fight again next year, Lin Yi said tactfully. He harbored lofty ambitions, but there was no need to voice them. He wasn't even sure how difficult it was to break through the barriers. He'd just have to try first. Anyway, he currently had 60 million contribution points, so he wasn't worried about cultivation resources. Sect leader, masters, I'll head back to cultivate now, Lin Yi said, full of fighting spirit, as he took his leave. He still desperately wanted to break through the barriers of his divine consciousness. Obtaining the top-grade magic weapon, the 1000 refined divine cauldron, was a rare opportunity. Of course, others also had a chance to obtain top-grade magic weapons. But those who broke through the barriers of their divine consciousness were almost non-existent. Whether an opportunity can be truly transformed into strength and maximized depends on the cultivator's own talent, comprehension, potential, and temperament. Stepping out of the main hall, Ji-Teng, Ji-Zhenyu, Meng Yao, He-Sui, and Wangxian City immediately rushed forward to greet him. Each of them wore a beaming smile. Lin Yi, I knew you'd come back alive. Ji-Teng rushed forward, punched Lin Yi, and then gave him a bear hug, utterly excited. This trip to the Fire Dragon Valley Forbidden Area was truly a brush with death. Many dangers arose. Fortunately, I came out alive. Lin Yi looked at his close friends, his face beaming. Seeing them felt incredibly warm and familiar. His ability to cultivate to this level in such a short time was largely due to the contributions of his close friends. They helped him acquire contribution points. Meng Yao helped him cultivate the Heaven and Earth Overlord body technique and the copper skin, and even whipped him with a leather whip. You've come back with incredibly rich rewards this time. Shouldn't we also benefit from it? Ji-Teng asked with a smile. This immediately earned him glares from Ji-Zhenyu, Meng Yao, and the others. Ji-Teng, stop fooling around. Lin Yi is at a crucial juncture in his attempt to break through to the transcendent realm. He cultivates all 5 elements simultaneously, consuming far more cultivation resources than we do. At this time, we shouldn't hold Lin Yi back. Once Lin Yi reaches the transcendent realm, his strength will be even greater, making it easier for him to earn cultivation resources. Then we can ask him for them. Ji-Zhenyu scolded Ji-Teng, then looked at Lin Yi, half jokingly and half seriously. Ji-Teng is right, my gains this time are quite substantial, and you were all originally entitled to a share. You are all from wealthy families and have no shortage of cultivation resources. The only thing you're truly lacking is a crucial treasure like the transcendent pill. I'll give you some transcendent pills this time, Lin Yi promised with a smile. Can you give each of you 2? Ji-Teng chuckled. He was afraid that one transcendent pill wouldn't be enough for him to reliably advance to the transcendent realm. If he failed, he'd have to try again. No limit, until you successfully reach the transcendent realm, Lin Yi said generously. Ji-Teng, Ji-Zhenyu, Meng Yao, Wangxian City, and He-Sui are all single-element spiritual energy cultivators. They are quite powerful, but not yet at the extreme level. They all have a certain chance of successfully advancing if they consume ordinary quality transformation pills. If they consume excellent quality or even top quality transformation pills, Taking just one will greatly increase their chances of success. It doesn't cost much at all. He can afford it completely. Where did you get the transformation pills? Did you exchange them for us with contribution points? G10 asked with concern. Anything is fine. I've become one of the top 10 true disciples this time, enjoying this status and treatment, and I also received an extra 60 million contribution points. A single excellent quality transformation pill only costs 400,000 contribution points. If I exchange one for each of you, that's only 2 million contribution points. It's nothing, Lin Yi said with a smile. Hearing this, G10, Meng Yao, and the others were stunned. The status and treatment of being among the top 10 true disciples, that was enough to make everyone envious. Lin Yi had only been in the sect for a few months, and he had already become a top-tier disciple. The key was that he had also received an extra 60 million contribution points. This was a huge number that even true disciples could only dream of. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.